Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, What If Harry Potter and Venom Uncovered Time Travel. Here is short summary. When Harry bonds with Venom, their curiosity leads them to uncover Hermione's time turner. With time itself now within their grasp, how will they reshape the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Excellent work, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick cheered, bouncing with joy. Masterfully done. A brilliant example of the summoning charm. Thank you, sir. Harry grinned as he stared at the book that he had just caught. The charm's teacher's energy was infectious and Harry couldn't help but find himself enjoying learning under him. Which wasn't all that hard, since Harry had slowly started to feel better given that he had not been forced to return to Snape's class. Apparently Professor McGonagall had agreed to him getting a private tutor, and Snape since returning had been doing his best to avoid Harry, limiting himself to nothing more than a hate-filled glare. Harry wasn't sure how long Snape would be able to last without antagonizing him, but Harry was willing to enjoy it while it lasted. As of right now, Harry was currently in one of the extra lessons that Professor Flitwick had agreed to give Harry. Harry found himself really enjoying these lessons since they were all pretty much practical. Harry didn't know if that was because Professor Flitwick realized that he would prefer practical lessons or because he didn't really want to add more homework onto Harry's already growing pile. Either way, Harry wasn't going to complain. Harry tossed the book into the air before pointing his wand at it. Accio. Harry cast the summoning spell and the book didn't drop to the ground and instead flew towards him, letting him catch it again with his spare hand. I'm very impressed with you, Mr. Potter. That's a fourth-year spell, Professor Flitwick told him. Now, you've done as I asked and learned the banishing charm theory, yes? Professor Flitwick asked, giving Harry a questioning look. Yes, sir. Harry nodded respectfully. It's the opposite of the summoning charm and it sends something flying away. Basically it just blasts stuff away. Harry summed up. It's a simplified explanation, but you do at least seem to understand what you're talking about, Professor Flitwick hummed. Can you please tell me the incantation for the spell? Yes, sir, it's Depulso, Harry answered. Excellent. Now, let's try it out. Professor Flitwick suggested before flicking his wand several times. One of the walls became padded before a small desk was brought in front of it. Please try and banish the desk at the wall. Okay, sir. Harry nodded before he aimed his wand at the desk. Depulso. Harry cast the spell, but unfortunately for him, nothing happened. Don't be discouraged, you'll get it, Professor Flitwick encouraged him. Try again. Okay. Harry took a deep breath. Depulso. A spell shot out from his wand and struck the desk, pushing it forward slightly. Very good, Professor Flitwick praised. Now, try again, Mr. Potter. Just a touch more power to it, if you don't mind. A bit more power, Harry hummed. Got it. Harry aimed his wand at the desk once more. Depulso. Harry cast the spell again, this time with more power. The result was not at all like what Harry expected would happen. Once Harry's spell connected with the desk, he ended up shooting it straight into the wall at an impressive speed that Harry was positive would have resulted in the desk shattering against the wall if not for all of Professor Flitwick's protective spells that were put in place. Still, despite the spells in place, Harry could still hear the impact of the crash and even felt the vibrations from it. Whoa! That was awesome, Venom's voice said, and Harry couldn't help but picture a Cheshire grin filled with tons of sharp teeth. Do it again. Find Snape or Draco and do it again, Venom encouraged. I think you might have put in a bit too much power, Professor Flitwick commented in a slow voice. Really? Harry asked, not totally able to keep all of the sarcasm out of his voice. Just a tad, yes, Professor Flitwick nodded, either not noticing or ignoring Harry's sarcasm. And then that old bat just starts predicting my death, Ron rolled his eyes. The group were currently sitting outside in the courtyard. Ron was sitting on the floor with Hermione. The former was holding a Quidditch book in his hands while Hermione was reading through the charm book that Harry had allowed her to borrow. Meanwhile, Harry was lazily lying down on the bench next to them with his head resting on one hand while the other held up a book on transfiguration that he was reading through. Again, Harry snorted as he used his thumb to turn the page. "Yeah, again," Ron said, ranting about his latest experience in the divination classroom. "I like the class, it's really easy and according to old Trelawney, I can read tea leaves with the best of them. But sweet Merlin, it's getting really old listening to her predict people's deaths. Even Neville isn't afraid of it anymore." "That bad, huh?" Harry laughed, remembering the other students' reactions after leaving their first divination classroom. Apparently, the teacher had predicted that Neville would die and everyone had stared at the chubby Gryffindor like they thought that he would collapse at any moment. Neville had been the worst though and had flinched at everything, small or big. He had damn near wet himself that day when he turned a corner and nearly ran into a first-year girl. "You know, it's not too late for you to change classes and join Hermione and me in one of our classes," Harry suggested. "Are you joking?" Ron blurted out, staring at Harry as if Harry had just suggested he ask Snape to supervise Ron getting circumcised. "Personally, I think that's a wonderful idea," Hermione spoke up, finally looking up from the book in her hands. "Yeah, you would," Ron snorted. "I'm serious, ancient runes and arithmancy are both very fascinating and interesting topics, not to mention that they are both far more useful than divination," Hermione said, all in one breath. "Harry," Ron asked his other friend. "Arithmancy is a lot of math," Harry said with a small sigh. "It's not particularly exciting and it does drag on a bit at times, but it's not terrible, just a brainy sort of subject." "No wonder you like it," Ron commented to Hermione who rolled her eyes. "Runes is great though," Harry continued with a small shrug of his shoulders. "I mean, it's not always interesting but for the most part it's fun. You get to learn a lot of the history involved in the runes as well. Our last class had us looking at Norse runes. If you had to change into one of our classes then I'd recommend that one." "I don't know," Ron sniffed. "Personally, I think I'd rather just stick with divination. I mean, listening to some crazy woman fail at predicting your death seems worth it for an easy grade." "That's up to you, mate." Harry had barely gotten his sentence out of his mouth before Hermione started arguing that Ron was being lazy, which prompted Ron to start arguing about her. Harry rolled his eyes and chose to not get involved and instead focus on his book, or at least he did until he heard a giggle. His gaze shifted to his left and he saw a trio of Gryffindor girls from the year below him, including Ron's little sister, Ginny. The girls were all whispering to each other as they walked, though Harry couldn't help but notice that their gaze kept shifting to him. "Wink at them," Venom suddenly ordered. "I beg your pardon," Harry asked. "Wink at the girls," Venom told him. "No, do it. No, you'll look cool. I don't know about. Wink at them with your stupid face," Venom commanded. Harry mentally sighed before doing as Venom said. When all the girls stared at him he winked at them and sent them a flirtatious smile, or at least it was a smile that was as flirtatious as a 13-year-old boy with no experience in flirting could manage. Fortunately, for Harry, it appeared to do the trick as the two other Gryffindor girls began giggling louder while Ginny's blush had become nearly as red as her hair. Harry watched as the trio of girls turned a corner and disappeared from view. "I am not going to lie, that went better than I thought it would," Harry told Venom as he gave himself a mental pat on the back for successfully managing to flirt, though he did pause and consider the fact that he had flirted with Tonks before, or at least had had a few interactions that felt like flirting. Harry was interrupted before he could think more about it. He felt his body shift and experience had just told him that one of Venom's tentacles had popped out of his body. Harry barely had time to think about it before he felt the tentacle retract, and just before it had fully retracted he felt it change direction and slide up his clothes until it poked out of his sleeve with a piece of parchment. "Look," Venom told Harry, who stared at the parchment and quickly realized it was Hermione's timetable. Harry was about to protest when he saw that many of Hermione's lessons were scheduled at the same time, just like Harry had thought. "She's taking every elective there is, except for divination." Harry knew that Hermione had dropped divination since she really didn't like the subject, and according to Ron, she hadn't been that fond of the classroom or teacher either. "Weird, isn't it?" Venom commented. "Sneak her timetable back before she realizes it's gone," Harry told Venom, knowing that the alien symbiote had most definitely already memorized the entire thing. Venom did as Harry had said, and the tentacle pulled itself out of Harry's sleeve before quickly and discreetly placing the timetable back into Hermione's pocket as she continued arguing with Ron. How is she doing that? Harry wondered. If it was a mistake on her timetable, then Hermione definitely would have gone to Professor McGonagall and had it fixed. But she's also apparently been showing up in every class, Venom said, beating Harry by a second. Harry nodded along. He remembered Hermione complaining about divination and Ron commenting about her being in the class, but that wasn't possible since ancient runes had been happening at the same time, and Harry was positive that Hermione had been in ancient runes with him at the time. Plus he recalled hearing Hermione complain about how outdated the Muggle Studies class was. I have a theory. What is it? Harry asked. What's been different about Hermione this year? Venom asked before sending an image of the necklace that Hermione had been wearing this year. What do you think about it? Harry asked, recalling that it seemed to have spinning parts and a sand clock without Venom's help. It was a pretty weird-looking necklace. Perhaps it's a magical object, maybe it lets her clone herself, Venom guessed. Or maybe something that could be much worse, or much better. As in? Harry asked impatiently. Time travel. Time travel, Harry repeated, not entirely able to stop himself from sounding disbelieving. Though he immediately chastised himself for it. After all, it was only a few years ago that levitating objects with a stick was out of the realm of possibility for him. It's obviously time travel. The thing has a little clock in it, Venom said, referencing the sand glass. It's possible, I suppose, but we can't really be sure, can we? Harry frowned. There's one way to check. Venom lightly commented. Are you thinking what I think you're thinking? Harry asked. Since I know what you're thinking, yes I am. Venom confirmed. You want to steal it? Harry asked with disbelief. You read my mind, Harry. You're in my mind, Venom, and no, I'm not stealing from my friend. Harry refused. I figured you'd say that, so how about I offer you something in exchange for doing it? Venom asked in a casual voice. Like what? Harry asked, not even bothering to keep the interest out of his voice. Venom, quite frankly, had an unfair advantage as he could tell what was going on in Harry's brain, so Harry wouldn't bother pretending. Like uncovering the mystery of Sirius Black. Venom purred. What mystery? Harry asked, sounding quite confused. What does the guy that got my parents killed have to do with Hermione's ridiculous timetable and that necklace? Well, I am not sure, but I do think it just might be possible that Sirius Black didn't betray your parents, Venom told Harry, causing the young wizard to suddenly snap up to a sitting position, interrupting Ron and Hermione's argument. Are you okay, mate? Ron blinked as he and Hermione stared at Harry. No, I'm not feeling well, Harry fibbed as he stood up. Do you need to go to Madame Pomfrey? Hermione frowned. No, I just have to go. I have diarrhea, Harry lied as he began walking away. Diarrhea, Ron blinked. Explosive diarrhea, Harry clarified as he got farther away. Are you sure you don't want to go to Madame Pomfrey? Hermione called. Nah, I'll just go find a corner in Malfoy's room, Harry called back before he got out of their sight. Harry quickly decided to walk to the Ollery since he was positive that nobody would be there right now. That's not the kind of sentence you just drop on a person. He mentally hissed at Venom. Baby Harry laughed loudly as the curly-haired man blew a raspberry against Harry's stomach. Harry's hands feebly slapped at the man's head, only serving to amuse the man even more and prompt him to do it again, earning some more laughter from Harry. You like that, don't you? The curly-haired man grinned as he held Harry up in the air. The man rubbed his nose against Harry's before pretending to bite down on it while making a biting noise that caused Harry to laugh again. Sirius, a woman's voice, Harry's mother's voice, called. Pass him here, it's time for his milk, Lily told Sirius as she walked over and looked at Sirius expectantly. But we were playing, weren't we, pup? Sirius protested, looking to Harry for support. Harry giggled and clapped his hands together several times before he tried to reach out and grab Sirius's hair, though Sirius managed to pull his head back just in time for Harry to miss. You can play later, besides, that's all you do. Lily rolled her eyes as she gently took Harry away from Sirius and held him in her arms. "Now, let's get you all nice and fed, yeah?" she asked before keying Harry on the forehead. "Do we have any fire whiskey in the kitchen?" Sirius asked hopefully. "You are not drinking fire whiskey in this house with Harry around." Lily glared at him, narrowing her eyes. "Why?" Sirius pouted. "It's not like he'll remember it," he argued, only to shrink back under a look from Lily that clearly warned him that he would be suffering extreme amounts of pain if he disobeyed her order. Okay, fine," he said quickly, holding his hands up in surrender. "No drinking in front of the kid, I swear." "That's better." Lily's face softened, but she still stared at him with narrowed eyes, as if she expected him to pull out some fire whiskey the second she looked away. "Now, how long did you say James would be?" "I don't know," Sirius answered honestly with a small shrug of his shoulders. "It depends on old Crouch, he's running all the ores ragged. I had a 2-hour meeting with him the day before yesterday. So, if James is telling Crouch he wants to leave the Auror Force to stay here, then he's probably still getting shouted at. Say what you want about the bloke, but he does seem determined to stop Vold." "Don't say his name," Lily hissed quickly. "What? It's fine," Sirius said dismissively. "We're under a Fidelius charm and..." "The charm is not foolproof and it can be broken with enough magic and the right minds," Lily cut in. "If you say his name, then it'll be the magic of the charm against the magic of his taboo. If the charm holds out, then it'll at the very least narrow our location down for them, understand? The charm works best when people don't know about it. Got it?" "Right." Sirius gulped slightly. "Sorry, Lily. Next time, don't question the charm's mistress." She smirked at him. "I bow to your superiority, oh mighty mistress," Sirius said, actually bowing to her. Lily let out an amused noise and picked up a milk bottle before the two of them sat down on a sofa. "So, how's Remus doing?" Lily asked as she put the nipple of the bottle into Harry's mouth. "I haven't seen him for a while," Sirius admitted. "Firstly, because old Dumbledore sent him to go and try and get the wolf packs on our sides. I've told Dumbledore so many times to stop sending Remus to the wolves," Lily huffed. "The wolf packs have already joined you-know-who, and those that haven't won't break their neutrality for anything that Dumbledore is willing to offer. I swear, that man never listens to anyone." "I know," Sirius agreed. "If he did listen to other people, then his clothes might not be so bright. Anyway, Remus got back a few days ago, but apparently, he had to go to several meetings with family members to discuss the state of his family. He's the last remaining member of the family that was born a Lupin, but he's also a werewolf, so he's basically screwed over by the state of things." "That's horrible," Lily frowned before brightening slightly. "Wait, did he go on that date I tried to set him up with?" She smiled, thinking about the date she planned for Remus to go on with one of her friends. No, he did not." Sirius rolled his eyes. "What? Why not?" Lily demanded, not raising her voice because of Harry, who was happily driving from his milk bottle. "The usual excuse," Sirius snorted. "I can't, I'm a werewolf." Lily and Sirius recited at the same time, both doing their own impression of Remus. "Honestly, why would it have mattered? Her auntie was a werewolf, she wouldn't have cared, I told him that." Lily complained. "Hey, don't shoot the messenger." Sirius raised his hands in surrender. "But I do agree with you, I actually once spent the night with a werewolf myself. Let me tell you, she was nowhere near as hairy as one might expect, well, apart from..." "Ah," Lily said sharply before gesturing to Harry. "Finish that sentence at your own peril." "Fine," Sirius sighed. In his opinion, Lily was just being dramatic. It's not like Harry would remember any of this. "Anyway, how are things going with your sister?" he asked. "Not great." A sad look appeared on Lily's face. "We haven't talked in ages. I told her she has a nephew and she just complained that there was another freak in the world. If you ask me, Lily, your sister is the real freak here." "Why?" Lily frowned. "Because she's a muggle. Because she's an absolute bit." Sirius paused as he remembered that Harry was still here and Lily apparently had rules about that. "She's a bitch with one of those upside down thingies at the end." "You mean an exclamation mark?" Lily said with a light laugh. Yeah. One of those, Sirius said dismissively. You of all people know that I got no problems with muggles and whatever, but your sister. I mean, sweet Merlin, how the hell are the two of you related? She's worse than you in literally every way possible. She's not that bad, Lily said half-heartedly. Yeah, she is, Sirius insisted. I mean, look at her. She falls short on looks, personality, and everything in between. I know, but she's still my family, Sirius. Lily protested. Yeah, Sirius let out a deep breath. We don't always get to choose our family, do we? He raised a hand and stroked the top of Harry's head. But, for what it's worth, we can make new families. Look at me, I had nothing. My mother rules our house and hates me for not being a pureblood prince. My brother's too busy trying to impress her. My father barely cares about me and my cousins have either run away or got married to more prats I want nothing to do with. But they're not my family, not really, the only way we're related is by blood. James, little Harry here and you three are my family. He finished by giving her a warm smile. Harry opened his eyes and found himself sitting on his bed in the Gryffindor boys' room. He opened his bed curtains and looked around, not seeing anyone. He took a deep breath before he closed the curtains and lay back down on the bed. Hardly the sort of behavior that one would expect from a Death Eater, Venom commented. There are many more memories of him and your parents. I've watched them repeatedly and have seen no signs of deception from him. Maybe he's a good actor. Harry ran a hand through his hair, not knowing what to think. No, Venom insisted. I'm sure he wasn't acting. You don't think it was him? Harry asked. I'm saying that it's possible it might not be, Venom explained. Though, I could be wrong. So, keep our guard up but don't act rashly. Harry summed up. Basically, yeah, Venom agreed. Sirius and my mum were talking about a guy called Remus Lupin. What are the odds of it not being the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher? Harry asked, rubbing his eyes as he did so. It is him, Venom replied. I've seen a couple of other memories that have him in it. I wonder why he didn't talk to me about it, Harry sighed. Might have been because of the last memory we have of him talking to your mother. Venom guessed. What memory? What happened? Harry asked quickly. I can show you, but you might not like it. Venom warned. Show me. Harry told him without hesitation. If you insist. Remus, it's been too long. Lily smiled brightly as she pulled Remus into a one-armed hug while holding Harry in the other arm. I haven't seen you in ages, Lily added as Remus closed the door behind him. Sorry about that, Remus apologized as he took off his trench coat and hung it up on the coat rack by the door. I've had a hectic few weeks to say the least, he told her as the pair walked into the living room and sat down after Lily gently placed Harry in his play cot, leaving him to enjoy the myriad of toys in there with him. How's Harry been doing? He asked once Lily had sat down next to him. Oh, he's just brilliant, Lily smiled brightly, looking as if Remus had just asked her about her favorite topic in the world. He rarely ever cries and he's learning things quite quickly for his age. She told Remus, looking quite proud. Obviously, he gets his intelligence from me, and not his Neanderthal of a father, Lily added before staring in Harry's direction. Isn't that right, sweetie? She cooed at him. Harry, not really knowing what was going on, simply smiled and clapped his hands. That's right. Lily smiled at him before turning back to Remus who was giving her his own smile. Anyway, how have things been going with the wolf packs? She asked. Not that good, I'm afraid, not that good at all. Remus let out a deep sigh as he ran one hand over his face. The majority of the packs have declared their loyalty to you-know-who, though luckily there are some packs out there that haven't joined them. Unfortunately, they are few and far between, not to mention that I haven't been able to convince any of them to join our side of the war. Oh wow, such a shame, wonder why nobody predicted that. Lily deadpanned before shaking her head. I told Dumbledore countless times that sending you wouldn't do any good. I thought it would, Remus admitted. I mean, Albus Dumbledore was asking for their help, that would have gotten a lot of people to at least consider the idea. Remus, those wolves weren't like you, Lily replied in a soft voice. The great Albus Dumbledore, Didn't take them into Hogwarts and give them the opportunity to have a good education. Most of them didn't really even see the point in it. They figured that they wouldn't get jobs anyway. Yeah, but once we win the war then surely things will get better, Remus replied. Besides, what does that have to do with anything? It means that they didn't grow up like other people, hearing about how good of a person Dumbledore is. As far as they're concerned, he's just another rich, old man who hadn't helped them, Lily explained. Or at least that's what I'm guessing. Either way, Dumbledore should have listened to me. I told him to waste less time on the werewolves. Anyway, how's James and Sirius doing? Remus asked, deciding to change the subject. Sirius is fine, I suppose. He's still pretty much just a man-child, but he's been proving himself to be a good godfather. Lily shrugged. I'll admit that I had my doubts about him, but James apparently knew what he was doing when he appointed Sirius as our backup. Sirius comes here as often as he can, normally at least once a week. Though he does mix it up just in case. As for James, he's still a man-child as well, but he's definitely improved from school. Still, things aren't exactly perfect anymore. What do you mean? Remus asked, leaning forward slightly to give her his full attention. Well, I think we're both just stressed, you know. Lily sighed. I mean, between the war and raising Harry and barely ever leaving the house, we're all getting a bit frustrated. I mean, James goes out once a month now. He can't stand staying inside for so long. I think he just finds a forest and transforms into his stag form before running around, at least that's my guess. I don't see why James is complaining, Remus lightly commented as he scooted slightly closer to Lily. If I was James, and you were my wife, I don't think I'd ever want to leave. You'd get tired of me eventually, Lily laughed, her cheeks slightly red from Remus's comment. Unlikely, Remus said with a small shake of his head. You're perfect, Lily, just the way you are. I'm really not, Lily blushed, dipping her head slightly. Yes, you are, Lily. Remus insisted. I mean, look at you, you have a brilliant mind and you are undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. You're being really flattering right now, Lily commented, looking up to stare at him. Is there something you're after? She asked suspiciously, wondering if Remus was trying to butter her up for an apology for something. That was exactly the sort of thing that the Marauders, James and his little gang of friends, would do. Well, there is one thing. Remus gulped. What? Lily asked curiously. Remus didn't respond. Not straight away. Instead, he simply leaned his head forwards, bringing himself closer to Lily. Remus. Lily froze in shock as Remus's lips neared her own. They were only a centimeter from touching when Lily quickly pulled her head back. Remus opened his eyes and found himself staring directly into Lily's beautiful emerald green orbs, and given the way they were blazing with anger, he could not help but feel like he had just gotten himself into serious trouble. That feeling was proven right when Lily had slapped him across the face, hard. I can't believe you, Lily yelled before pushing him back. Lily, I'm sorry but sorry, Lily shrieked before she shoved him again, causing him to fall off the sofa. Thankfully for him, he was able to avoid going on the floor and instead was able to simply stand up. Unfortunately, for him, Lily stood up as well, looking at him with more anger than he had ever seen her direct at him. What the hell was that? She demanded to know. I wasn't thinking and, clearly not, Lily snapped out her agreement. It's just, you said that you and James were having a hard time and. Just because my husband and I argue, it doesn't mean that he's not my husband. Lily hissed. I'm not the type of girl who cheats on her husband and it's offensive to me that you'd even consider that I would. James is your friend. Lily cut him off. And you tried to key his wife. I'm sorry, Lily, it's just. Leave. Lily hissed, pulling out her wand, causing Remus to pale slightly. Now, Lily, he began. I think that, Remus, I won't ask again, leave this house, now. She ordered. Remus gulped before sending her an apologetic look. He very wisely nodded his head before doing as she said, leaving the house. I can't believe him. Lily rolled in frustration before turning and seeing Harry stare at her with wide eyes. Where the bloody hell is he? Harry mentally cursed as he walked down the halls of Hogwarts, trying to find one Remus Lupin. Unfortunately, he was not able to find the teacher in his classroom or office or the Great Hall, and now Harry was intent on walking through the whole school if necessary to find him. "What are we going to do when we find him?" Venom asked. "Not a clue," Harry admitted honestly. "I just need answers. Like where the F*** has this guy been all of my life, and what the F*** was he thinking when he tried to key my mother, and then I'll either walk away or punch him, or both." Harry told Venom just before they turned around a corner and spotted Malfoy walking in their direction along with Crabbe and Goyle. "Oh great, it's Potter." Malfoy sighed, looking as if he had just stepped in cow dung. "I suppose it's bad enough that you have to stay in this castle, but do I really have to? Get F*** ed, you gormless, limp-wristed, idle sod." Harry impatiently cut off Malfoy as he walked past him and turned a corner before the Beyond could respond. Harry was in no mood to listen to Malfoy's crap. It was a minute later when Harry eventually found Professor Lupin. Harry had turned the corner and found himself staring at Lupin, who was chatting with Tonks, who Harry noticed was smiling up at the older man. "That's our Tonks, you womanizing bastard," Venom indignantly roared in Harry's head. Harry did his best to ignore Venom and walked over to Tonks and Lupin, who both appeared to be discussing their jobs. Lupin was currently telling Tonks about a class he had earlier involving some first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins and how he had to do his best to prevent them from trying to hex each other. Lupin had trailed off when he and Tonks had noticed Harry approaching. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks greeted him with a smile. "Hey Tonks," Harry greeted her warmly before turning to Professor Lupin. "Sir, I need to talk to you," he told the older man in a neutral voice. "Does this have something to do with class?" Professor Lupin asked curiously. "I should let you know that I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Potter. I imagine most of your teachers do as well. Producing a Patronus charm at your age is nothing short of extraordinary," he complimented. "Yeah," Tonks quickly agreed. "I know plenty of Aurors that can't do the spell. A few of the Aurors around here told some of the other Aurors, and eventually word began spreading. I've heard that a ton of Aurors are actually quite jealous because of you. They didn't like getting showed up by someone who was still a Hogwarts student." She finished and grinned at him. "Thanks." Harry gave her a brief smile before turning back to Lupin. "And no, what I want to talk to you about doesn't have anything to do with class or school or anything like that." "Oh?" Professor Lupin asked, looking confused. "Then what did you want to talk to me about?" he asked. "I need to talk to you about some private business between the two of us," Harry began. "I have questions and you have the answers I need for those questions. I must confess, Mr. Potter, that I don't really know what you're talking about." Professor Lupin frowned. "What private business do we need to discuss?" "You can't think of anything?" Harry asked incredulously. "What about the fact that you knew my parents and didn't say anything?" he asked, earning a surprised look from Tonks and a shocked look from Lupin. "Harry," Lupin began, or how about the fact that you acted as if we've never known each other before?" Harry pressed on. "Oh, and here's a big one. How about we talk about why you tried to get my mother to cheat on my father with you?" How did you know that?" Lupin stuttered, looking a bit paler than before while Tonks stared in between the two of them. "My mother left diaries," Harry lied. "And don't change the subject. You've got answers and I want to hear them." Fine." Lupin let out a deep sigh. "I understand. Are you willing to wait until after your next lesson with me before I give you those answers?" he asked, suddenly looking a lot more tired. "Fine," Harry answered after a few moments of thinking. "But if I don't get my answers then?" "You will," Professor Lupin cut him off. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go and prepare for my next class." He told them and walked away before anyone could respond. "Well, that was awkward," Tonks helpfully commented once Lupin was gone. "Sorry about that," Harry apologized to her, running a hand over the back of his head. "I was kind of hoping to catch him alone," he admitted. "Don't worry, I've seen far more awkward things than that," Tonks said dismissively. I once was working on this case with old Shacklebolt and we both caught a guy who had cheated on his wife with her mother-in-law, and just as we burst into the door we found his wife and her mother-in-law catching him with his sister-in-law. That's a lot of laws, Harry commented. Almost as many as he broke, Tonks shrugged. Anyway, like I was saying, that's nowhere near the most awkward thing I've ever witnessed. I hope you get the answers you're looking for, she added. Me too, Harry said, smiling at her. So, how are you? Fine, mostly, Tonks gave him another small shrug. Still going through my daily routine, the kidnapping thing was quite annoying, she added, earning an amused snort from Harry. What? It's just the way you're so casual about being kidnapped, Harry explained with a smile on his face. It made me imagine how Hermione would react. What do you mean? Tonks asked in a confused voice. Whenever I joke about my near-death experiences she gets upset, Harry began explaining. Like if I say, it's a shame that Bludger didn't kill me, I could have gotten off from doing homework, she'd get angry with me for joking about what is, clearly no joking matter. She's quite uptight, isn't she? Tonks spoke carefully, not wanting to offend Harry. Yeah, Harry agreed. She does have her good qualities, really, but yeah, she's not perfect. Not like us, Tonks grinned as she playfully nudged him. Yeah, exactly, Harry laughed. We're both pure pinnacles of perfection. Ooh, nice alliteration, Tonks gave him a slow clap. Thanks, spent quite a lot of time with Professor McGonagall, picked it up from her. Harry grinned. Oh, she was always good at that, Tonks grinned. I once heard her call a boy a bullying, bad-mouthed baboon. You ever hear her call someone a petty, petulant piece of porcupine droppings? Harry asked. Once, Tonks answered, right before she called one girl a venomous little vicious viper. What's wrong with being venomous? Venom questioned. What did the Slytherin girl do? Harry asked, ignoring Venom with practiced ease. Oh no, it was a Hufflepuff, Tonks told him. Huh, well, guess I'll go and re-examine my personal biases, Harry said after a short pause. Though in my defense it was more because you had said viper than anything else. Anyway, what did she do? Harry asked again. Cheated on a test and got caught. Twice, blamed somebody else both times, Tonks told him whilst shaking her head. Wasn't really smart enough to fool a 10-year-old teacher, let alone a pissed-off older one who had just spent the last hour undoing some idiot's attempt to turn himself into a dragon. Turn himself into a dragon? Harry blinked. Yeah, ended up with scales instead of skin and fire kept shooting out from both ends, Tonks said, her lips twisting as she tried to not laugh as the memories she possessed of the event shot through her head. Normally it wouldn't have taken her so long to undo it, but he had tried a combination of spells and a potion to do it. Wow, Harry shook his head with disbelief. Are you kidding me? He asked. Nope. Tonks shook her head, popping the P. Professor McGonagall was furious with him, contacted his mother. The next morning Mrs. Weasley sends a howler that ends up deafening half the school. Wait, Mrs. Weasley? Harry blinked. This was one of Ron's brothers. Charlie Weasley, Tonks answered. The boy was obsessed with dragons, still is, last I heard he left the country to work on a dragon reserve. Yeah, Ron told me about him, Harry replied. Still, that's a bit obsessive, don't you think? A bit more than a bit, Tonks snorted. He and I actually used to date before. Oh, Harry shifted slightly. Really? He asked. For some reason his opinion of Charlie Weasley dropped down even lower. Yeah, but he was adamant about going to the Dragon Reserve, so it didn't really work out, Tonks added while Venom sent images to Harry's head, images that were pretty much Charlie's head getting bitten off. Between you and me, it's why I do my best to avoid the older Weasleys. It's a bit awkward with past history and it doesn't help that his mother always tries to convince me to get back together with him. Wait, Mrs. Weasley wants you to leave Britain and go to a Dragon Reserve? Harry asked in a confused voice. Oh no, Tonks shook her head. She wants him to move back to good old Britain and get a nice job at the ministry, then he gets back together with me, Tonks answered, rolling her eyes. Fat chance, Venom hissed. Harry hummed, not knowing what else to say. Anyway, I've got to go continue my rounds around the school, Tonks said. I'll see you later, Harry. Yeah, sure, Harry quickly agreed. I'll see you later, Tonks, Harry called as she began walking away. You two would make definitely some very powerful offspring, Venom commented. Shut it. They'll definitely win the next match though, Harry commented to Ron as the two sat together in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, waiting for Professor Lupin to arrive. Nearly all the students, bar the judgmental ones like Malfoy, enjoyed Professor Lupin's lessons as the man was not only knowledgeable and capable but also allowed the class to participate in practical lessons while also seeming to love his job, making him a step up from the previous two teachers they had had on the subject. Harry, on the other hand, had been looking forward to it for those same reasons but also for another. After the lesson was finished he would corner Professor Lupin and one way or another he would get the man to reveal what he knew about Harry's parents and have him answer Harry's questions, like what the hell that man was thinking when he tried to key Lily Potter. No way on earth, mate, Ron shook his head and stared at Harry like he was trying to explain basic addition to a particularly dim 3-year-old. The Chudley Cannons will slaughter the Falmouth Falcons, their defense has gotten a lot better this year. Ron, you say that about every team they face against, Harry pointed out, resisting the urge to roll his eyes at the redhead's stubbornness. While Harry did not know anywhere near the same amount as Ron when it came to Quidditch teams thanks to living in the Muggle world most of his life and returning there when he wasn't at Hogwarts, especially when Ron was his main source of information on the subject outside of a few magazines, he did know enough to know that the Cannons were not the gods of Quidditch that Ron seemed to believe them to be. The team lost far more matches than they won and could never seem to hold a decent player for a good enough amount of time. Still, despite all of this, Ron would never waver from his firm belief that they were indeed the best Quidditch team ever to grace the world. Harry was honestly not sure if he should be more impressed by Ron's loyalty or annoyed by Ron's lack of connection to reality. He wondered if all sports fans were like this. He knew that his roommate, Dean Thomas, would be more than willing to argue against anyone who disagrees with him on who the best football team was. I wonder where Professor Lupin is, a voice commented. The two turned their heads to the side and saw Hermione sitting at the desk next to them. When did she get here? Ron hissed with disbelief to Harry, who narrowed his eyes slightly at Hermione. Neither of the two boys got to say or do anything more as the next second the door to the classroom snapped open and the whole class went quiet. Harry's eyes widened near instantly. He only knew one teacher who opened doors like that, and he sincerely hoped that the person who opened that door was not the same one. Unfortunately for the young wizard, he wasn't as lucky as he would have liked. Quiet, barked Professor Snape as he stormed to the front of the classroom, his cloak billowing behind him. The pale-skinned man made an abrupt stop at the front of the classroom before turning to face the classroom. Turn to page 394. He told them without any preamble. The majority of the students quickly opened their books and began searching for the page that Snape had demanded. "Where's Professor Lupin?" Harry asked, having not even reached for the book on his desk. "That's hardly any of your business, is it, Potter?" Snape sneered at Harry. "Needless to say, he's not here right now, is he? He finds himself unable to teach this class today, for one reason or another. Therefore it falls upon my shoulders to waste an hour of my life trying to install a small amount of knowledge into that thing in your head that you claim as a Brian. All I ask in return is that you try your best to not be an irritant for me. Is that too much to ask?" "You could have just said you don't know," Harry told him in a bored tone, quite used to Snape's long-worded insults. "Turn to page 394, Snape ordered as he glared at him. "I'll turn you upside down in a second, mate," Venom threatened, even though he knew Snape couldn't hear him. "If it's all the same to you, sir, I think I'll excuse myself," he told Snape. Harry had barely stood up and picked up his school bag when Snape had decided to, calmly, respond to him. "Sit down, you arrogant brat," Snape barked loudly, causing many nearby to flinch. "I left your lessons for many reasons and thank you for demonstrating one of them." Harry pulled out his wand and flicked it. Pack. Harry cast the packing spell, and his book along with his quill and pot of ink shot off the desk and into his bag. He mentally thanked Professor Flitwick before deciding to finish his conversation with Snape. "I'm not doing any detentions or classes with you," and I've already informed Professor McGonagall of that fact. Now, if you don't mind, I'll leave the classroom." After having said his piece, Harry turned around and walked towards the door. He had barely reached it when a spell flew over his head and hit the door. Harry heard the sound of the door locked before he let out a deep sigh and turned back around to see Snape holding his wand and glaring at him. "Get back in your seat, Potter," Snape growled. "Now." "No." Harry pointed his wand at the door. Alohomora. Harry cast the unlocking spell and was pleased to hear the door unlock. Unfortunately, it was then hit by another spell. Harry ignored the temptation to growl and cast the unlocking spell again, only this time it didn't open the door. "You might think you know everything, Potter, but you don't," Snape told him with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Now get back to your seat or what?" Harry asked. "Or I'll make you," Snape threatened. "You'll force me to do something in front of this class full of witnesses when you know that we're supposed to stay away from each other. Have fun with that." Harry snorted before he turned back to the door. Harry muttered some nonsense under his breath, barely making it loud enough to be heard as he waved his wand over the door and pretended to cast a spell. As far as he was concerned, it was better for them to believe that what he would do next was in fact a result of magic and not pure physical strength increased via alien. Harry flicked his arm out and his fist connected with the door, breaking off a small portion of the door, and causing it to swing open. Finite Incantatem. Harry calmly cast the counterspell on the door, ignoring the shocked reactions from the others. He figured that casting the spell to end spells on the door would help sell the idea of it being magical instead of pure physical strength. Besides, it also helped him since it would provide an explanation if Snape or anyone else didn't find any spell of his on the door. "Potter," Snape spoke loudly once he recovered from his shock. "You damaged school property." "Yeah, well, you have magic, don't you?" Harry retorted. "Fixing it should be easy for you. You can ask Hermione if you need help," Harry added and walked out of the room before Snape could respond. "Enter," called Professor Dumbledore as he sat behind his desk, organizing a few papers while Fawkes was perched on his stand while cleaning his feathers. Soon the door opened and in walked none other than Rubeus Hagrid. The gentle half-giant walked over to Professor Dumbledore's desk. "Professor Dumbledore, sir," he greeted Dumbledore warmly and respectfully with a nod of his head. "Good afternoon, Hagrid." Dumbledore smiled as he flicked his wand and enlarged the chair in front of his desk for Hagrid to sit in before he strengthened it to be able to withstand his weight. "Thank you," Hagrid said in a grateful voice as he sat down. "I suppose I should be calling you Professor Hagrid, now, shouldn't I?" Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes twinkling brightly while Hagrid blushed. "Just Hagrid will do, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid insisted. "As you wish, Hagrid." Dumbledore inclined his head in agreement. "Now, not that I am displeased to see you, but I must ask, why have you come to my office today? Is now not normally the time you would spend in the Forbidden Forest?" he asked, well aware of Hagrid's love of venturing into the forest. "That's actually why I am here now, sir," Hagrid confessed, his voice and expression turning slightly more serious. "Oh," Professor Dumbledore looked at him curiously. "Do go on, Hagrid." Dumbledore gestured for him to continue. "Yes, well," Hagrid coughed lightly before continuing to speak. "It's usually around this time of year that I go to visit Aragog in the forest. Now, normally I get through the forest without any problems. Stop and chat to the centaurs, go say hello to a few magical creatures and so on before I reach the spider's nest. Now, when I get there, his children let me in and guide me to him. But this time, they didn't." "Why not, Hagrid?" asked Dumbledore with a small frown. "They only ever really let me in because of Aragog," Hagrid confessed. "When I got there, they told me that Aragog was no longer in charge." "No longer in charge," Professor Dumbledore repeated. "Do correct me if I'm wrong, but the only way that should happen is if there is a new king." Hagrid confirmed with a nod. "And that'll only happen if Aragog died or stepped down. Which do you believe happened?" Dumbledore asked. "I hope it's not the first one," Hagrid admitted in a grim tone that made it clear he knew which one was more likely. "I plan to ask the centaurs tomorrow, they might know something." Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully. "I'm sorry, but why did you not ask the centaurs today?" he asked. Because I was too busy getting chased out of the forest, Hagrid said in a hurt voice. The older spiders remembered me and gave me one warning to stay out of their nest, said that since Aragog wasn't around, they were no longer obligated to spare me. The youngest ones did try and eat me, had to send a few warning shots from my crossbow when I booked it out of there. Poor Fang was with me, he's scared senseless. That is definitely disturbing, Dumbledore sighed. Do you know who the new king of the spider is? He asked hopefully. No, they wouldn't tell me, they sounded right scared of him, Hagrid admitted. This is concerning, Dumbledore began but was quickly interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming out of his door. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall walked in followed by Snape. We need to talk, now, she told him in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Forgive me, Hagrid, Dumbledore sighed. Please, come back to me tomorrow after your talk with the centaurs. Right you are, sir. Hagrid nodded to him before standing up. Professors. He nodded to the other two teachers before he walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Now, may you both please tell me what has happened? Dumbledore asked. Headmaster, I demand that you punish that boy at once. Snape spoke up first. By which, I suppose you mean Harry Potter. Dumbledore guessed. Really, who else would it be? He thought. Of course, he means Harry Potter, snapped Professor McGonagall. The man's obsessed with tormenting the boy. I treat Potter no less than he deserves. Snape glared at her. Don't you dare give me that look, Severus. Professor McGonagall hissed. I was teaching at this school long before you had made your first potion. Don't for a moment believe that I will hesitate to put you in your place simply because you've somehow become a teacher. And that boy deserves the same level of respect as all students at this institution. No more and no less. Enough, Dumbledore interrupted in a gentle but firm voice. Now, please explain to me what has happened. Lupin was not able to teach his class so I had taken over, Snape began explaining. As soon as I got in, the Potter boy insisted on causing trouble and tried to walk out of my class. When I demanded that he stay, the boy broke the door and then demanded that I fix it. He's out of control. A beautifully half-painted picture, Severus, Professor McGonagall cut in. But don't worry, I'm more than willing to fill out the rest. What do you mean, Minerva? Dumbledore asked. Straight after leaving Severus's class, Mr. Potter had come straight to me and explained what had happened, Professor McGonagall replied. He told me that Severus had insulted him when he asked where Professor Lupin was and that when Mr. Potter tried to leave he had repeatedly prevented him from doing so and even threatened to force him back into his seat if he didn't sit down despite Snape knowing that he was not supposed to have any contact with him. You're supporting the brat's attempt to gain attention. Why am I not surprised? Snape snorted. Please, scoffed Minerva. The boy could sacrifice all that he has while doing a truly selfless deed without anyone knowing and you'd still claim that he did it for purely selfish reasons. It amuses me that you seem so ready to label Mr. Potter as an attention seeker when it's well known that Draco Malfoy, your favorite student, is quite happy to throw his father's name around whenever possible. That is not the same thing. How isn't it? Enough, Dumbledore said in a slightly louder voice than before. Minerva, thank you for your time. You may go now. I would like to talk with Severus. Professor McGonagall sniffed. I hope that your talk yields some results. There are only so many times that the Aurors can be called to a school before parents start pulling out their children. With her piece being said, she turned and walked away with her head held high. Severus, Dumbledore gestured Snape to sit down. Snape took out his wand and reverted Hagrid's seat back to normal before he did so. I have an important question I need you to answer for me. What is it? Snape sniffed. Are you, perhaps, an idiot? Dumbledore asked in a seemingly humorless voice. What? Snape blurted out in an offended voice. Ah, my mistake. I believe I was incorrect. The answer is clearly obvious. You simply worship me as a god. What are you talking about? Demanded Snape. Severus, you do see me as a god, do you not? Of course not, snapped Snape. Then why do you believe me to be omnipotent? Asked Dumbledore. I do not. You don't yet you continue to act out. Dumbledore cut him off. Tell me, do you truly believe that no matter what, I will always be able to keep you out of jail and within this school? Because let me make it quite clear now, my power is in fact quite limited. If you continue acting out enough, then I may be unable to prevent Azkaban from being your new home. Is this some sort of joke? Snape stared at Dumbledore with disbelief. Severus, did you believe that it was a simple matter to prevent you from going to Azkaban? Questioned Dumbledore. Attempting to read the mind of anyone, including and especially a minor, is a serious crime. You do it all the time, protested Snape. Says who? Dumbledore shrugged. Either way, I had to call in quite a few valuable favors to get you out of that particular predicament. And even then that has also cost us a valuable bit of not just your reputation, but also mine and the school's reputation. This cannot continue. But Potter you were told to stay away from the boy, were you not? Dumbledore interrupted. Yet you still decided to force him to stay in his class. I was trying to teach him a valuable lesson that could end up saving his life. Is that not what you want for your precious little golden boy? Snape sneered, earning an unamused look from Dumbledore. I will not waste any more time on this subject. Believe it or not, I do have other things that need to be done. You will stop this behavior and stay away from the boy, Dumbledore ordered as he shook his head. Honestly, if he wasn't valuable, he would have been fired long ago. Thought Dumbledore. This thing between you and Professor Snape is really getting out of control, Hermione commented as the trio of friends sat together at the Gryffindor table. Not my fault, Harry shrugged. I've never done anything wrong, in my life, ever. Harry's words, for one reason or another, earned eye rolls and various amounts of disbelief from his friends. He wasn't sure why. Besides, I'd be perfectly content with the guy leaving me alone, not that he seems capable of that. Harry finished bitterly. I know, he's probably the only person in this school that hates you more than Malfoy, Ron spoke up. I rank him as equal to or slightly above Voldemort. Harry's response earned a shiver from Ron and Hermione. Why the hell is she shivering? She's Muggle-raised, Venom pointed out. Harry, Professor Snape doesn't hate you as much as you know who, Hermione said with a small shake of her head. Who are you trying to convince? Snorted Harry. That guy hates me more than Malfoy hates you. Ignore him, Ron suggested. It's not like anyone likes him anyway. Harry was about to open his mouth to agree with Ron when suddenly they were interrupted by the Weasley twins sitting on either side of Harry. Hello, Harry, the two twins said at the same time as they each wrapped an arm around his shoulders. How's our handsome Gryffindor champion doing? They asked in unison. I will not object, but I would like to know why I have been given those titles. Harry asked in an amused voice. You're the one Gryffindor who stands up to Snape, you're clearly the Gryffindor champion. The twin on Harry's left spoke first. And second of all, you're becoming quite the looker according to some of the stuff we've heard from the girls around school. The second twin grinned at Harry. Harry blinked at them before he heard a giggle and looked behind himself to see a couple of Ravenclaw girls giggling and turning their heads away to try and hide the fact that they had been staring at him, one of which was the Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang, a rather attractive Asian girl. She's not Tonks, protested Venom, who forced Harry's head back around so he could continue talking with the Weasley twins instead of having those ridiculous ideas about being with girls that weren't Tonks. Anyway, we heard about your Hogsmeade predicament, the twins spoke together, causing Harry to frown. Unfortunately, Harry was not able to bring a signed copy of his Hogsmeade form to Professor McGonagall since the Dursleys did not sign his form before he left the house due to them being, as Venom had quite aptly named them, bitches. Harry had begged, but Professor McGonagall refused. She was apologetic about it but wasn't going to be moved. Yeah, we figured that you'd probably use that special cloak of yours to sneak off to Hogsmeade. The twins continued. He wouldn't do that, Hermione objected, earning a look from the twins that clearly said they didn't believe that. First of all, yes, second of all, how the hell do you two know about that? Harry blinked. Oh, Ron told us. They easily answered, causing Harry's head to snap towards Ron, who was blushing slightly. Are you functional? Blinked Harry. You told people about that. It's supposed to be a secret. Who else have you told? Nobody. Ron's face turned redder. He's told us and Ginny, the twins continued. Anyway, we've got something that will help you. Call it a present. How come he gets a present and not me? Ron frowned. When you end up saving sisters and standing up to Snape, then you'll get a present as well. The twins replied before they stood up. Now, great champion, follow us. You expect the great champion to walk like a common peasant, Harry said with mock superiority. Oh, he's right, the twin on the left said. Indeed, brother, on 3. The twin on the right said. 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4, 2.5 of 3/4, 2 3/4 of 3/4. And now, they said together before they both grabbed Harry and picked him up out of his seat before they began carrying him out of the hall on their shoulders. Blimey, you've gotten heavier, they told a highly amused Harry, who dropped onto the ground as soon as they got out of the hall. Thanks, Harry said appreciatively before the twins walked with him to an empty alcove. So, what did you want to give me? He asked. This. The twin that Harry was pretty sure was Fred pulled out what looked to be a bit of parchment. What's this supposed to be? Harry frowned. That right there is the secret to our success, George replied. Nicked it from Filch in our first year, he added proudly. That was fun. Fred smiled. Yep, George agreed. We didn't really want to give it up, but we figured you'd need it more than us, plus you can consider this as a thank you from us. For standing up to Snape and saving our sister. Fred shrugged. Anyway, just say, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, when you tap it with your wand. He instructed Harry, who frowned before doing as Fred said. Suddenly the map started changing and Harry's eyes widened as he read what was written on there. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. It's a map of all of Hogwarts, Fred explained. Look, see, shows you where everybody is, George added while pointing to a set of walking footprints approaching their direction that were labeled as Severus Snape. Shows everyone in the castle where they are and where they're moving, every day at any time, Fred added before frowning. Are you okay, Harry? You're awfully quiet. This belonged to my dad. Harry breathed out, remembering a memory that Venom had shown him where his father had tried to get a baby Harry to say, Prongs. He was Prongs. Whoa, the twins breathed, staring at Harry as if he was their new personal hero. We've got the heir to the Marauders right here. They grinned at each other before remembering that Snape was approaching. Quick, if you want to deactivate it, then just tap your wand to it and say, Mischief managed, or anybody can read it. Harry looked at the map and saw that Snape was getting closer, so he quickly did as the twins said before popping the map into his pockets just before Snape arrived and caught the three of them standing together. What are you three miscreants doing? Snape glared at them. Drugs, Harry dryly replied while raising an eyebrow at Snape in a way that made it clear he was waiting for Snape to say something that would get him in trouble again. Snape glared at Harry for a few moments before he turned and stormed away, his cape billowing behind him. You don't actually have drugs, do you? Fred asked once Snape was gone. No, not really. Bloody tease, George muttered under his breath. Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin asked when Harry walked into his office. I seem to recall that we were supposed to have a talk, Harry reminded him as he closed the door behind him. I recall that we were supposed to talk after your lesson, but you didn't show up. Ah, right, realization appeared in Professor Lupin's eyes. My apologies, I forgot to inform you that I had a prior engagement that night. It's all right, I was angry at first before I remembered that night had a full moon, Harry explained, perhaps taking more pleasure than he should have in the way that Professor Lupin's face paled. I beg your pardon, Professor Lupin blinked. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. And I am entirely sure that you are entirely sure about what I mean, Harry replied as he walked forwards and stopped in front of Professor Lupin's desk. I mean, it's rather obvious by now, isn't it? I really don't know what you mean, Professor Lupin insisted. I think that perhaps you and I should just go in. I know that you're a werewolf, Harry interrupted him with a long sigh, feeling that this conversation probably wouldn't go so good if the man was already going to start lying to him. How did you know? Professor Lupin gulped slightly as he stared at him. My mother had written it in one of her diaries, Harry shrugged, lying with more ease than he was comfortable with. Is it a bad thing that I am a good liar? He asked Venom. Nah, Just means that you're creative. Venom reassured him. Oh, Professor Lupin let out a deep sigh. I suppose that makes sense. Lily always did write down notes about everything. He muttered to himself before speaking to Harry. Please, don't tell anyone. If you do, then I could lose my job and... Relax, I won't tell anyone, I promise, Harry told him in an honest voice before he paused as a thought came to him. Unless you intentionally try to harm me, in which case, all bets are off. I guess that's fair enough. Professor Lupin ran a hand through his hair. Where were you? Harry asked sharply before Professor Lupin could say any more. I've been in the magical world for a few years now and haven't even heard of you. You never came to visit me or even send me a letter in the Muggle world. You were apparently one of the best friends of my parents. What the hell happened? Why did you leave? Harry asked quickly. It's sort of a long story. Professor Lupin let out a deep breath. You see, Harry, the war had been going on for what had honestly felt like decades. We were all tired and miserable, even if we were able to convince ourselves otherwise, or at least most of us were. It was a horrible time. Nobody knew who we could trust. In fact, I believe that my friends were even beginning to suspect me due to my rather furry nature. I had been out of the country when I received news that your father and mother died. Professor Lupin paused and took in a deep breath before he continued. It was a miracle that you had lived and I was glad, of course, but I was in no state to look after you. My friends were all dead, brought to their deaths by a traitor who I had truly believed to be my friend. Most of my blood family was dead and I was more than a little depressed. Not to mention that I wouldn't have been able to get guardianship of you anyway. It's hard enough for a regular werewolf to get guardianship over anyone, never mind a known friend of Sirius Black getting custody of the boy who lived. I had spoken with Dumbledore. He had told me that you would be safe at your relative's house and that they would look after you and care for you. I figured that was better than having you being looked after by me. Better for you or me? Harry asked in a quiet voice. Both, Professor Lupin answered with a small nod of his head. I was not ready for that responsibility, nor was I capable of handling it, and this way you wouldn't have your childhood messed up by me. This way you've been able to at least live a fairly normal life in the Muggle world. Professor Lupin had looked down at that moment and therefore did not see Harry's body stiffen at that last comment. And I am glad that so far it has worked out. You know, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I wanted to be, really. But, it's all worked out. You're happy and healthy, aren't you? And you've lived a good life, yes? Lupin asked, looking up at him and seeing a blank expression on his face. I see, Harry whispered before he turned and walked to the door. Harry, Lupin asked, looking confused and shocked. Thank you for your talk, I'll be going now, Harry spoke in a bland tone before making his way out of the classroom. Once he was out he quickly began walking down, idly dodging any students that were walking in the opposite direction. He kept walking and walking until a few minutes later he found himself in the Ollery. Harry walked to the guard rail and placed his hands on it to support himself. He bowed his head, letting out a very deep breath. He heard the flap of a pair of wings and suddenly felt something land on his right shoulder. Without looking he already knew that it was Hedwig. He was proven right when she affectionately nipped at his ear before rubbing her head against him. Harry's back tingled before he felt something move, and a second later a tentacle with Venom's head on the end had popped out. Venom allowed his head to hover just slightly above Harry's left shoulder. He left us. Venom growled slightly. He had his reasons, I suppose. Harry sighed, closing his eyes. Perhaps, but that doesn't mean he couldn't have done more. Venom stated as he moved forwards and stopped, so he was now facing Harry. If he couldn't look after you, then why didn't he send letters? Why didn't he visit at least once? Where was he when we came back to the wizarding world? He wasn't there. Venom hissed, leaning his head closer to Harry. He clearly didn't think we were worth the effort. He can act all he wants, but he doesn't care for us. No, Harry said after a moment. He doesn't. Harry agreed. Venom had made some very good points in Harry's opinion. What had stopped Lupin from sending presents or letters or even visiting? The man had taken Dumbledore's word for it and left him to the Dursleys. Best of all, Lupin was apparently under the impression that Harry had lived a happy and healthy life. As far as Harry was concerned, Lupin was only under the impression because he hadn't cared enough for Harry to ask. Don't worry, Harry, Venom spoke up, breaking Harry from his thoughts. No matter what happens, you will always have me. There will always be us. Us, Harry softly repeated. I like that. He couldn't help but admit it. He rather did like the feeling of always having at least one constant in his life. Sure, he had Hedwig, but there was only so much interaction one could get from an owl, even one as intelligent as her. As for Venom, he might be an alien with an obsession for eating brains and flesh, but beggars can't be choosers, as the saying goes. Harry was about to say more when Venom suddenly whipped himself back into Harry's body. Harry, a voice called, follows by the sound of light footsteps. A second later, Tonks walked into the Ollery. Are you all right? She asked gently. I'm fine. What are you doing here? He asked. Do you need to send a letter? He guessed. Not really. Tonks shook her head. I was here because I had seen you walking like a man with a purpose to somewhere, and I followed after you. Figured that the worst case scenario was that Black had somehow got a hold of you and was bringing you to him. Could he even do that? Harry blinked. Harry, he was reportedly the right-hand man of you-know-who, Tonks pointed out. Trust me, he is not to be underestimated. All of the information I have available to me stated that he was a pretty powerful wizard even in school. We don't really know what he's capable of. Fair enough, Harry sighed. Well, as you can see, Black's not here. Harry gestured around himself. No, just a bunch of owls, including this cutie. Tonks smiled as she walked over to Harry. What is she called? Tonks asked, staring at Harry's owl. Her name's Hedwig, the smartest owl here, Harry declared proudly. Hedwig puffed her chest out while a few of the other owls made various noises in protest. Yeah, that's right, I said it, Harry told them. Nice to meet you, Hedwig. Tonks smiled brightly before gently raising a hand and petting Hedwig, who happily leaned into her touch. Anyway, Tonks said to Harry as she continued petting Hedwig. What's up with you? What do you mean? Harry asked. You looked pretty upset earlier, Tonks shrugged. What happened? Did your girlfriend cheat on you or something? I don't have a girlfriend, Harry blinked. Oh, so that rumor about you and Hermione. Tonks gave him a questioning look. Very much not true, thank you, Harry said in a dry voice as he shook his head, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Hermione and I are just friends. Oh, don't like the bushy hair. Tonks guessed. It's nothing to do with her looks, she just isn't my type, to be honest. Harry shrugged slightly, being careful to not shake Hedwig much. It was the honest truth, since Harry heavily suspected that he and Hermione would end up in a lot of arguments if they got together. Hermione was the sort that always liked to be in charge, and while Harry didn't mind that at times, he knew it wasn't something he'd want in a partner. Harry liked to think of himself as fairly independent, and the last thing he wanted was to be bossed around for the rest of his life. He had enough of that from Aunt Petunia, thank you very much. Our personalities are just a bit too different. Oh, okay, fair enough. So if it's not girl troubles, then what is it? Tonks asked. It's nothing important, Harry said dismissively. The slightly annoyed look on Tonks's face told him how well he had done in trying to get her to drop it. Really? She drawled in an unimpressed voice. Hedwig, at that moment, decided to cuff him on the back of his head with her wing, letting him know what she thought he should do. You've turned my owl against me, Harry sent Tonks a mock glare. Great minds just think alike, Tonks smirked. Now, what happened? Lupin, Harry sighed. I went and had that talk with him. Oh, Tonks's eyes lit up with understanding. I'm guessing it didn't go well. Not really, no, Harry shook his head. He bit his bottom lip before continuing. I asked him why he didn't come for me. I wanted to know, why wasn't I living with him? Why hadn't I seen him again before this year? And he told me. I didn't really like his answer. I had to get out of there. I actually forgot to ask some of the other questions I had. Harry frowned, remembering that he hadn't asked Lupin about what that man had been trying to do with Harry's mum. What did he say? Tonks asked softly. He gave me his reasons for staying away. They all sounded nice. Harry let out a small breath as he stared at the floor. Really nice. He couldn't because he wasn't capable. he couldn't because he wasn't allowed, and so on and so forth. They sounded great. Really, they did. Then what's the problem? Tonks asked. What was stopping him from coming to visit me? He couldn't take time to see me once a year. Harry asked, his jaw tightening. He couldn't send me a goddamn letter. What was stopping him from coming to see me once I came back to the wizarding world? Have you thought about asking him about this? Tonks asked him gently. Maybe he has a reason. Maybe he does. Harry picked Hedwig up and gently placed her on a perch. But I don't want to hear them, because as far as I'm concerned, it's all just a bunch of excuses. A long time ago I learned a very important lesson, and this is just another example of it. What lesson would that be? Tonks frowned. You can't count on anyone, Harry told her honestly before he gave her a short nod and started walking away, only to stop when Tonks grabbed his wrist. You're wrong, Harry, Tonks told him, her voice confident but soft. Your life will get better, Harry, just have a little faith. You just got to believe that it'll get better. And what if it doesn't? Asked Harry, staring at her attentively. Then you make it get better, be yourself and do what you have to do, she said before she pulled him into a hug. It'll be all right, you'll see. Thanks, Tonks. Harry gulped before awkwardly patting her on the back. Maybe there is one person we can count on. Venom hummed thoughtfully as Tonks continued to hug Harry. So, Tonks said as she let go of him. If you don't mind me asking, why does not living with Lupin upset you? What's wrong with where you're staying? I don't know, what's wrong with where you're staying? Harry asked, taking a step back. I didn't say there was anything wrong with it, Tonks blinked. I never said there was anything wrong with where I was staying, either. Harry shrugged before he walked past her. I'll see you later, Tonks. He called without looking back. Boy. Tonks let out a small huff before turning to Hedwig. Your master is a complicated one, isn't he? She asked. Hedwig hooted in agreement while nodding her head. Remind me to do something nice for the Weasley twins, Harry thought to Venom as the pair walked around Hogsmeade under Harry's invisibility cloak. Harry was well aware that Venom could turn them invisible, but Harry had chosen to use his cloak instead, since that way Venom didn't have to worry about putting in the effort to keep him invisible, not to mention that Venom could turn him invisible in case something happened to his cloak. This place is beautiful, Venom complimented as Harry carefully walked around, trying not to bump into anyone. You're definitely right about that. Harry smirked as he looked around. The whole place looked like a winter wonderland, with snow covering the footpaths and roofs of the various buildings around him. The people here looked happy, really happy, and as if there was nothing wrong with the world, and Harry couldn't help but smile as he walked around. This Venom, this is what I've been missing my whole life. I could have been coming here all the time, but instead, I spend my summer with a bunch of idiots that spend all of their time trying and pretending to be normal. He thought bitterly. Not next summer, Venom said in a firm voice. Hopefully not, Harry nodded his head slightly. Dumbledore will make a fuss about it. Then I'll just eat his brains, Venom said simply, as if that solved all of the problems in Harry's world. Harry couldn't help but smile in amusement. He knew that Venom's approach might not be the best one to go with, but the fact that he cared enough to come up with a solution was a good enough reason for Harry to be happy. Thanks, now, let's go and find a place that sells a lot of chocolate. Harry decided. Yay, Venom cheered. Now, Mr. Potter, try it again. Professor Flitwick said as he gestured to the trio of wooden training dummies that were standing opposite Harry. Right, Harry nodded before aiming his wand at the dummy that was standing on the left side. Incarcerus, he yelled, and a couple of ropes shot out from his wand and quickly wrapped around the dummy. Harry then quickly aimed his wand at the next dummy. Reducio, he yelled. A spell shot out from his wand and turned the dummy from 6 feet to about 1 foot. Harry then turned his wand to the last dummy. Reducto, a beam shot out from his wand and connected with the dummy, obliterating it into dust. Marvelous, cheered Professor Flitwick while clapping his hands as he bounced up and down in joy. Marvelous, truly marvelous. That last one was truly a powerful curse for someone your age. Well done, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, blushing slightly. He couldn't help but wonder how Hermione would react to hearing him receive praise like this from a teacher, especially one as well liked and respected as Professor Flitwick. Let's be honest, she would probably be jealous. Venom commented. You keep going at this pace and you'll even outstrip your own mother at charms, Professor Flitwick grinned. And that is not an easy task to accomplish, let me assure you. I, well and truly, believe that she would be proud of you right now. That means a lot, thank you, Harry smiled at him. So, is there anything else you want to teach me before I go? Harry asked, knowing that their time was pretty much up. Not today, Professor Flitwick shook his head. But I do look forward to teaching you more during our next lesson. I'll happily be there, Harry nodded. See you later, Professor. Harry gave him a wave before he walked out of the classroom and started walking down the hallways, intending to go to the Gryffindor common room. He had just turned a corner when he saw Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil walking towards him from the opposite direction. Hi Harry, he heard them say as they giggled while walking past him. We look good, Venom said in a way that made it all too easy to imagine him grinning. To be fair, I think we do. Harry agreed as he looked down at himself. He was wearing a pair of white trainers with a few black stripes on them. He also wore black jeans and a gray shirt under an open dark red jacket. He was truly starting to enjoy being able to buy and own his own clothes. After a few minutes of walking, Harry was able to get to Gryffindor Tower and enter his room. Once he was inside he saw it was empty, meaning that he had the room to himself. He closed the door behind him before he went over to his bed and sat on it, closing the curtains as he did so. Pass me the map, please. Harry politely requested. A second later a black tentacle that was attached to Venom's head emerged from Harry's right shoulder and Harry found himself staring at Venom. Since you asked so politely, Venom grinned at him before a second tentacle shot out and handed Harry the Marauder's map. Thanks, Harry said appreciatively. He still found it a bit hard to wrap his mind around the fact that the alien that was currently living in his body had the ability to store things in what were basically pockets, but honestly, after nearly 3 years of magic, he could get over it. You're welcome, Venom replied pleasantly. James Potter must have been smarter than we have originally thought. He commented as he stared at the map. True, Harry agreed. I know he was a transfiguration genius and a good chaser and a prankster, but not much about his school life apart from that. We don't know how much of this was him and how much was done by the other 3. Venom pointed out. Still, it's amazing either way. Harry shrugged before staring at the map. He began looking around, trying to find Hermione and Ron. The twins are at the Great Hall. Dumbledore's pacing in his office, Snape's in his classroom, probably thinking of ways to torment me. Dickhead. Yep, Harry nodded. It would be really cool if we could figure out a way to. Harry paused and trailed off as he noticed something on the map. Venom. Yes, I can't help but notice something weird. Harry quietly spoke before gesturing to a part of the map that showed the school grounds. The part he was specifically gesturing to showed Hermione and Ron. It looked like they were running based on how fast they were moving on the map, though the weird part was when he saw the 2 names that were with the 2. Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. What are the chances of this being wrong? Harry asked, already parting his curtains and standing up. We can't risk it, Venom replied, taking the map and absorbing it back into himself just as Harry picked up his broomstick. Fair point. Harry opened the window just as Venom retracted back into Harry's body. Harry leapt out of the window without a hint of fear and allowed himself to freefall downwards for several seconds before he climbed on his broom and flew off in the direction where Hermione and Ron were supposed to be. Pushing the broomstick to the max allowed Harry to quickly cover the necessary ground he needed to fly over to get there. Eventually, he managed to spot Hermione running across the grassy grounds, chasing after Ron who was screaming out loud as a massive black dog was dragging him away by his foot. Harry couldn't help but notice that the dog was dragging Ron towards the Whooping Willow, the Hogwarts tree that was infamous for attacking anyone that goes too close. Why the F*** do we even have a deadly tree at a school? Venom couldn't help but ask. Take it up with Dumbledore. Harry mentally responded before pulling his wand out just as Ron was dragged inside a hole in the tree and casting a freezing spell on it to stop the tree as it raised one of its branches so it could attack Hermione. Harry, Hermione gasped as Harry landed next to her and shrunk his broom. "The one and only," Harry confirmed. "But you're not the only Harry, there are plenty of people that are called." "Don't ruin a good line, Hermione. What are you even doing here?" she asked. "I go to school here," Harry shrugged. "Harry Potter, that is not what I meant and you know it." Hermione huffed just as Harry walked towards the entrance. "Come on, I don't know how long my freezing spell will hold," he added as he slipped inside and walked down a couple of stone steps while Hermione followed after. "Well, that'll be fun," Harry muttered sarcastically as he stared at the long and dark tunnel in front of him. "What had happened anyway?" he asked. "I don't know," Hermione replied. "One moment Ronald and I were walking back from Hagrid's house, we were talking." "You mean arguing?" "When all of a sudden his stupid rat started acting all weird," she continued talking as if Harry had not interrupted. "And then the rat actually bit him. Scabbers bit Ron. Yeah, he looked desperate to get away, nearly managed it as well but Ron quickly caught him. Then the dog appeared," Hermione shivered. "It just started attacking Ron and grabbed him and pulled him down here. Wherever here is." Harry rubbed his eyes. "Where do you think this leads to?" Hermione asked as they both cautiously walked down it. "It is my sincerest hope that it'll lead to a bunch of good chocolate but I know that I'm not that lucky," Harry sighed. "Harry, do you realize what building this is?" Hermione asked when they finally exited the tunnel and found themselves inside what looked to be a house that hadn't been cared for in years. It was covered in layers and layers of dust with various spiders and insects all around the place. The furniture all looked like a stiff breeze could knock them over and there were several footprints leading up the stairs. "This is the Shrieking Shack. The most haunted building in all of England. They can't be any worse than Peeves or the literally bloody Baron," Harry responded before climbing up the stairs with Hermione following after him. Harry followed the footsteps until he found an open door and saw Ron inside a room, sitting on an old and damaged bed whilst tightly holding Scabbers in his hand. "Ron!" Harry and Hermione rushed in. "No, wait." Venom tried to stop Harry but it was too late since Harry had already entered the room and was now standing in front of Ron. "Danger! Behind you! It's a trap, he's the dog, he's an animagus," Ron blurted out just before two disarming spells shot toward Harry and Hermione from behind. Hermione's wand was ripped out of her hand but Harry was much quicker, not to mention the fact that he had the added bonus of Venom's assistance, and was able to step to the side and avoid the spell which crashed harmlessly into the wall behind Ron. Harry quickly turned around and aimed his wand at the man standing by the broken door that they had walked past. The person in front of Harry looked far more like a corpse than a regular person. He wore a pair of heavy-looking black shoes along with a gray prisoner uniform that was slightly ripped at the chest, allowing Harry to see his tattooed, pale and incredibly skinny body. His face was quite skinny and looked more like a skull that had just had a layer of skin attached to it. His beard and hair looked wild and messy while his teeth were yellow and his eyes looked unhinged and crazy. "Manners, Sirius," Harry said in a surprisingly calm yet disapproving voice. "We've not seen each other in years and the first thing you do is try and attack me," he tutted while shaking his head at Sirius. Sirius Black. Hermione grew pale and took a step back. "Please," Ron begged, "just let us go. We haven't done anything to you." Scabbers made a fair amount of noise as well as he struggled to escape Ron's grip. But it appeared as if Sirius Black was not remotely interested in listening to either Ron or Hermione as he stared at Harry like he was the only other person in the whole room. Sirius's eyes had widened slightly, he breathed in and his lips parted just enough to let a fresh batch of oxygen into his body as he exhaled. Harry, is that you?" he asked in a raspy voice as he lowered his wand, the whole room going silent instantly. Even Scabbers didn't so much as dare make even the tiniest of squeaks. "Yeah, Sirius, it's me," Harry gulped slightly as he stared at Sirius. "You look like James. Look just like James." Spitting image of him, Sirius whispered to himself as he continued staring at Harry, though everyone could still hear what he was saying. Like James. But, Lily. James. Like James but with Lily. Lily's eyes. Green eyes. James with green eyes. James with Lily's eyes. Prongs had say. Lily and James. Harry. He stared at Harry, tears forming out of the corner of his eyes. He's barking mad, Ron hissed to Harry and Hermione, the latter of which couldn't help but nod her head in agreement. Why are you here, Sirius? Harry asked, not taking his eyes off the escaped prisoner. Rat, all they could find was a finger, escaped, stupid. Sirius shook his head before slapping his forehead a few times as if trying to restart his brain. Meanwhile, Harry's own eyes widened with disbelief before he looked at Scabbers and noticed that the rat was missing a toe. But then that means, Venom trailed off and allowed Harry to fill in the gaps. A second later Harry rushed forwards toward Sirius. Ron and Hermione had barely beeped in their breaths while Sirius hadn't even had time to raise the wand he had stolen from Ron. Sirius had just about managed to close his eyes before Harry pulled him into a hug. It's good to see you again, Sirius, Harry whispered. Slowly, Sirius raised his own arms and returned the hug. What the bloody hell is going on? Ron blurted out. Damn, Harry said once he let go of Sirius. Look at you, we're going to need to clean you up, you look like shit. You try and stay good looking in Azkaban, Sirius mumbled before staring at Harry with a hopeful expression. You know the truth. He looked as if he couldn't believe it. Yeah, I know, Harry confirmed with a small nod of his head. I worked it out. Harry, what's going on? Hermione demanded. Get away from him. Sorry Hermione, but we've got business we need to attend to. Harry shook his head before turning around and aiming his wand in Ron's direction. What are you doing? Ron blurted out, backing up in fear. Give us the rat, Ron, Harry calmly ordered. Hand him over. What? You're mental, both of you, Ron accused, holding his pet protectively to his chest. Give it, now, Sirius growled, staring at it murderously. Ron, it's not a real rat, Harry tried to explain. Yes, it is. Ron stared at him with disbelief. Scabbers is a real rat. He was Percy's rat and now he's mine. He's been in my family for 12 years. Sirius cut him off. That's a curiously long life for a common garden rat, don't you think so? Huh, besides, the little bastard is missing a toe, isn't he? So what? Ron asked as his rat started squeaking again. Ron, all they can find from Peter Pettigrew was a finger, Harry pointed out. You're trying to say that Ron's little rat is Peter Pettigrew? Hermione blurted out with disbelief. I don't know if you remember, Hermione, but the deputy headmistress of our school can turn into a cat, Harry reminded her. And Sirius over here can turn into a dog. He's an animagus, Hermione asked, realizing what Harry was trying to say. She took a step back and stared at Ron's rat. He's not, Ron said stubbornly. There's no way that he's an animagus. He's a rat, my family's rat, my rat. Well, there's a sure way to prove it, isn't there? Sirius growled, stalking forward with murderous intent, raising a wand that Harry recognized as Ron's. Incoming, Lupin, Venom told Harry. Hold on, wait a sec, Harry said, flicking his wand and yanking Sirius a couple of steps back just before the door opened and Professor Lupin burst in. Expelliarmus, Lupin yelled, easily disarming Sirius with a picture-perfect disarming spell, causing Ron's wand to fly to the floor. Well, Sirius, Lupin commented, staring at Sirius warily. You're looking rather ragged, aren't you? He asked lightly. We can't all look as pretty as you, Remus, Sirius said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. The Dementors weren't very willing to share their beauty products with me. Expelliarmus, Harry quickly cast his own disarming spell, removing Lupin's wand from his hand, causing it to land in Sirius's waiting hands. Nice one, James. Sirius grinned before staring down at the wand in his hands. Harry glanced at Sirius, who apparently hadn't realized what he had just called Harry. Harry, what are you doing? Demanded Lupin. Get away from him. He's dangerous. Not for me, Harry replied. You're a little late to the party, Professor, you've missed quite a bit. They've gone mental, Ron yelled. Not that bit, Harry snapped at him before turning his attention back to Professor Lupin. I have reason to believe that Sirius is innocent. Are you joking? Lupin looked at him like he was crazy. I saw Pettigrew on the map, Harry told him. What map? Hermione asked. You found the map, Sirius grinned. That's not possible, Lupin said in a slow voice. You can't have done. The map never lies, Sirius said smugly. Pettigrew was missing a finger, right? Harry asked suddenly. That's what the reports said. They all said that Sirius blew him up whilst leaving nothing but a finger. I wouldn't have left just a finger, I would have obliterated the bastard. Sirius stated in an offended voice, causing Scabbers' protests to grow louder. Sirius is an animagus, Harry continued on as if Sirius hadn't spoken at all. Which means that Pettigrew could be one as well, right? He was, Lupin confirmed, staring at Harry with an odd expression on his face. He could turn into a rat. Count the toes on that rat, Harry pointed to Scabbers. Lupin stared at the rat and didn't seem to look much at the toes since Scabbers now appeared to be trying to hide them behind Ron's hands, and instead stared at the rat. Wormy? Lupin asked softly, taking a few steps forward. I knew that you would recognize him as easily as I can, Sirius spoke up as he aimed his wand at the rat. Come on out, Peter, come out my little, squeaky friend. Come out. Expelliarmus. Once again Sirius was hit by a disarming spell and the wand flew out of his hand, landing on the floor along with Ron's and Hermione's. The group all turned to see none other than Snape standing in the doorway. Vengeance is sweet, drawled Snape with plenty of satisfaction in his voice. By this point, both Harry and Sirius, in an almost scary level of synchronization, threw their hands up into the air with exasperation and walked over to opposite corners of the room, shaking their heads and mumbling curses words under their breaths. I told Dumbledore that you were in league with an old friend, and now, here's the proof, Snape monologued to Lupin. Severus, please, don't be a fool, Lupin began. Can't really help it, can he? It's a habit by now, Sirius commented as he walked back over to Lupin while Harry let out an amused snort at Sirius's comment. Sirius, be quiet, Lupin hissed. Be quiet yourself, Remus. Ah, and look at you two, quarreling like an old, married couple, Snape sneered. Snivelous, Sirius glared at him. Why don't you have a shower then go along and play with your chemistry set? That was as far as Sirius managed to get before Snape moved forwards and pressed the tip of his wand into Sirius's neck. I could do it, Black, don't for a moment think I don't want to, Snape spoke in a cold and quiet voice. But why deny the Dementors? He asked, causing Sirius to look scared for the first time. As that fear, Black? Are you perhaps in the need of some new underwear? I'm not sure why you're scared, I'm sure they'll treat you with the utmost respect, they're so longing to see you. I believe that you're to receive the Dementor's key *, I can only imagine what that must be like. It's said to be nearly unbearable to witness but I'll do my best. Snape, Harry spoke up from his corner. We have reason to believe that Sirius is innocent, I found out that. Silence, Potter, Snape cut him off, glaring at him. I am in no mood to listen to you. Nor am I in one that would allow me to tolerate you, Harry glared right back at him. Just listen to me, I do not have time to listen to your babbling. Snape hissed, cutting him off once again. For Merlin's sake, just once in your life, don't be a dick and listen to me. Harry snapped. He's innocent, it was Pettigrew that. Don't you dare talk to me like that, boy. Snape snapped back at him. I see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Sirius asked in an amused voice. Enough out of you, Black. Snape snarled, staring at him with hatred in his eyes. I will not be dissuaded from making sure that you receive the justice that you so rightfully deserve, Expelliarmus. Harry cast, having reached the end of his patience. Unfortunately, for Snape, Harry put a bit more power than necessary into his spell, causing Snape's wand to shoot out of his hand while Snape flew backwards and crashed into the wall behind him, proving a theory that Harry had had ever since his first year of Hogwarts. An old and damaged wall when combined with a thrown Snape results in a big hole in the wall. Whoa, Sirius stared at Harry like he was an angel descended from heaven. Harry, you attacked a teacher. Hermione blurted out. I dusted one in my first year, Hermione, keep up. Besides, it was Snape, Harry said defensively before turning his attention back to Ron's rat. Now, shall we deal with him? Yes, Sirius said quickly, picking up Ron's wand before tossing Lupin his own wand. Shall we? he asked Remus, who stared at Sirius for several seconds before giving him a nod. Give him to us, Ron, Harry ordered. You're all mental, Ron accused. I've waited 12 years for this, I'm not waiting for a second more, hissed Sirius before he walked over to Ron and ripped Scabbers from Ron's hand, grabbing him roughly by the scruff of his neck. Scabbers! Ron screamed, unable to get up due to his leg being damaged from Sirius's bite. Leave him alone, he cried, but was ultimately ignored as Sirius tossed Scabbers into the air before Lupin hit him with a spell. Everyone watched as Scabbers transformed in midair. A dull thud was heard as a man landed on the floor. Hi Peter, Sirius said with a toothy grin that looked like it caused Sirius discomfort to perform. You don't look creepy at all, Harry commented as Peter quickly got up to his feet, allowing Harry a good look at the man. Peter was dressed in a black suit with white stripes and a black button shirt. He was small and round. His two front teeth were as long, just like an actual rat. His skin and hair looked uncared for, and he was also noticeably balding. He looked like the very definition of scruffy and shifty. His fingernails were long and sharp and he was noticeably missing a finger. Remus, Sirius, Peter asked, staring back and forth between them. My old friends. He stuttered before holding his arms out as if expecting a big hug, though he quickly lowered his hands when he saw the frosty looks he was getting from both of his friends. It's good to see you both, really, he continued whilst looking around the room. Quote. Gee, truly, it's been so long and, Harry, he yelled suddenly, staring at Harry like he was his salvation. Look at you, he smiled widely as he slowly walked over to Harry, faltering slightly when Harry aimed his wand at him. You look so much like your father, like James. We were the best of friends, he and I, we. How dare you speak to Harry? Sirius hissed furiously at Peter, looking like he had never seen or heard anything so horribly offensive in his entire life. Peter squeaked before he took several steps away from Harry, who stared at Sirius. Seeing the look on his face, Harry was suddenly a lot less surprised that a lot of people thought that Sirius was a murderer, because right now he definitely looked like one. How dare you talk about James in front of him? Peter, Lupin spoke up, also aiming his wand at Pettigrew. You sold James and Lily to Voldemort, didn't you? He accused. I didn't want to, cried Peter before he suddenly turned and started kneeling in front of Ron, grabbing him by his arm. Ron, please help me, I was your rat. I was a good friend. Please Ron, Get away from me, yelled Ron, looking disgusted and horrified. You were in my house all this time. Not creepy at all, Harry muttered, repeating his earlier comment. Get away from him, he told Pettigrew. I'm not doing anything, Peter squeaked, quickly rising to his feet and stepping away from Ron when he spotted Hermione. Dear girl, he began, walking towards her while she backed up. Sweet girl, please help me, He paused when Harry stepped in front of Hermione and cast a stinging hex on Peter's chest, causing him to yelp and back up. You're really starting to piss me off, Harry growled. Harry, don't talk to him, Sirius yelled, rushing forwards and clocking Peter across the face with a vicious right hook that knocked the man down to the floor. Peter whimpered in pain before he rolled across the floor and quickly jumped to his feet. He rushed towards the exit, only to be blocked by Remus. Remus and Sirius moved forwards, causing Peter to turn and run before hiding behind a broken piano. Remus and Sirius quickly reacted and stood on either side of the piano. Please, begged Peter. The Dark Lord, you have no idea what powers he possesses. We were losing. Dumbledore was costing us the war. We wouldn't have won under his leadership. It was a losing battle. And the Dark Lord, I couldn't say no to him. Do you have any idea what he would have done to me? Ask yourself, what would you have done? What would you have done? I would have died, barked Sirius with no hesitation in his voice. I would have died rather than betray my friends. Big words, Sirius, but wasn't it you who betrayed Remus? Accused Peter. You all suspected him of being the traitor, didn't you? They did. He quickly turned his attention to Remus. Remus, you were the nicest to me, please, believe me. They thought you were a traitor. Yeah, we did, and that's one of my greatest regrets, snarled Sirius. And, Sirius was the one that sent Snape to you on the full moon. Peter reminded Remus. Remember, if you had killed him then you would have been put down, the Ministry would have killed you. What is he on about? Ron blurted out. Ron, Hermione spoke softly. Professor Lupin is a werewolf. What? Ron's eyes went wide and stared at Lupin like he was the actual murderer. How long have you known? Lupin asked her. Ever since Snape set an essay on werewolves, Hermione answered. Well done, Hermione, Lupin complimented her before turning his attention back to Peter. As for you, whatever Sirius might have done pales in comparison to what you did. You got James and Lily killed. Peter squeaked before he quickly ducked down and crawled under the piano before running towards the door, only to stop when Harry blocked his way. You were going somewhere? Harry asked innocently, tilting his head slightly. Harry, listen to me, your dad would have spared me, he would have shown me, arg. Peter yelped when a stinging hex hit him in his neck, causing him to stumble back. You don't mention him, Harry hissed. We need to kill him. Venom growled in Harry's head. Kill him. He's responsible for all of our suffering. He sent Voldemort to our house, he got our parents killed. Kill him. Exactly. Sirius snarled before sending a bone breaker into the back of Peter's knee, causing the plump man to fall to the floor in pain. You should have realized, Peter, that if Voldemort didn't kill you then we would. No, Harry spoke softly. He's mine. He killed my parents, I decide his fate. Harry stepped forwards and aimed his wand at Peter. Kill him. Venom's voice filled Harry's head. Kill him. Do it, kill him. Harry. No, yelled Hermione. You can't kill him. Hand him off to the proper authorities. They'll punish him. What can they do to make up for what he did? Snarled Harry, his body shaking with rage. Harry, please, this isn't you. Don't kill him, Hermione pleaded. If you do then you'll just end up going to Azkaban. Besides, without him, we can't free Sirius. Hermione reminded him. We need him alive. We need him alive, Harry mentally repeated. Venom, she said we need him alive. Should I kill him? No, killing is wrong, I can't. You already did, remember Quirrell? Venom reminded him. That's different, Harry half-heartedly protested before staring at Pettigrew. I want to kill him. Want to kill him. I want to kill him. Venom, I want to kill him. But, Sirius needs him alive. We need him alive. What do I do, Venom? Harry asked, feeling confused. Venom was silent for a moment, though for Harry it felt like a lifetime. Keep him alive, Venom eventually answered, not entirely happy with it but realizing the benefits of freeing Sirius. Don't worry, we'll get him next time, he added reassuringly, hoping to cheer Harry up. You have no idea how much I want to kill you, Harry glared at Pettigrew. But today is not that day. Harry, this man, Sirius began. I know, Sirius, I know, Harry sighed. But we need him alive, we'll take him to the castle. Bless you, boy, Peter sniveled. Bless you, Don't be too happy, Harry cut him off. I said we'll take you to the castle, after that, the Dementors can have you, Harry told Pettigrew, who barely was able to be shocked before Harry hit him with a body bind, causing Peter's arms to snap to his body while his legs snapped painfully together, causing Peter to scream out in pain when he felt his broken leg slam into his other one. Let's go, Harry said, sounding tired, not noticing the looks that Hermione and Ron were sending him. I'll take Pettigrew out. Sirius, you can help Ron out. Lupin, you should stay here, today's a full moon. The last thing we need is you transforming on us. What about Snape? Hermione spoke up, her voice noticeably more quiet than usual, gesturing to the hole in the wall. What about him? Harry asked in an uncaring voice. Still think we should have left him, Sirius commented, causing Harry to let out an amused snort as they finally made their way out of the Whooping Willow. Harry was levitating Peter while Sirius was helping Ron walk, which was fair given that Sirius was the one that caused his injury. Meanwhile, Hermione was in the back, levitating Snape. Harry and Sirius had both been happy to suggest leaving Snape in the Shrieking Shack with Lupin, but Hermione wasn't in the mood for jokes. Harry was only half joking about it, unlike Sirius. Now, to the school, Harry said after they shut up the entrance. Beautiful, Sirius whispered upon seeing Hogwarts lit up in the night sky. Just like how I remembered it. The view was pretty nice, Harry nodded. I agree, Venom commented. Ow, Ron hissed as they continued walking along. Sorry about the bite, Sirius apologized. I reckon that stings a bit, A bit, Ron repeated with disbelief. You nearly tore my bloody leg off. I was going for the rat, Sirius began explaining. Though, things are a bit different when you're a dog, he added before turning to Harry. You know, James had suggested a few times that I make the change permanent. I thought about it, the tail I could live with, but the fleas, they're murder. He finished, shaking his head while Harry looked undoubtedly amused. Erg, Snape groaned as he started waking up, only for Harry to hit him with a body bind spell which unintentionally caused Hermione to drop him. Harry, she complained. Hermione, you can't just drop teachers like that, Harry scolded her in a fake disappointed voice. Shame on you, he said, causing Sirius to start laughing. Why did you hit him with a body bind? Hermione asked, staring between Harry and Snape. Because he's a flight risk, Harry said defensively. And mostly because I can sense he's unconscious enough for me to get away with it. Fair, snorted Sirius. Anyway, let's get going before the Dementors come along, Harry said, stopping Hermione from arguing more. Reluctantly, the girl kept quiet and levitated Snape again before they started walking towards the castle just as the atmosphere suddenly started to get a lot colder. Dementors. Sirius froze and started staring around frantically as everyone suddenly started feeling horrible. No less than a few seconds later, Harry and the others saw the Dementors coming for them. I got this, Harry said, canceling his spell, causing Peter to land harshly on the floor and let out a pained grunt as he did so. Expecto Patronum, Harry yelled, aiming his wand into the air. A bright, blue and white flash shot out from his wand before his Patronus shot out. The Dementors got closer before Harry's charm collided with them and started sending them back. Harry wasn't sure how many Dementors there were, but it felt like a ridiculous amount. No creepy flying bitches are going to get the better of us, Venom growled. Put in more power. Harry growled before he forced more power into his Patronus shield. His shield pulsed before it expanded massively, forcing the Dementors farther back until they decided that their best option was to flee. Once the Dementors were far enough gone, Harry cancelled his spell, leaving him panting and staring at the others who were, in turn, staring back at him. Hermione and Ron were looking at him with wide eyes along with the now awake Snape and Peter Pettigrew while Sirius was staring at him with awe. Was that prongs? He breathed out. I think it was, Harry laughed lightly. Harry, a voice called. Harry turned around and saw Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall rushing towards them. The two elderly teachers stopped in front of them and stared at all of them with disbelief. What happened? Professor Dumbledore asked, his eyes narrowed. It's a long story, Harry sighed. I remember the last time I was here, Sirius said with a fond smile as he sat in a bed in Hogwarts hospital wing while Harry sat in a chair next to him. A few beds down Ron was in a bed with his leg in a cast with Hermione sitting next to him while Peter was laid unconscious in the bed opposite Sirius. I had a broken arm treated. It had gotten hit by a beater bat when I was playing Quidditch. You were on the house team? Harry asked inquisitively. Oh yeah, Sirius said with a small chuckle. I was a beater, he added with a grin. We were playing against Slytherin and their beater decided to take a swing at me when the referee wasn't looking. I got my own back later during the game and broke his nose. Were you any good? Harry asked after a brief laugh. One of the best, if I do say so myself, though I wasn't really the star player, Sirius smirked. That was your old man. He was one of the best chasers that Gryffindor had ever seen and was one heck of a captain. I'm a seeker, Harry informed him. Haven't lost a game since my first year. First year, blinked Sirius. They let you play in your first year. I'm an exception to a lot of rules. Harry shrugged just before the doors to the hospital wing opened, allowing in Minister Fudge along with a couple of Aurors. Also with them was Snape, who Harry couldn't help but notice was supporting a neck brace. Aurors, seize him, Minister Fudge yelled upon seeing Sirius. The Aurors immediately pulled out their wands and aimed them at Sirius. Ah, Harry said sharply, raising his wand and aiming it at the oars as he stood up and faced them, keeping himself between them and Sirius. "Good evening, gentlemen, I think there might be a misunderstanding here." "It's as I told you, Minister," Snape said, rubbing his neck. "Black has confounded the boy." "Clearly," Minister Fudge said in agreement, staring at Harry with pity. "Look, Sirius is innocent," Harry began. "I know it's hard to believe, but just what kind of spell do you have on him, Black?" one of the Aurors demanded. "I haven't put him under any spell," Sirius growled. "He's right, he hasn't," Harry continued. "He didn't kill anyone, Black's probably got him under the Imperious Curse," the other Auror guessed. Harry growled. He sensed that Venom was getting more than a little annoyed, and truthfully he was also getting more than a little pissed off by their inability to listen to him. "Don't waste time and get him," barked Fudge. Harry took a deep breath before he decided to put an end to this with a little help from Venom. "Enough." Harry's Venom-enhanced voice boomed in the ears of everyone, causing them all to stop dead in their tracks. Harry took in another deep breath before he started speaking in his normal voice. "Now, if you all would open your eyes, please look at Exhibit A." Harry gestured to the unconscious body of Peter Pettigrew. "What?" both the Aurors blurted out. "Gee, that's Peter Pettigrew." Fudge gasped. "Indeed, it is," another voice said just before Professor Dumbledore entered the hospital wing along with Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey. "I find it very curious that he's alive, don't you?" Dumbledore asked in a conversational voice. "However, before we move on to that question, I would like to ask, why did you come straight here without first meeting me? I do believe that I had asked you to come to my office first. When I arrived in Hogwarts, your potions master told me how Black had confounded Harry Potter to attack him and that they were in the hospital wing." Fudge explained. "Did he?" Dumbledore asked, staring at Snape, who looked furious. "How would he know?" Harry snorted, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "He was absent and unconscious through most of it." "Potter, if I am wrong then that means you knowingly attacked a teacher," Snape pointed out, glaring at Harry. "I attacked you because you were about to feed an innocent man to the Dementors," Harry glared right back at him. "There is nothing innocent about him," spat Snape. "High praise coming from a Death Eater parasite." Sirius snapped at him. "Parasite." Venom's voice echoed in Harry's head. "He's talking about Snape, not you," Harry pointed out. "I still don't like that word, but fine," Venom growled. "Sir," Hermione spoke up, addressing Minister Fudge. "Ron and I had heard everything." Pettigrew admitted that he was the one that betrayed Harry's parents and that he was working for you-know-who. "He was the one who killed all those muggles as well," Sirius grunted. "When I confronted him about his betrayal, he shot a spell at a gas line, causing the whole street to blow up. Little Rat cut off his finger and made a break for it." "Why wasn't any of this revealed at your trial?" Fudge demanded to know. "I never got a trial," snarled Sirius. "Old Barty decided to just toss me in and throw away the key." I can't believe that," Fudge said, shaking his head. "Barty Crouch gave everyone a trial, including his own son, for Merlin's sake." "Well, clearly not everyone," Harry said, gesturing between Peter and Sirius. "Think about it, if Sirius didn't get a trial, then how many other people didn't?" "That is indeed a cause for concern," Professor McGonagall spoke up before she turned to Fudge. "And what do you propose to do about this?" Minister," Dumbledore spoke up. "Do you not agree that it's necessary to make sure that the Ministry makes sure that everyone in Azkaban has received a trial?" "But, I understand that it'll be difficult, but I'm sure that the public would be much more happy whilst knowing that their beloved minister is doing his best to right the wrongs of his predecessors." Dumbledore smiled kindly at him with a twinkle in his eyes. Well, you're right." Fudge quickly agreed. "Yes, I should do my best to fix the mistakes of the previous administration." "And make sure that Sirius gets a trial," Harry added. Yes, Fudge nodded his head. "Aurors, take him and Peter to a holding cell where they will await a trial for the crimes that they have been accused of." "Yes, Minister Fudge." The Aurors nodded before making their way toward Sirius and Peter. "Be gentle with Mr. Black," Madame Pomfrey instructed them. "He still needs to recover." And I suppose it shouldn't have to be said, Harry spoke up. But I do think it's best if Sirius doesn't have any contact with any Dementors while he's waiting for his trial. No, he won't. Fudge quickly nodded his head. I promise you, Mr. Potter, he'll be looked after perfectly until his trial. Also, speaking of the Dementors, what happened to the ones around Hogwarts? He asked Dumbledore. Ah, they all tried to attack Mr. Black before a Patronus drove them off, Dumbledore explained. A single Patronus, Fudge blurted out, drove off all of those Dementors. Whose Patronus? Why, it was young Harry's, Dumbledore smiled. Instantly, Fudge and his Aurors all stared at Harry, who gave them a bland smile and a small wave. That's my godson, Sirius said proudly before the Aurors started taking him and Peter away. What of Potter? Snape demanded once Sirius was gone along with the Aurors, Peter and Fudge. He attacked me. He attacked a teacher. A teacher? Who? Harry asked innocently. I demand that he be punished. Snape hissed, already furious that Black was not being thrown to the Dementors, and was now even angrier about the possibility of Harry not being punished. You go right ahead and punish me, Harry replied. The second you do, I'll file a complaint with the Ministry about your lies regarding Sirius. I did not. Your lies that could have resulted in a man's soul being beeped out, Harry cut him off. No less than Black deserves, snarled Snape, not noticing the disturbed looks on Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey's faces. Why don't we feed you to the Dementors, since it seems to me that you have even less purpose being alive than him? Harry hissed. The only thing you do is make life difficult for everyone else. Shut it. Snape pulled out his wand. Bring it, growled Harry before the two aimed their wands at each other. Enough. Dumbledore's magically amplified voice boomed, causing nearly everyone to flinch. Lower your wands, now, he ordered. Snape and Harry continued glaring at each other for a few moments before Snape shot Harry a hate-filled glare and spun around before storming out of the room. Harry growled before lowering his wand. F*******, ing man-child, Harry whispered under his breath. We should kill him, Venom told Harry. Harry, we should kill him. A low growl escaped Harry's lips as he sat alone at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. Ron was eating breakfast in the hospital wing and Madame Pomfrey said she would not allow visitors until later. Hermione had finished her breakfast rather quickly and had all but run out of the hall, giving him some reason about forgetting something in her room. The most significant cause of Harry's irritation was that he did not know about what was happening with the whole Sirius Black situation. Hopefully, the man was currently being trialed and would soon be released, but then again Sirius shouldn't have even been in Azkaban in the first place. If the Ministry could mess things up that bad once, then they could mess things up that bad again. Mr. Potter, a voice said, breaking Harry out of his thoughts. Harry looked up and saw Professor McGonagall holding a note in her hand. Are you okay? She asked. Just thinking, Professor, Harry answered truthfully after swallowing a mouthful of cereal. How may I help you? He asked curiously. Professor McGonagall stared at him for a moment before handing him the note. This note, she began, contains the time and place for your potions classes. Starting today, I would like you to attend and then inform me if you find your new tutor agreeable. If you do, then I can change your timetable for you. Oh, thank you. Harry gave her a slight nod. Are you well, Mr. Potter? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm fine, Professor, he assured her. I'm just feeling a bit tired. It's been a trying couple of days. He added with a small shrug. I see, she frowned. If you do end up feeling unwell, then please do not hesitate to go to Madame Pomfrey. I am well aware of your desire to not stay in the hospital wing longer than necessary, but your health is far more important. Is that understood? His health is perfectly monitored. Thank you very much, Venom snarked. Yes, Professor, Harry nodded, expertly ignoring Venom's comment. Good, I shall leave you be. Remember that you have my class later today and I do hope that you have completed your homework. For you, Harry began just before she started walking away. Always. He grinned at her. Her lips twitched slightly with amusement before she turned and walked away. She loves us, Venom said proudly. Yep, Harry mentally agreed. So, it's supposed to be here. Harry frowned as he entered an empty classroom on the 7th floor. he double-checked his note and confirmed that he was supposed to be there. He looked around the classroom and found all the desks were pushed to the sides of the room with the exception of one which was in the middle. There was a teacher's desk at the end of the classroom with a blackboard next to it. The fact that they were high up where light and air could come through the windows was already an improvement as far as Harry was concerned. One moment, a feminine voice called from behind a door that led to a room that was likely a storage cupboard. A couple of moments later the door opened and Harry's new tutor walked out. She was a very attractive woman who wore a decently expensive set of green wizarding robes. She was roughly in her 30s judging by her face. Long and silky brown hair gently flowed down to slightly past her shoulders, matching her brown eyes. "Hello," she greeted him with a small smile. "It's nice to meet you," she added before gesturing for him to sit in his seat. "Hello, have we met before?" he asked curiously as he moved to his seat. "You look familiar," he added as he sat down. "Well, I've met your parents once or twice, but I don't think we've ever met personally," she explained patiently. "Though, I do owe you a lot of thanks." "You do?" Harry blinked. "Yes, after all, you helped get my cousin a trial," she could help but grin. "Your cousin? Wait, serious?" He blinked. "Yes, my name is Andromeda, formerly of the House of Black," she began explaining. "Though I don't really belong to that house anymore." "How come?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "I was kicked out for marrying a Muggle-born," she said with a small sigh. "Oh right," Harry frowned. "I'm sorry." "Thank you, but it's all right, I've found a new family, I have a loving husband and a lovely daughter. I think you might know her, her name is Nymphadora." "I do." Harry took a moment to think. "I don't know any Nymphadoras." "You don't?" She frowned. "But she's mentioned that you've talked a few times already this year." "Doesn't ring any bells, sorry," Harry said apologetically. "I really must have a word with that girl," she muttered before shaking her head. "Anyway, let's talk about this session before we continue. During this session, you will address me as Mrs. or Professor Tonks, and I think that it will be best if—" "Wait a sec," Harry cut her off. "Did you just say that your last name is Tonks?" "Yes, why?" she asked. "Is your daughter by any chance a pink-haired or—" "Yes, why?" "The creator." Venom gasped inside Harry's head. "Her first name is Nymphadora," Harry uttered, more to himself and Venom. "You learn something new every day, I suppose." "She didn't tell you her first name?" she asked in an exasperated voice. "She didn't," Harry shook his head before pausing. "Though, in one of our talks, she did mention that she was related to Sirius Black, so that's my bad for forgetting that." "Sorry. I really need to talk with that girl," Andromeda huffed. "I have told her over and over again that there is nothing wrong with a name like Nymphadora, it's a perfectly good name." She ranted. "It's better than Harry," Harry grunted in agreement. "Exactly," Andromeda quickly agreed, happy to have somebody join her side. "No offense," she added quickly. "None taken. Anyway, let's get started with the lesson. Now, obviously I don't think I need to teach you the safety basics, do I?" she asked rhetorically. Actually think it would be helpful if you did," Harry suggested, causing Andromeda to look at him like he had just proclaimed that Voldemort himself was taking a whiz in a nearby bathroom on his way here. "Has your previous teacher not taught you basic safety procedures?" she asked in a horrified voice. No, not really," Harry confessed. "He hasn't taught you basic safety in a lesson where you're working with stuff that can blow up." Andromeda all but shrieked with disbelief. "That would be an accurate summary of events, yes," Harry simply nodded. "And your teacher was Severus Snape?" she asked with narrowed eyes. "Yep," Harry confirmed, popping the P. "What a colossal." Andromeda stopped and trailed off when she realized Harry was still in the room. She took a deep breath before she went behind the desk and started writing something. "If I may, what are you doing?" Harry asked. "Writing some notes to send to the school board," Andromeda answered quietly. After a few moments, she left her writing and walked around her desk before stopping in front of Harry. "Okay, for this lesson, I'm going to simply start with going over some basic things that will stop you from getting injured, burnt, etc. Burn prevention." Venom perked up. "Excellent job, Harry," Mrs. Tonks praised him an hour later. After having Harry go through how to stay safe in the classroom, she started him to work on a simple first-year potion known as the Wiggenweld potion, a powerful healing potion that can be used to heal injuries or reverse the effects of a sleeping draft. During the lesson, Harry had not had Venom help him out as he had wanted to try it himself and get a feel for how Andromeda would act if he had made a mistake. At one point Harry did make a mistake that, while fairly minor, would have resulted in Snape vanishing his potion and failing him for the class. Mrs. Tonks decided not to do that and actually explained to him what he had done wrong along with how to prevent it in the future and even an explanation on how to correct it if he had done it again. Now, Mrs. Tonks hummed as she examined the vial that she had poured his potion in. I'll admit that it's not the best potion I've ever seen, but it is fairly impressive, especially given what you've told me about your previous teacher. Oh, thank you, Harry smiled, blushing slightly due to her praise. Now, that's it for this lesson, Andromeda said, giving him a warm smile. I hope you enjoyed it. I did, Harry confirmed as he stood up. And I look forward to having more lessons with you. It's surprisingly nice to learn potions when you don't have a big, greasy bat looming over you. He added with a grin. I imagine so, Andromeda chuckled for a moment before she took on a serious expression. And I will be complaining to Professor Dumbledore about him. If half the things you have told me about him are true, then he has no business teaching a potions class, nor should he be allowed anywhere near someone your age. I wouldn't bother, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. And why not? She asked, raising an eyebrow questioningly. I told Tonks about some of the stuff that Snape had done to me, Harry began. You mean Nymphadora? Andromeda asked, giving him a flat look. Yep, Nymphadora, Harry repeated obediently. She warned me it wouldn't do much good, but I still wanted to go through with it, so she took it to her boss and got Snape arrested, for a little while at least. Dumbledore managed to get him out. Harry scowled. I doubt any complaint that you could make would work well enough to make him get rid of Snape. Well, even if it won't accomplish anything, I will still tell Professor Dumbledore exactly how I feel. Andromeda huffed. Good luck, Harry snorted. Your mother was a few years younger than me, Andromeda told Harry as he escorted her out of the classroom and towards the Hogwarts entrance. Our old potions teacher, Professor Slughorn, immediately took a liking to her. She was undoubtedly his favorite pupil, something that rubbed quite a lot of people the wrong way. How come? Harry asked. Because she was a Muggleborn. He guessed. Mostly, Andromeda nodded. There were plenty of purebloods that thought they deserved recognition because of their names and family history, especially in Slytherin House, but even in the other houses. Yet Professor Slughorn, who was quite a popular and influential man, seemed to favor a first-year, Muggleborn, Gryffindor of all people. Harry couldn't help but smile. He sounds smart. He's a Slytherin, Andromeda grinned. Just because a few loud people give it a bad reputation doesn't change the fact that it's the house of the ambitious and cunning. Obviously a little intelligence is expected. I should introduce you to Malfoy's goons. Harry chuckled. Lucius's spawn. Andromeda sniffed. Let me guess. He hangs around with Crabbe and Goyle's children. That is correct, Harry smirked. You've met their parents. I've met Lucius more times than I would like, Andromeda sighed. He always had Crabbe and Goyle following after him like lost puppies. Hey, did Lucius ever threaten anyone with his father? Harry asked suddenly. How did you know? Andromeda blinked. Because it's Draco's signature line, Harry explained. Look at him the wrong way and he'll tell you all about how his father will hear about this. It got old before the end of my first year. Harry finished with a shrug. Apparently the apple falls right under the tree when it comes to those three idiots. They're human versions of headaches, Harry added just as they turned a corner and nearly bumped into someone. Oh sorry, hey Tonks. Harry blinked upon seeing the pink-haired Auror. Harry, Mum, Tonks blinked. And me, Venom added. What are you doing here together? She couldn't help but ask. I'm Harry's new tutor for potions, Andromeda explained. Really? Tonks asked. Yep, Harry nodded. She's way better than Snape, not that was hard. She has him beat on everything from personality to teaching ability. Also helps that she's far better looking. Harry added while giving Andromeda an exaggerated wink. Calm yourself, heartbreaker, Andromeda said in an amused voice. Unfortunately, for you, I am still married. Drats, foiled. Harry mock pouted. As for you, Andromeda turned to Tonks. Why was young Harry unaware of what your first name was? Oh, Merlin, Tonks groaned. Tell me that you didn't tell him, please. Hi Nymphadora, Harry said in a dry voice as he gave her a single wave. Don't call me that, Tonks glared at him. What's wrong with it? Andromeda rolled her eyes. It's a perfectly nice name. Mother, Tonks now turned her glare to Andromeda. You named your daughter, a young girl with the ability to shapeshift, Nymphadora. Nymph-a-Dora. And then you sent me into a school full of jealous girls and stupid boys that were supposed to prepare me for a world full of jealous women and stupid men with a lot more power and influence. You can't see what's wrong with the name because you're too bloody stubborn about it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a job to do. Tonks sniffed before she walked past the two of them and stormed away. Well, this was lovely, Harry told Andromeda, breaking the awkward silence. I'm going to go and try and talk with Tonks. I'll see you at our next lesson. He added before he turned and walked after Tonks, only slowing long enough to give Andromeda a small wave. A couple of seconds later Harry was able to find Tonks, who was walking down a hallway with red hair and a frustrated look on her face. Harry easily managed to catch up to her and started walking alongside Tonks. Tonks blinked upon seeing Harry and stared at him for several seconds. What? She asked in an irritated voice. I'm sorry I called you the forbidden name, Harry said simply. Your mother had told me about it and I didn't know that it was that big of a deal for you, so once again, I'm sorry. He was pleased to see that his words at least had some effect on Tonks as her look softened and her hair slowly began changing back to her usual pink. I'm not angry with you, Harry, Tonks sighed. Just annoyed with my mum. I've told her time and time again that I hate my name, but she insists on calling me it. For what it's worth, I like your name, Harry told her honestly. It's pretty and unique, he added with a shrug. Thanks, I suppose, but that doesn't mean I like it. What about a compromise? Harry suggested. Why don't you call yourself a shortened version of your name, like Nym or Dora? My dad already called me Dora, Tonks told him. So, should I call you Nym, then? Harry asked. I'll think about it, she gave him a soft smile. But, Tonks, for now, if you don't mind. Not at all, Harry smiled. Anyway, I think that. Or Tonks. The two stopped and turned around to find one of the castle's patrolling oars running up towards them. Come with me, quickly, he ordered. There's a mess with Black at the ministry that needs to be dealt with. Boss wants all oars back there, now. What happened? Tonks frowned. Somehow Black got killed, he answered, shocking both Harry and Tonks to their cores. We have to go, now. Harry, Tonks turned to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, I don't have time now, but I promise I'll be back, okay? She gave him a small squeeze before she turned and followed after the oar. Sirius is dead. Harry whispered, words echoed across the silent hallway. Sirius is dead. He was our way out of the Dursleys, and our godfather. Venom growled. He loved me, Harry thought to himself as he fought against the tears that threatened to spill out his eyes. He was family. He loved Mum. He loved Dad. He loved us. He shouldn't have been in Azkaban and now he's dead. I barely knew him. Someone needs to pay. Venom roared. We'll find them and I'll eat their heads. Wait, Harry said suddenly, wiping his tears. I have an idea. Hermione let out a small groan as she stretched out her body after standing up. She realized that she was still in the hospital wing and had likely fallen asleep while looking after Ronald, who was still asleep. Not that that surprised Hermione. She knew that the boy was well capable of sleeping through the castle collapsing if he wasn't shaken awake. Hermione stood up and stretched her back a little since the chair she had fallen asleep in wasn't that comfortable. Whilst stretching, she quickly realized something. Her hands quickly snapped up to reach around her neck. She quickly paled with horror. Her eyes widened so much that they looked like they were about to pop out of her skull. She let out a short and sharp breath before she fell backwards into her chair as if she had been punched in the gut. Her whole body shook with panic. She checked once more and gulped when she had confirmed to herself that her time turner was missing. "Where are you taking me?" Sirius asked when the two oars that were assigned to escort him started taking him in a direction that wasn't heading towards the ministry cells. At the moment Sirius's hands were handcuffed behind his back in the standard magical handcuffs used by the DMLE. "Do you two speak?" he asked in an irritated voice. The guards had not said a word to him since they had started dragging him to who knows where. "Quiet, Black," one of the oars grunted. "It's Sirius, actually," Sirius told them just before they pulled him into a nearby room. As soon as Sirius entered the room he found it to be nearly completely empty besides the single chair at one end of the room. Sitting in the chair was a man that Sirius rather easily recognized. He was a couple of years older than Sirius, his hair was well kept and combed, his face clean shaven and as ugly as Sirius remembered it to be. There was also the scar that ran down the left side of the man's face. Sirius's lips curved up slightly since he remembered that he was the one that had given him that scar during the last war. "Hello, Not," Sirius greeted, sounding less than pleased to see him. "Long time no see." "Not long enough," Not glared at him. "I must admit, I was surprised to hear that you had escaped Azkaban, quite impressive. Especially for the black sheep of the Black family." "I'm no sheep, I'm a proud lion," Sirius smirked. "I think the only sheep here would be the one who bowed his head and followed a madman's words. He would have rid the world of mudbloods and kept us purebloods in our rightful places," Not growled. "Would have kept imbeciles like you from ruining our world. The only problems I see in this world are people like you." Sirius hissed. "I saw you during the war. You were never under the Imperious curse and we both know it. Nobody was controlling you." "True," Not chuckled as he stood up, pulling out his wand. "But here's the thing, with the right amount of money, nobody cares. They still don't. There's no proof of your claims and even if there were, you were too busy hiding away from the Dementors to tell anyone about it. You see, Black, I still owe you for this." Not gestured to his scar. "And quite frankly, I can't risk you being out and about. Boys." He clicked his fingers and the two oars aimed their wands at Sirius. "Great," Sirius said in a disgusted voice. "You two should be proud of yourselves." "Quiet, Black," one of the oars growled, the tip of his wand glowing green. He was about to say more but was cut off when Venom hopped down from the ceiling and smashed his fists into the oars' heads, sending them both down to the ground. "What the F***?" Sirius and Not both blurted out upon seeing Venom. He was currently in his smaller form with just his spider logo and a pair of white eyes on his head. "Hello," Venom's deep voice echoed across the room as he moved forwards on all fours. Sirius quickly stepped back and Venom moved past him and towards Not. "We would advise you to give up, that is if you know what's good for you." "What the hell are you? You freak." Not aimed his wand at him. We are Venom," Venom said proudly as he stood up on his legs. "You're dead," Not hissed. "Avada Kedavra." His killing curse shot towards Venom who leapt out of the way before he rushed towards Not. Not was barely able to blink before Venom reached him. Venom's face changed and suddenly a big mouth with a large row of teeth appeared, a few inches from Not's face. "No," Not yelled just before Venom's head lunged forwards. "Oh shit," Sirius blurted out upon seeing Venom eat Not's head. "Holy shit." Nutritious." Venom gave Sirius a toothy grin before his mouth changed back to black goo. "You're welcome," he told Sirius before turning invisible. Sirius blinked and started looking around the room. He saw Not's headless body before he stared at the two oars. He was pretty sure that the two of them were dead, at least that was what he was guessing based on the dents on their heads. It was about a minute later before Sirius was able to put his thoughts into words. "What the F***? What the hell was that?" Harry yelled once he was alone with Venom in the Chamber of Secrets, having snuck in through the entrance from the Forbidden Forest. "You just killed the three of them," he growled as he started pacing up and down while Venom's head was in front of him thanks to a black tentacle that had grown out of Harry's back. "We had no choice, Harry," Venom told him, sounding very calm and patient. "What the hell do you mean?" Harry growled, glaring at Venom. "We could have knocked them all out." "No, we couldn't have," Venom snorted. "There were there of them and only one Sirius. If the three were left alive they would still be able to go after Sirius. They could have told everyone that Sirius had attacked them. And they wouldn't have gone to jail anyway. Venom added, causing Harry to stop pacing and stare at him. Yes, they would have, he said in a confused voice. No, they wouldn't, you remember what they said? Venom asked. If they got caught then Nott would have just brought his way out of a sentence. Power is important, Harry, and in this world, it's the rich with power. If he got out then he would have gone for Sirius again, and if Sirius is gone then we get sent back to the Dursleys. You don't want that, do you? Venom asked innocently, leaning his head forward so he was right in Harry's face. As Harry stared into Venom's white eyes, he couldn't help but think about his words. Truthfully, Harry wasn't happy about Venom killing anyone, but he did understand why he did it. Those Aurors were corrupt, who could tell how many people they had screwed over and killed? Did he really want them alive and ruining the lives of the people they're supposed to protect? As for Nott, Venom was right, he was just another rich asshole like Lucius Malfoy. Both of them undoubtedly should be in prison, yet they get to go home every night to their expensive mansions. Fine, Harry said after a few moments. You're right, I don't like it, but I get it. Still, I would like it if we both agree in the future before we kill anyone. Deal, though I do hope that we get to eat more people, Venom grinned. Are you okay, Harry? Harry looked up from his breakfast and saw Oliver Wood, his Quidditch captain, staring at him. If he was being honest then Harry would have said that he was less than okay for a variety of reasons, the first of which was the fact that he had no idea what was happening with the whole Sirius situation. Part of Harry was wondering if he or Venom would get caught for what they did in the Ministry, though he found that to be unlikely given that they were in and out pretty quickly. Truth be told, he was mostly worried about what would happen with Sirius. Another reason for Harry's bad mood was because of Hermione. Whenever Harry had gone to see Ron in the hospital wing he would find Ron to be okay but in a bit of a bad mood, understandable given that he was bedridden and in pain. But Hermione, for some reason, was treating him like he was a complete stranger and would barely talk to him. More often than not she would find one reason or the other to leave the room when he entered, which was quite irritating. Harry, Oliver spoke again, snapping Harry out of his thoughts. You okay? He asked again. Yeah, I'm fine, Harry said quickly. Sorry, Oliver, I'm just tired. If you're sure, just wanted to let you know that I've booked the pitch for tomorrow morning, Oliver grinned at him. I want you to be there bright and early. Our usual training time? Harry asked, biting back a sigh. He still didn't understand why Oliver thought it was necessary to be there at 5 in the morning. No, Oliver said, his tone dropping slightly as he looked miserable for some reason. The girls said they weren't going to keep coming if we kept waking up so early. Harry paused and looked down the end of the Gryffindor table where he saw the 3 Gryffindor chasers sitting together. Yo girls, Harry called out to them. Love you, he said appreciatively. The girls stared at him and then at Oliver. It didn't take them long to piece together what had happened. You're welcome, the 3 said at the same time whilst smiling at him, causing Oliver to huff before he walked away whilst muttering about lazy teammates. Harry had barely let out a chuckle when a letter dropped in front of him. He looked up and saw an owl flying away. Harry frowned before he took the letter and opened it. Once it was open he found out that it was a letter from Tonks. The letter basically stated that Sirius was safe and alive and that she would let him know once she had more information. All in all, I'd say we did pretty good, Venom told Harry. Yeah, Harry smiled. Yeah, we did very good. Excellent work, Harry, Andromeda praised him as he finished his latest potion. Thank you, Mrs. Tonks, Harry smiled as she started bottling his potion. It is well deserved, she told him. You're doing especially well given your lack of proper instruction in this subject. You had that talk with Dumbledore yet? Harry couldn't help but ask. What? Oh yes, she huffed as she waved her wand to clean up the workstation. That man, honestly, is so stubborn that sometimes I wonder if he was secretly born from my family. I told him about everything you told me about Snape. I bet he insisted you call him Professor Snape, Harry snorted. He did, Andromeda rolled her eyes. I had also talked with my daughter earlier and mentioned her complaints as well. All I got was a few platitudes and him telling me that he trusts Snape and has no time to waste listening to baseless rumors. Not even surprised, Harry said with a small shake of his head. I really think that unless Snape kills somebody in front of him, Dumbledore won't do anything about him. I fear that you're right, Andromeda sighed. It's just a shame that so many others have to suffer because of one old man's refusal to see reality. Yeah, Harry couldn't help but agree. Anyway, it's not my problem anymore. I'm glad that I have you as my tutor, you're awesome. Thank you, she said, blushing slightly. Now, since we're done, I think that you can go and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, I'll see you at our next lesson. Harry gathered his things and gave her a small nod before he headed out the door. He was only a few steps outside the room when he spotted Professor McGonagall walking towards him. Ah, Mr. Potter, she said upon reaching him. I just wanted to let you know that the headmaster has received word from the ministry regarding Mr. Black's trial. It has been speeded up and will be happening in 2 days. 2 days, Professor? Harry asked. Yes, apparently there was an attempt on Mr. Black's life, Professor McGonagall told him. He is unharmed, she added quickly. But it has been decided to speed up his trial so the chances of this happening again are reduced. There will be a short investigation into this incident before Mr. Black is taken to court. Now, you and Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger will be allowed to leave the school at 8 along with Professor Lupin. I will also be attending this meeting. Expect to see the headmaster there as well. I don't want you to worry, all you'll have to do is be honest and tell them what happened. Is that understood, Mr. Potter? Perfectly, Harry quickly nodded. Good, Professor McGonagall gave him a small smile. I understand that this has been a rather trying time for you, but it is nearly over, Mr. Potter. Now, if you have any concerns then I want you to come and speak to me, my door is always open for you. Got it, thank you, Professor. Harry smiled at her before he started walking away, waiting until he was far enough away before he dropped the smile. Nearly over, Harry mentally repeated. I doubt it. If it's not one thing here then it's another. I doubt it'll ever be over. Who can say for sure? Venom asked. Either way, we'll be able to deal with it, Venom said confidently. What makes you say that? Harry wondered. We have each other, Venom answered. That's all we need. Besides, this relationship of ours is even better than I anticipated it would be. What is that supposed to mean? Harry asked. I don't know if it's your magic, but I can feel us getting stronger, Venom said happily enough that Harry couldn't help but imagine Venom's grin. This is taking too long, Venom said impatiently as Harry finished up his breakfast. It's not like there's much I can do about it, Harry mentally replied before sipping down the last of his juice. The pair had been waiting for the last half hour for Professor McGonagall to come and collect them so they could go to Sirius's trial, but as of yet, the Transfiguration Professor hadn't yet arrived, meaning that Harry had simply eaten some more food to pass the time. One irritating thing that Harry had to deal with was the fact that it had gotten out that Sirius Black was having a trial and that Harry was somehow involved. Most people didn't really know what had happened, which was why most of them assumed that Sirius had tried to kill Harry, meaning that Harry had to put up with people staring at him more than usual. Let's go and find her, Venom suggested. Might as well, Harry agreed, not wanting to eat more. He got up and had only taken a few steps from the Gryffindor table when he found his way blocked by Malfoy and his ever-following friends, Crabbe and Goyle. So, Potter, drawled Malfoy. A bit nervous, are you? I mean, standing in front of the whole Wizengamot in a room with Sirius Black. I imagine that that's quite frightening for you. Do you truly have nothing better to do in the morning than come and bother me? Harry asked in an unimpressed voice. Oh sorry. I didn't mean to be a bother, Draco said in a mocking voice. Tell me, Potter, are you scared that Black might go and finish the job? Let me ask you something, Draco, Harry began. I once heard that a wise man starts his morning in the company of good men so that he may learn from them and improve himself. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, Draco nodded, looking confused. What does that have to do with anything? It's just that I have a different opinion, Harry said before he gave Draco a long stare. In my case, I like to start my morning chatting with a total dickhead to remind me that I'm the best. Harry looked at Draco like he was a particularly bothersome bug before he walked past him and his friends. He had barely gotten out of the hall when he saw Professor McGonagall approaching. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Potter," she said as she walked up to him. "Forgive me, I would have been here sooner but I was delayed since I had to help fix the Weasley twins' latest mess." "Ah," Harry nodded in understanding. What was it this time? Exploding toilet seats, startled wallpaper, angry doors. Professor McGonagall huffed. The door to Professor Snape's classroom would start yelling some rather unflattering words every single time it was opened. I believe that at one point it referred to Professor Snape as an ungodly poster for stranger danger. She finished. Harry barely suppressed a snort and gave her a look that quite clearly asked if she was trying to make him laugh. Harry sat in the stands, nervously waiting for Sirius's trial to reach its conclusion. Having never had any experience in a courtroom, Harry wasn't sure if this was a very long trial, but it certainly felt like it. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, had personally chosen to oversee this trial, most likely simply for the publicity that came with it, but Harry didn't much care as long as Fudge didn't actively go out of his way to hinder the trial. Several witnesses, including Sirius along with Harry and his friends, had testified about what they knew, though Harry did have to alter his testimony slightly to hide some things like the fact that he had a powerful alien living rent-free in his head. Thankfully, Venom had helped him keep track of what he had said so he didn't make any mistakes. The best witness of the bunch was Peter Pettigrew. The very fact that he was alive punched a big hole in the theory of Sirius being a mass murderer that had killed him. Not to mention the fact that Pettigrew was declared legally dead meant that he didn't have the same rights as a living man and truth serum was allowed to be used without his permission. Peter had ended up singing like a canary and had confessed his every crime in front of the whole courtroom. At that point, Harry couldn't have seen any possible way for Sirius to not be declared innocent, but that didn't mean he expected the case to be a done deal. Until he heard the words coming out of Fudge's mouth, Sirius wasn't free. "Mr. Black," Fudge said, doing his best to sound powerful and important, looking down at Sirius who was tied with chains in a chair in the center of the courtroom. "This courtroom has reached a conclusion, on the charges of betraying the Potters, terrorism, mass murder, dark magic and aiding the Dark Lord we refer to as he who must not be named. You are innocent," Fudge announced. Sirius stared at him with shock on his face, unable to believe his good luck. "Yes," Harry cheered loudly, his voice heard amongst all the loud noise coming from the rest of the crowd. "You will receive compensation for those unfortunate years you have wrongfully spent in Azkaban," Fudge continued after the crowd's noise had died down long enough for him to be heard. "You will not be charged with escaping Azkaban since you technically should not have been there in the first place. The trial has also revealed that you are an illegal animagus. Usually, that would result in a fine and a few years at Azkaban. But in this case, I think that since you've spent far longer in Azkaban than you should have if you were charged with that crime, that we will allow this to go unpunished providing you register yourself within the next month. I believe that this is all. This court is adjourned." He finished by banging his hammer on his gavel. Harry grinned before quickly jumping the stands and running up to Sirius as soon as he had been released from his chains. The two quickly pulled each other into a big hug in front of the courtroom, ignoring the camera flashes and gossiping crowds around them. "I'm free," Sirius whispered into Harry's neck, tears dripping down his eyes. "I'm free. Someone looks happy," Andromeda noted after the end of another potions lesson. "I might be," Harry grinned at her. "But I don't think I'm the only one. I saw you smiling for most of the lesson. My favorite cousin just got declared innocent. Yeah, I'm happy," Andromeda easily admitted. "In fact, I'm going to go and visit him in St. Mungo's after I leave here," she added with a smile. "Do you want me to pass on a message?" she asked. Harry adopted a thoughtful look as he thought about if there was anything he wanted to tell Sirius. He hadn't seen the man since the trial yesterday. After the trial had finished, Sirius had been shipped straight to the Wizarding Hospital, which was fairly understandable given that he had spent more than a healthy amount of time in Azkaban and on the run. "Perhaps you could tell him to make sure he takes a bath," Harry suggested with a small smile. "He didn't really smell great last time we met." "I can imagine," Andromeda chuckled. "Though to be fair, he never did smell great. When he was your age he would just absolutely coat himself in beauty products and they left quite a big impression on a person's sense of smell. Can't be worse than Malfoy, Harry shrugged. Honestly, with all of the products he puts into his hair, I expect him to be hairless by the time he's 30. He added just as the door opened and Tonks entered the room. Watch her, Harry. Hi Mum, she greeted the two of them. Hello sweetie, Andromeda greeted her. Hi Tonks, Harry said with a small wave. Tonks see. Venom cheered in Harry's head. Not that I don't feel honored to be in your presence, but what are you doing here? Harry asked curiously. Did you hear that, Mum? Tonks asked Andromeda in an amused voice. The boy who lived as honored to be in my presence, shame I don't get that sort of respect at home, Maybe you would get it if I didn't have to magically repair everything you bump into, Andromeda said in a thoughtful voice. Who can say for sure? Whatever. Tonks rolled her eyes before she turned her attention back to Harry so she could answer his question. I'm here because my shift has finished, so Mum and I are going to go and see Sirius. You want me to pass a message to him? Your mother already asked that question, but the offer is appreciated, Harry replied as he packed his stuff away. Anyway, I'll leave you two lovely ladies alone, see you later. He gave them a small wave before he walked out of the room and headed back to the Gryffindor common room. After several minutes of peaceful and uninterrupted walking, he managed to enter the common room, which at this point was fairly empty with the exception of Ron and Hermione, who were moving about all over the place, clearly looking for something judging by the way they were looking around, moving everything and then moving it back. What's going on, guys? Harry asked the two, causing them to stop their search and look at him. Harry, Hermione spoke up. For a few moments she looked hesitant before she overcame whatever was stopping from her speaking. Ron and I are looking for something. I can see that, Harry said in a dry voice. What is it that you're looking for? He asked, despite having a fairly good idea. My necklace, Hermione answered, looking quite worried. It's gold and it has a little sand clock in it, I can't find it anywhere. It's really important, she told him before looking around and continuing to search. I feel like we should give it back to her, Harry told Venom. I don't, Venom replied, sounding as honest as ever. I just feel bad, Harry admitted. I understand that, but let's be honest, we're going to use it in a far better way than she would, Venom argued. She had the power to control time and used it to attend extra lessons, we'd use it to do superhero stuff and important shit. Think about it, with our track record, who knows when we'll need it again. Fair point, Harry mentally sighed. I might as well at least try and help them out. Have you tried summoning it? Harry asked Hermione. We couldn't find anybody who knows the summoning spell, Ron grunted whilst looking under a chair. Just have to wait for them to come back. Let me try, Harry said, pulling out his wand. You know the summoning spell? Hermione couldn't help but ask. Yep, Harry nodded. Accio. He said the incantation whilst performing the correct wand movement, but made sure to not actually put any magic into it. He waited for several seconds. I don't think it's in the common room, he said to Hermione. I think it's far more likely that you just didn't do the spell right, Hermione argued before going back to searching, missing the offended look on Harry's face. Harry opened his mouth to speak when Colin Creevey walked into the room. Harry, the boy said excitedly. Professor Dumbledore wants to talk to you in his office. About what? Harry frowned. I don't know, the boy said, still smiling as if he was permanently happy. Right, thanks Colin, give me a sec. Harry grunted as he walked up into his dorm room so he could put his stuff away. What do you think he wants? Not a clue, Venom answered. Maybe he found something important he wants to share with us, either way, I'll be on guard. You wanted to see me, Professor? Harry asked as he sat opposite Dumbledore in the old man's office. Indeed, I did, Dumbledore confirmed with a small nod of his head. Firstly, I'd like to ask how your lessons with Mrs. Tonk have been going. She's been brilliant, Harry said with a small smile. She explains the subject really well, she makes sure I know the theory and she also does a great job in helping me out with the practical portion. Ah, so it's safe to say that you're enjoying her lessons? Dumbledore asked thoughtfully whilst stroking his long beard. Yeah, Harry nodded before he narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. "It's amazing what one can do with a competent and professional teacher," he said, unable to resist the temptation to throw a verbal jab to Headmaster about his pet potions master. Dumbledore hummed, acting as if he had no idea that Harry was referring to Snape. "And how are Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley doing? I can imagine that the incident with Mr. Black and Mr. Pettigrew had left quite an impression." "To be honest, we haven't really talked much since it happened," Harry responded, wondering when Dumbledore would get to the real reason why this meeting was taking place. Well, I would advise making some time for them. A good pair of friends are as valuable as any Gringotts vault." Dumbledore smiled. "I don't think we should tell the goblins that," Harry said, half joking. "No, I suppose not," Dumbledore chuckled. "Sir, I am sorry if I seem a bit blunt, but why exactly am I here?" Harry asked. He watched as the smile on Dumbledore's face vanished near instantly, as if taken away by magic. "I am sorry to say, Harry, but this is going to be a hard conversation, for both of us," Dumbledore said with a heavy sigh. "I understand that since Sirius is free, you plan to go and live with him." "That is my plan, yes," Harry said quickly and dryly, staring at Dumbledore with narrowed eyes. "I am afraid that that is not possible, Harry," Dumbledore said apologetically. "Sirius, though innocent, has spent a large period of time in Azkaban. Even with his secret animagus form, it is doubtful that he's in a sound enough state of mind to look after a child." "Then I'll look after him and help him out," Harry said simply. "Harry, the adults are the ones that are supposed to do the helping," Dumbledore replied. "The majority of my life says differently," Harry muttered, not caring if Dumbledore heard it or not. "If I can't stay with Sirius, then I'll just spend my summers in Diagon Alley and visit him occasionally," he decided. "Harry, why not stay with your family?" Dumbledore asked, sounding curious. "What family?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "The Dursleys," Dumbledore answered, sounding like he wasn't sure why such obvious knowledge should have to be voiced out loud. "They are not my family. My desire to be away from them is, as you put it earlier, as valuable as any Gringotts vault." "Nice one," Venom complimented him. "Thanks, Harry. I understand that your relationship with them is not the best, but I really do think that all you need to do is put in a bit of effort into mending bridges," Dumbledore began. He either didn't notice or didn't care for the instant rage that appeared on Harry's face. "Now, I understand that this is hard for you, but you must return to the Dursleys for the summer. I think that he still wants me to go to the damn Dursleys," Harry mentally hissed, feeling royally pissed off. This guy," Venom said bluntly. "Remember one thing, Harry, we do whatever we want." "What are you doing, Harry?" Ron asked, the trio sitting in the common room. Ron was munching on a chocolate frog as Hermione began reading through Ron's homework while Harry was writing something on a piece of parchment. "I'm writing a letter to my relatives," Harry revealed. "You don't usually write to them," Hermione frowned as she looked up from Ron's homework. "Well, usually they pick me up from the station, but I wanted to try something different this year," Harry confessed. "What are you telling them?" Ron asked with half of a chocolate frog moving in his mouth. "Honestly, Ronald, swallow your food," Hermione sighed. "I basically told them, get bent, you judgmental pricks, don't bother picking me up. You're failures in every conceivable metric, don't bother picking me up since I don't plan to see you assholes ever again. At least until you die, then I'm going to laugh during your funerals." Harry answered, reading his letter out loud. He looked up at the shocked expressions on the faces of his friends. "What do you guys think? Too subtle?" he asked. "Needs more swear words," Venom answered. "Harry, I know you don't like your family, but is it really necessary to talk to them like that?" Hermione asked, being the first to regain her ability to speak. "Well, it's a lot like a toilet really," Harry replied with a thoughtful expression. "I could just find a hole and magic away my waist, but I'd prefer to use a toilet. I could speak to them nicely, but I'd much prefer to openly express my opinions of them." "But if they don't pick you up, then what are you going to do during the holidays?" Ron asked. "Simple. I'm going to head to Diagon Alley and stay there for a while until Sirius is allowed to look after me," Harry shrugged. And if he isn't able to look after me before I go back to school, then it won't really matter since I'll only be staying there a few weeks. I could work in the bookstore again, he added in a thoughtful voice. Harry, you can't stay on your own for all those weeks, Hermione protested. Why not? Harry asked. Diagon Alley is perfectly safe, it's familiar, I know how to get in and out of there. I know the people there, I can get a job to keep me busy as well, and I don't have to deal with the stinking Dursleys as an added bonus. Mum would throw a fit if I tried staying there on my own, Ron said. Somehow I don't think my mother is going to be doing much complaining, Harry said, placing his parchment into an envelope. Harry, I really don't think that this is a good idea, Hermione spoke up. You're not old enough to stay out there on your own. I was old enough to fight the most feared Dark Lord of all time, and I was old enough to kill a basilisk and fight off Dementors. I think I can handle lasting a few weeks in a shopping area without dying. Harry rolled his eyes before turning and walking out of the common room. He kept walking until eventually he reached the Ollery. He entered and walked in. Hi Hedwig, he greeted his snowy owl before she leapt off her perch and flew towards him, landing on his outstretched arm. How's my favorite girl doing? He asked, stroking her back. Hedwig let out a small hoot as a black tentacle shot out from Harry's back and closed the door behind him. The tip of the tentacle shifted into Venom's head and moved towards Hedwig. Hello Hedwig, Venom greeted her, rubbing his head against hers. Hedwig gave Venom an affectionate hoot before she looked questioningly at the letter in Harry's hand. It's a letter for the Dursleys, Harry explained. Hedwig gave him a questioning look. Yeah, I know, us too, but this is me basically telling them to get lost. He added. We're not going back there anymore. Venom grinned while Harry started tying the letter to Hedwig's leg. Drop off this letter, steal some of their food for yourself and come straight back, Harry told her. Hedwig nodded to show her understanding before she flapped her wings and took off, flying out of the Ollery. Don't forget to poop in their food, Venom yelled after her. That is excellent work, Harry, that is absolutely marvelous. Andromeda praised him in their latest potions class as she looked at the navy blue potion he had produced for her. Thank you, Harry said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her praise. I did my best. And your best looks good enough to be used at St. Mungo's Hospital, she told him with a bright smile on her face. You've improved so much this year, you should be extremely proud of yourself. Thanks, Harry smiled. Will you be teaching me again next year? He asked hopefully. Of course, as long as you still want me to, Andromeda replied as she placed his potion into 2 vials that she put into her bag. I think I'll give the rest of this to Madame Pomfrey, she added. She could do with having more of it in the hospital wing. So, are you looking forward to your holidays? She asked. Yeah, I'm going to spend it in Diagon Alley, he revealed. Oh, why? She asked. My family and I don't get along, he said simply. It's better for all of us this way. Where will you be staying? She frowned. The Leaky Cauldron, Harry answered. I stayed there last summer, and I was able to get a job at the bookstore to keep me busy. I'm hoping to basically do the same thing this summer. Well, Andromeda paused, a thoughtful look on her face. Maybe you don't have to. You could stay at my house this summer if you want. She offered. Mrs. Tonks, I don't want to impose an nonsense, she said, waving him off. It would be an absolute pleasure to have you. Not to mention, I think that my dear Nymphadora would enjoy having your company for the holidays. She added, hoping to sweeten the offer. I'll think about it, Harry coughed as he stood up. That's good, let me know if you want to come. If you decide to come during your holidays, then send me a letter and I'll come and fetch you. She smiled at him. Okay, thank you. Harry nodded to her before he turned and walked out of the door. I think we should take her offer, Venom spoke up. Why should we? Harry asked. Why not? Venom countered. That's a fair point, Harry admitted. But I'm not sure. Why not? We can spend the holiday with Tonks. Isn't that going to be a bit awkward? Harry asked. Nah, we can win her over her, Venom stated confidently. And that is the end of today's lesson, Professor McGonagall said, sitting behind her desk. The students all stood up and began packing their things away so they could leave. "Mr. Potter, stay behind please," she told him. "What does she want with me?" Harry wondered, directing his mental question to Venom. "Maybe she wants to give you an award," Venom said optimistically. "Yes, Professor," Harry asked after all the students had left, walking to Professor McGonagall's desk and stopping it in front of it. "Have I done something wrong?" he asked. "Have you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Depends on who you ask, I suppose," Harry said with a small smile. "But I was referring to my behavior during this lesson. Your behavior was perfectly fine and your work was far above adequate. I'm quite happy with the improvements you've made this year, and I am hoping to see more of it for next year," she responded. "But that is not what I wish to talk to you about." "The headmaster wishes to talk to you," she said as she stood up. "Follow me, Mr. Potter," she told him before walking past her desk and out of the classroom with Harry quickly following behind her. Professor," Harry spoke up. "Did the headmaster mention why he wanted to speak to me?" he asked. "He did not," she answered. "Though he did mention it being related to whatever you both had discussed the last time you talked," she added. "Right," Harry said quietly, not saying another word until they reached the statue that led to Dumbledore's office. "So, what's the password this time?" "Hubba bubba," Professor McGonagall said, looking as if it pained her to say that password out loud. "It's apparently a variation of Muggle chewing gum," she told Harry as the statue started moving out of the way to reveal a staircase. "I'm familiar with it," Harry told her before he walked up the stairs, not remotely surprised that Professor McGonagall didn't follow him up. "Come in," Dumbledore's voice called out before Harry could even raise his hand to knock on the door. "Show off," Venom said, causing Harry to have to suppress a snort as he opened the door and walked in. Dumbledore was sat behind his desk as expected. Harry walked over and stopped in front of him. "You wanted to see me, Professor?" Harry asked. "Yes, do sit down, Harry," Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. Harry gave him a small nod and sat down. "Harry, do you recall our last conversation?" he asked. "You mean the one where you basically told me to stay at the Dursleys for the summer?" Harry asked rhetorically. "That very one, yes," Dumbledore nodded. "I thought that would be the end of it, but it has come to my notice that you are intending to continue with your plan to stay in Diagon Alley," he said, looking disappointed in Harry. Harry's eyes narrowed at Dumbledore. It didn't take long for Harry to work out what had happened. "Hermione told you, didn't she?" Harry scowled. "Now, Harry, please do not be angry with Miss Granger, she is acting out of concern for you," Dumbledore told him. "And I share her concerns. Diagon Alley is hardly a safe place for you to stay for the summer." "As opposed to what?" "Here," Harry snorted. "Where Draco Malfoy regularly tried to curse me in the back, trolls break in, teachers try to obliviate and kill me and I have to fight basilisks and dementors." "Those are unfortunate circumstances," Dumbledore said, shifting slightly in his seat. "But the fact remains is that with those exceptions, Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain. And if we may stick to the topic at hand, if you stay in Diagon Alley you will be defenseless." "I can take care of myself," Harry replied. "I always have done and I always will do. I'm aware of your accomplishments, Harry, but it doesn't change the fact that you are still quite young. There are many things in this world that you don't know, and it is not safe for you to stay there on your own." "Fine," Harry said through gritted teeth. "I know someone who is willing to let me stay at her house for the summer, I'll stay there then." And who might this be?" Dumbledore asked, raising one of his bushy eyebrows. "Why would you like to know, Professor?" Harry asked, making his voice sound curious. "I am merely concerned with your safety, Harry," Dumbledore answered easily. "What about the other students? I doubt that you go around checking where they spend the summer." "That is true," Dumbledore nodded, not even bothering to deny it. "But you are no ordinary student, are you, Harry? There are many forces in this world that want you gone, and I am doing my best to keep you safe." "So how am I safer in the Dursleys' house?" Harry growled. "That's a Muggle family in the Muggle world. At least in Diagon I could have other witches and wizards around me that could contact the Aurors and I could have access to the Flow network." "Harry," Dumbledore sighed deeply. There are wards placed in the Dursleys' house, special ones. When your mother, Lily, sacrificed herself for you, she protected you. That was why Voldemort could not touch you when you confronted him in your first year. I was able to tap into those protections to create wards. The wards require you to stay with a blood relative of your mother's for them to be recharged. And seeing that the only one you have available to you is your aunt, you must stay with her. You need to stay with her at least for a few weeks every summer to keep the ward active and up. If you don't, it could break. So long as this ward is up, Voldemort cannot truly harm you. He finished, staring intently at Harry. That explains a lot, Harry said thoughtfully. That's why you always want me to go and stay there. Yes, Dumbledore said, looking somewhat relieved that Harry appeared to understand him. It's why I must insist that you change your decision and stay at the Dursleys' home for at least a few weeks. No, Harry interrupted him. I beg your pardon, Dumbledore asked, looking confused. I appreciate your concern, Headmaster, but at the end of the day, this is my life and I plan to live it as I see fit. Harry told him, I'm not staying with the Dursleys again, and that's final. But Harry, you are. You are not my guardian, Professor, Harry cut him off. You have no authority over me outside of school, and I will stay where I want. He said, standing up. But you'll be in danger, Voldemort is still out there and when he comes for me, I'll be waiting, Harry smirked. We will be waiting, Venom corrected him, his voice filled with anticipation, and Harry could very easily picture Venom's wide, toothy grin. Goodbye, Professor. Harry nodded to him before turning and walking away, ignoring Dumbledore calling after him. We should probably go and let Andromeda know that we're accepting her offer, Harry told Venom, thinking about how staying at Andromeda's house could reduce a lot of arguments against him not going to the Dursleys. Maybe we should do something about the Dursleys, Venom suggested, causing Harry to stop in his tracks as soon as he had got down the bottom of the stairs. I'm listening. Right, Harry said, sitting up in his bed that night after making sure that his dorm mates were sleeping. He took the time turner out and remembered the plan that he and Venom had come up with. He took it and turned it 3 times, closing his eyes as he did so. He opened them a few seconds later and looked around. The room that had been a few seconds ago dark, was now filled with sunlight. Tempus, he said, checking out the time using his wand. Great, he grinned. Right now there's another me in class with Professor McGonagall. Let's get moving then, Venom suggested. Wait, Harry replied, I need you to promise me something. What? I don't know what you're going to do to Uncle Venom and Aunt Petunia, and frankly I don't care anymore, Harry said bluntly, completely honest. He no longer held any interest in the safety of those two, nor was he going to stop Venom from harming them. He knew that his alien friend restrained himself constantly for Harry's sake, and Harry was most definitely appreciative of that fact. But now, he was going to give him a chance to unleash himself. But I need you to do 2 things for me. First of all, don't eat them. Why not? Venom demanded, sounding a lot like a pouting child. Because they're disgusting and I don't want them inside of me or you or however you eating works, Harry said bluntly. Secondly, if Dudley is there, then I want you to not hurt him, at least too much. Are you sure? Yeah, Harry mentally replied whilst letting out a deep breath. It's not all his fault, he's at least partly the way he is because of his parents. I'm hoping that he has a chance to change. And what if he doesn't? Venom asked curiously. Then he's not my problem, Harry said, giving a mental shrug. After today, I want nothing to do with any of them. Very well, Venom agreed before Harry stood up. A second later he was being enveloped by black goo until he stood covered in black with white tear-shaped eyes and a white spider on his chest and back. Let's go hunting. Pet, Vernon Dursley called his wife from his favorite place on earth, his chair in the living room. Can you get me something to drink? In a minute, Vernon, she called as she walked out from the kitchen. I just need to get something from upstairs, she told him before she made her way up the stairs, rubbing her hands against the hem of her apron. As she got to the top floor she went into her room, looking for the book she had left up here yesterday. Found it, she said in a pleased voice as she picked it up. She always enjoyed her time when the freak was at school, she loved it, having her family home without any of his freakishness disturbing her. It was bad enough for her that her freak of a sister had such unnaturalness, but then the stupid bitch had to jeer herself blown up and pass it to her son. Petunia. A deep voice echoed into her ears. She quickly turned around and saw nobody behind her. Vernon, she asked loudly. Petunia. The voice spoke again. Who is that? She asked sharply, her gaze moving all around the room. Petunia. Who is that? She snapped before freezing. Boy, is this more of your freakishness? She demanded. You can't do your freakishness outside of school. You shouldn't even be here. A creaking sound pulled her attention to the door being pulled all the way open, despite nobody touching it. At least nobody she could see. I knew it is you. She accused. I'm not afraid of you, freak. She spat out. Nor was I afraid of your silly little mother. You do not frighten me, she said, walking out of the room and looked around the hallway. When she heard a few footsteps, she turned in time to see the loft ceiling door open. What is all this supposed to be? She demanded just as the stair ladders descended down. Fine, I'll play your game, she said with the air of a mother dealing with an unruly child. She let out a loud huff before she climbed up the stairs. Once she got to the top, she let out a second huff and slapped the dust of her clothes. She rolled her eyes and moved towards where she knew the light switch to be. She pressed it and waited for a moment, only for the light to not come in. Her frown increased and she tried again, getting the same results as last time. Blasted light, she growled for a second, only to be interrupted by a deep chuckle from behind her. She looked around and saw nothing. She turned back around and paused when she noticed something. Just there, just in the corner of the attic, seemingly hanging in thin air, was a pair of thin, teardrop-shaped white eyes. Boo, she heard before the eyes suddenly disappeared. She stood there, frozen with fear. Boy, she said, her voice noticeably shakier than before. You had better stop this. Stop what? That deep voice spoke from behind her. She snapped towards the source of the voice and was greeted with a razor-sharp row of pointy white teeth smiling at her. A loud shriek escaped her lips as she took a step back and fell on her butt. She looked up and saw that the teeth were gone. A sound to her left brought her gaze to the loft door and she was able to see it close, seemingly on its own. Stop this, she stuttered as she shakily got up to her feet. I know it's you. Stop it. Or what? That deep voice asked in an amused tone. Her response died in her mouth as she was just about able to see a figure descend down from the ceiling, hanging upside down from what looked like a large black rope. Her gaze took in the figure's spider logo and white eyes. What are you going to do, Aunt Petunia? Venom asked in an amused tone. Why are you doing this? She demanded, glaring at him despite how scared she was. Why are we doing this? Venom asked before the right side of his face disappeared to reveal Harry's face. Maybe because we're finally ready to be free of you. They said before the black goo recovered Harry's face. His face changed and a set of sharp teeth appeared. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia, Venom growled. Petunia, Vernon called impatiently. Get me something to drink. He huffed before turning his attention back to his TV. A few seconds later he was pleased to hear her walking down the stairs, even if her steps did sound somewhat heavier than usual. As he listened to the news reporter on the TV, he was able to hear her go into the kitchen. Stupid news, Vernon rolled his eyes. Who cares what some hippies in America are doing? Get on with the real news. He yelled at the TV before shaking his head. Honestly, sometimes I think this country is just going down the drain. Really, I do. You've got hard-working and decent folks like us, Pet, and then you have all these gypsies, hippies, drug-taking wastrels, not to mention all these foreign people that are flooding in. I swear, sometimes I think my company is taking its workers directly from Pakistan. Oh, and don't get me started on the freak and his society of weirdos. He ranted as he heard her walk into the room. He extended his hand without looking and felt a glass being placed in his hand. He grabbed it with a good grip. Thank you, Pet, he grunted before bringing the drink to his lips. He took a few sips before instantly spitting it out, coughing hard. What the hell was that? He croaked, coughing violently. Bleach, a deep voice answered. Vernon's eyes widened. He turned his head and saw that it was not his wife standing in front of him. Instead there was someone that was covered head to toe in black. He had white eyes and a logo of some spider on his chest, but he also happened to have some blood splattered across the logo. Vernon didn't get a chance to say anything since the figure grabbed him by the neck with one hand. Quickly finding it hard to breathe, his hands came up and tried to push away Venom's arms, but had no success in doing so. This has been a long time coming. Venom growled before growing in size into his regular, tall form, including sharp teeth. Why are you doing this? Vernon gasped as he was lifted into the air by the neck. Because, Uncle Vernon, Venom said before his face disappeared to reveal Harry's face. This is vengeance, Harry growled before Venom's face covered his. And we are Venom. Getting in here is surprisingly easy, Venom whispered as he climbed the outside of Gryffindor Tower, keeping himself invisible just in case. We should count ourselves lucky, Harry's voice whispered in Venom's head. Let's get in quick, I don't want to take any chances. Right, Venom mentally agreed before reaching the window for Harry's dorm. He peeked in time to see an earlier version of Harry vanishing. We've got good timing, Venom commented before quietly opening the window and sneaking in. Venom quickly disappeared back inside of Harry, leaving the young Gryffindor in his sleeping clothes and allowing him to sneak into his bed with his roommates being none the wiser. Harry, Venom spoke up as Harry let his head hit the pillow. Are you okay? He asked, knowing that Harry might be disturbed by their earlier actions. At first I felt horrible, Harry admitted. Then I remembered everything they did to me, how they treated me. They're not my family, they were my jailers. And, I know I should feel bad, but can I be honest? Always, Venom replied, speaking softly, as if whispering. I just don't care about them anymore, they can't hurt me anymore. Harry said simply. What about Dudley? I'm sad that he lost his parents, Harry admitted. But he's still alive, he can keep going on. Except now he might have a bit more sympathy for orphans, Harry added, feeling a bit sadistic as he remembered all the times that Dudley had mocked him because of his dead parents. Besides, I reckon it'll be good for him. Without his precious Mummy and Daddy watching his back, he'll soon have to learn to start watching where he throws his weight. Either way, I don't care what happens to him anymore. I've been more than kind enough to him, considering all he did to me. They're not my family, they never were. But that's all right, because now I've got family. Who? Venom asked, sounding curious. I'm talking about you, dumbass. Harry said with a silly smile before he closed his eyes and tried to go to sleep. Venom didn't say another word for the rest of the night. Hi Harry, Hermione said as she sat opposite him at breakfast with Ron on her right. Sleep well? She asked. Was decent, Harry grunted before continuing to eat. Oh, Hermione said before forcing a smile onto her face. So, you got any plans for the holiday? She asked. I did, Harry said, glaring at her. But now unfortunately the headmaster is insisting I change my plans, he added, not wanting to point out that the Dumbledore's suggestion meant diddly squat to him right now. Oh, Harry, Hermione sighed, not taking long to realize that he knew she had told the headmaster about his plans. I'm sorry but I was only doing what I thought was best. Yes, you're right, Harry snorted. What us common mortals think doesn't matter if Hermione Granger thinks otherwise. I told you repeatedly that I am perfectly safe in Diagon Alley. What if someone tried to kidnap you there? She argued. Or worse, what if someone tries to kill you? I would be surrounded by other witches and wizards and I would be able to use the flow networks to get away or get help from any of the number of Aurors walking around, that's what. Harry replied, continuing to glare. You had no right to interfere in my plans. I was doing it to protect you. You had no right, Harry hissed. You and the headmaster will both be disappointed because I am not going to those stupid pricks. But Harry you must, Hermione blurted out. Tell him Ron. She slapped Ron on the arm. Ron froze for a second before he opened his mouth. Look, Harry, I don't really like the Dursleys either mate. But, if Hermione and Professor Dumbledore say it's safe then. Oh yeah, Harry cut him off. What if the two of them decide that the safest thing for you is for you to never sit on a broom again? Huh, What if they both decide that for your safety you are going to have to go and live with Snape? Are you going to do it? He asked Ron, whose cheeks turned red. That's what I thought, Harry said after it was clear that Ron wasn't going to say any more. But Harry, Hermione spoke up. Professor Dumbledore believes that you have to go there. If he believes it, then he isn't my guardian, so I don't care, Harry told her bluntly. He's a school headmaster, nothing more. In the Muggle world, the best teacher in the world couldn't tell me where to live, and I'm pretty sure the Wizarding world works the same way. I'm telling you right now, no force on earth is going to make me go back to the Dursleys. So, you're going to be staying in Diagon again? Ron asked awkwardly. No, I've made alternative arrangements. What? Hermione blinked. Where are you staying then? You see, I would like to tell you, Hermione, but I can't really take the risk of you running off and telling Dumbledore, so sorry, but you can't find out. Harry replied as he stood up and picked up his plate. If you'll excuse me, he told them before walking away. Well, that went well, Venom commented. Harry let out a sigh as he leaned back against his seat on the Hogwarts Express, staring out the window, enjoying the beautiful views that were passing him by. So far it seemed like that was his best option to pass the time, as he wasn't really enjoying the company he was getting from Hermione and Ron. Ron had initially tried to keep the conversation going by challenging Harry to a game of chess, but he didn't seem to understand the idea of Harry not wanting to play chess the entire ride. Eventually the redhead had settled into eating while reading a Quidditch magazine of some sort, or at least he had done for a while. As for Hermione, she had originally started the ride by immersing herself into a few books, but eventually she had put them down and was now trying her best to talk to him. What that actually meant was that she was trying her best to justify her actions to him. And I really was only trying to do what I thought was best for you, Hermione said, seeming desperate for him to believe her. I believe you, Hermione, but you still betrayed my trust and tried to send me back to my own personal hell. Harry grunted as he stood up. If you'll excuse me, I need to get some air, he said before walking out of the compartment. I was only doing what I thought was best, he muttered in a passable imitation of Hermione's voice as he walked to the toilets. Why on earth does she think she knows better than us? Venom growled. She is pretty smart, Harry admitted. She's also a 13-year-old girl, Venom reminded him. Let's not forget last year as well. Miss Brains was too busy fawning over Lockhart to realize how much of an idiot he was. True, Harry agreed, thinking back on his second year. For as much as Hermione liked to accuse Harry and Ron for being idiots, she was hardly the perfect example of intelligence when she refused to admit that Lockhart was a fraud. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're right, because now nobody tells us what to do. Nobody, Harry repeated before noticing Malfoy sitting in a compartment with Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson. The four hadn't appeared to have noticed him. Harry, not being in the mood for another yearly train visit from Malfoy, pulled his wand out and cast several locking charms on the door before walking past. He was pretty sure that none of them would know how to counter his spells, since the spells he had used weren't taught until 4th year. One of the benefits of having Venom on his side was that his learning ability had improved vastly. He was already pretty smart, but with Venom he was never able to forget anything and was able to learn much faster than before. How long before you think they realize that the door's locked? Venom chuckled. Hopefully whenever Draco needs the toilet. Harry grinned while Venom started laughing loudly in his head. As Harry walked down the train he spotted a tall boy standing and talking with a small, younger girl. Harry would guess that the boy was a year or two older than him. The girl, on the other hand, looked like she was a bit younger than Harry. She had straggly, waist-length dirty blonde hair, a dreamy look on her face. Are you serious? The older boy snorted derisively, staring down at her like she was something that he wanted to scrape off of his shoes. Oh yes, the crumple-horned snarkack is definitely real, the girl said in an airy voice as she looked straight up at the boy, either not noticing or caring about the way he was looking at her. My father and I are sure of it. We're going camping this year to try and find them. She had to have gotten her crazy from somewhere, the boy muttered to himself before looking down at the silver necklace the girl was wearing. That's a nice necklace, he said in a conversational voice. Oh, thank you. The girl managed to get out before the boy reached for it. She quickly took a step back. Please don't touch it, she said quickly. Why not? The boy scoffed, continuing to reach. Hey, Harry called, causing the boy to stop. Back off of her, he said as he stopped next to them. Get lost, Potter. The boy rolled his eyes before turning his attention back to Luna. He moved forwards but didn't get to do anything as Harry stopped in front of him and stood between him and the girl. Take one more step and you're not going to like how this ends, Harry warned him. Oh really, and what are you going to do? The boy asked challengingly. Harry narrowed his eyes and moved even closer, staring directly into the other boy's eyes. Do you really want to find out? He asked in a low voice that seemed to echo slightly. The older boy stared at him for a moment before mumbling something under his breath. Better watch yourself, Potter, he whispered before turning and walking away. You okay? Harry asked the younger girl. I am, thank you, Harry Potter, she said with a dreamy smile, her head swaying from side to side. What's your name? Harry asked. Luna Lovegood, though everyone calls me Looney, she answered honestly. Right, well, I'm going to stick with Luna, Harry said after a moment. If you prefer, Luna shrugged, sounding quite unbothered by his decision to use her real name. Anyway, I'll be going back to my compartment now. Goodbye Harry Potter, she said, waving at him before turning around and skipping down the train, humming as she did so. You humans are so weird, Venom told Harry. Trust me, I know. Mrs. Tonks, Harry said as he approached Andromeda on the train station after giving his goodbyes to Hermione and Ron. Hello, it's good to see you. You too, she smiled at him. Where's your owl? She asked curiously, noticing that Harry only seemed to have his trunk in an empty owl cage. Oh, Hedwig isn't really a big fan of staying in a cage for a long time, especially on the train ride, so I let her fly instead. Harry explained. Where is she going then? Andromeda asked. Wherever we're going, Harry shrugged. She knows where we're going. She'll find us, Harry said confidently without a shred of doubt. She can always find me, he added proudly. She's smart like that, Venom said, equally as proud. Oh, Andromeda blinked. If you're sure. Anyway, follow me to the apparition point. I don't think you've ever apparated before. Not really, Harry fibbed as he followed after her. So, you lied to me, Andromeda said once the pair landed in her back garden, the words escaping from her mouth not even a second after Harry took in the grass and wooden fences surrounding him. Huh, Harry asked unintelligently. You said that you never apparated before. If that was the case then you would have at the very least been struggling to keep your food in your stomach. You look mildly uncomfortable at best and I reckon that's only because I'm the one that did it, she said with a small smirk. You're not a bad liar though, she complimented him. Sorry, Mrs. Tonks, Harry apologized. I did it once by accident when I was still in primary school and I've done it a few times since. You shouldn't be doing that, it's dangerous, Andromeda sighed. You could end up splinching yourself. What's that mean? Harry asked curiously. It means you leave part of yourself behind. The first time I tried it I ended up leaving behind a toenail which wasn't too bad in comparison to others. Some people end up in hospital because they've lost entire limbs. Whoa, Harry blinked. That doesn't sound great, but I think I've got it worked down, Mrs. Tonks. I've done it plenty of times with no problems. Still, I'd prefer it if you don't do it again until you've had lessons, Andromeda sighed. Miss Tonks, won't the neighbors notice if we apparate into the back garden? Harry asked, noticing the neighboring houses. They will not, we have plenty of wards and spells all around the house. We can set off a small explosion in the living room and they wouldn't even hear it, trust me, Nymphadora has done so multiple times. She added with a shrug before she walked into the house. Oh, is Tonks here? Harry asked as he walked into the house after her. She should be, unless she's doing overtime at work, Andromeda answered as she guided him to the living room. Mum, a familiar voice called. A few seconds later Tonks walked into the room. Harry's eyes widened immediately as he took in Tonks, who had apparently just come out of the shower, given that she was seemingly wearing nothing besides a long towel that she had wrapped around her chest. Her pink hair was still a bit wet and was clinging to her back. Don't stare, dumbass, Venom hissed into the head of Harry, whose cheeks had turned red. The young wizard quickly ducked his head before turning around, suddenly finding the wallpaper to be very interesting. There you are. Mum, have you seen? Tonks paused and trailed off as she finally noticed that there was somebody else in the room. Nymphadora. Andromeda spoke in an amused tone. You remember Harry, don't you? Harry, what are you doing here? Tonks blurted out in a confused voice. Trying to not look at the moment. He answered honestly. Huh. Tonks blinked before taking a second to remember that the only thing protecting her modesty at the moment was a white towel. Oh, she said intelligently before stepping back. I think it's best if I get changed. Probably, Andromeda agreed in a dry voice. Tonks sent her mother a small nod before turning around and rushing out of the room. Well, that was a perfect amount of awkward, wasn't it? Harry asked. Anyway, where's Mr. Tonks? He asked. Oh, he's currently at work, you'll be seeing him later this evening. Andromeda answered. Anyway, let's get on with the house tour. So, Mum, Tonks asked as they sat by the dinner table with a plate of chicken pasta each. Why is Harry here? Not that I'm complaining, she said, adding the last part to Harry, who was sitting opposite her. Let's just say that his relatives were unable to look after him, so I offered him the chance to stay with us for the summer. I hope that's not a problem. Andromeda said, giving Tonks a questioning look. If it is, then I will be perfectly fine staying somewhere else, Harry quickly cut in. No, it's not a problem. Tonks said quickly, not wanting Harry to think she didn't want him here. Are you sure? Because I honestly don't mind if you want me to. Harry, I promise you that it's fine, I'm just surprised that you're here, to be honest. Tonks replied. Though, truth be told, I am glad that you're away from those relatives of yours. I can tell that you don't like them. If you met them, then you wouldn't like them either, Harry snorted. I honestly am surprised that other muggles like them. Harry, Tonks said, in a slow voice. Well, I just wanted to let you know that if your relatives have ever done anything to really hurt you, then you can tell me, you can tell us. If you want, then I can have charges set against them, could probably get them sent to jail. Harry hummed, a thoughtful look on his face. He obviously wasn't going to admit that the Dursleys were done, but knew that he had to at least act like he thought that they were still alive. Can I think about it? He asked in a quiet voice. Of course, Tonks smiled at him before bringing a forkful of pasta into her mouth. She moaned appreciatively. That's good. Congratulations. Andromeda told Harry before turning to Tonks, who looked confused. It was Harry who cooked this up for us. Oh, really? Tonks asked Harry. It was nothing, he said dismissively. It's just a little thank you for letting me stay here. Harry, if you keep cooking like this, then we're keeping you here for life. Tonks grinned before putting another forkful of pasta in her mouth. A bit early for a marriage proposal, don't you think? Andromeda asked in an amused voice, resulting in Tonks choking on her food. Evening, a voice said just as a brown-haired man in a blue suit walked into the room. Rough day at the office and, oh, you must be Harry. He said, upon noticing Harry sitting at the table. Yes, sir, Harry said quickly as he stood up and extended his hand. I'm Harry, Harry Potter. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Ted, and I know exactly who you are, the man grinned. You'd be my wife's favorite student. Oh, Harry blinked, having been expecting something about him being the boy who lived. Does she have many students? Not really, though I have had a few over the years, and I must say that you are by far my absolute favorite. Andromeda smiled warmly. High praise, Ted said, playfully nudging Harry. Please, Mr. Potter, sit down. No need to stand for me, he said while walking around the table to plant a key on his wife's forehead and then ruffling Tonks's hair before sitting down opposite Andromeda. Please, sit, he said, gesturing Harry to sit down. Thank you, Mr. Tonks, Harry said as he sat down. Please, call me Ted, Ted told him while Andromeda got up to go and get a plate for Ted. Thanks, please call me Harry. When people call me Mr. Potter, it makes me feel like I'm in trouble. Do you often get into trouble? Ted asked, sounding more curious than judging. Not on purpose, Harry answered before frowning. Mostly anyway. For the most part one just try to get through my school year as quietly as possible. I often find myself wishing that others tried that, Ted said, shooting an amused look at Tonks who maturely stuck her tongue out at him. So, can I ask what you do, Ted? Harry asked whilst taking a bite of pasta. I'm a lawyer, Ted answered. The company I work at mostly works in the Muggle world, but they also operate in the magical one. He added just as Andromeda placed a plate full of pasta in front of him. Thanks dear, he said before taking a forkful of it and eating it. That's brilliant. You'll have to thank Harry for that, Andromeda smiled as she made her way back to her seat. He's the one that made it. You made this? Ted asked Harry with an surprised look on his face. Yes, I did, Harry nodded. Ted stared at him for a moment before he turned to Tonks. Marry this boy, he whispered to her. Impressive, Venom said inside of Harry's head. You have managed to impress both the mother and the father. We're one step closer to claiming Tonks as our own. He added, causing Harry to blush alongside Tonks. Did you sleep good? Venom asked Harry once he woke up. Not bad, Harry answered as he yawned. He rubbed at his eyes before forcing himself out of bed. He stood up and stretched a little before looking at himself in a full-length mirror, standing there in just a pair of gray knee-length shorts. He took a moment to admire his abs and muscles before Venom appeared right next to him in his mirror reflection, towering over him in his big form but leaning down so his head was next to Harry's. Mirror Venom grinned at him before placing a large hand on his reflection's back. Venom's black goo spread over his reflection's upper body and created a black shirt for him. Harry looked down and saw that the real Venom had done the exact same since he was now wearing a black shirt. Thanks, Harry said appreciatively. You're welcome, Mirror Venom said. Harry nodded at the reflections before he made his way out of the guest bedroom and to the bathroom down the hall. He yawned once more before quietly opening the door and finding a rather odd but definitely interesting sight. Tonks was in the bathroom, dressed in black shorts and a white tank top. Her pink hair was now red and flowing all the way down to her lower back. She held her toothbrush in front of her mouth like it was a microphone. Her eyes were closed as she stood in front of the sink and mirror. She was silently dancing, her hips swaying in every direction as her arms appeared to be moving randomly. Harry stared at her for a moment before slowly entering and closing the door behind him. He silently walked forwards and stopped behind her. Not that she appeared to notice, it seemed that she was lost in her own world, listening to imaginary music. Harry couldn't help but stare past Tonks's shoulder at her reflection. A smile appeared on Harry's face. She's beautiful, he thought to himself. I like her, Venom said simply. Not really knowing what he was thinking, Harry started moving side to side, moving his hips just like Tonks was. Slowly, Harry ended up dancing along with her, not that she appeared to notice. It was about a minute later when Tonks finally opened her eyes, her gaze locked with the mirror and she saw Harry dancing behind her. Tonks quickly yelped and turned around before jumping, her back hitting the top of the sink. Harry, she gasped, one hand going up and resting on top of her chest as her hair suddenly turned white. Damn it, don't scare me like that. Sorry, Harry grinned impishly. I just didn't want to interrupt, you looked like you were enjoying yourself. How long were you dancing there? Tonks said, once her heart rate had calmed down enough. About a minute or two, Harry admitted. By the way, your situational awareness is rather poor considering your choice of profession. Shut it, Tonks replied without any real heat in her voice, her hair going into shoulder-length pink. What are you doing in here anyway? Well, it was my understanding that this was the bathroom and that it would be locked if somebody was using it and well, it wasn't locked. Harry shrugged. Right, Tonks sighed. Well, I'm done in here anyway, so I'll let you get on with it. She told him before making her way towards the door. Thanks Tonks, hey maybe I can make you some breakfast as an apology. Harry suggested, causing her to stop at the door and look at him. Breakfast, huh? She asked, her lips curling up in a happy smile. I make a mean omelet, Harry said in a casual voice. Deal, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. She grinned before making her way out of the bathroom, closing the door behind her. A black tentacle shot out of Harry's back and locked the door for him before retracting itself back inside of him. Harry let out a happy sigh before he used the toilet to empty his bladder. Once done with that, he made his way to the sink and cleaned his hands before picking up his toothbrush. As he began cleaning his teeth, a black tentacle popped out of each of his shoulders, the tips heading up to his hair. "You've got to look your best," Venom fussed over him as he began adjusting his hair for him. "Thanks," Harry thought back, idly wondering if this was what it would be like to have a mother living inside of you. "You know, Harry," Tonks said, sitting opposite him at breakfast. "If all else fails, then you could at least work in some restaurant or something because your food is delicious," she said after finishing her own breakfast. "Thanks," Harry smiled, nearly finished with his own. "I'm glad it meets your high standards of approval. You should be. If I was rich enough, then I would have hired you as my full-time cook." "Cooking for you guys is the least I can do," Harry shrugged. "I offered to do chores while I was here, but your mother shot me down. Something about not allowing any guests to do chores." "There's not really much chores to do anyway," Tonks informed him. "Sometimes we do things by hand just so we don't get lazy, but for the most part we'll just magic away all the dust and grime." Benefits of living in a magical household, I guess," Harry said just as a knocking sound was heard from the front door. "I'll get it," Andromeda's voice called before either of them could get up. "Wonder who that is," Tonks frowned. "It's rather early for visitors." "Maybe it's just your neighbors or something," Harry replied. "By the way, where's your dad?" "Work," she sighed. "Unfortunately, money does indeed make the world go around. I once heard that it's the root of all evil. Anything that can force a man or woman to get out of bed before 7 is indeed extremely evil," Tonks agreed. "You can't just show up unannounced," the two heard Andromeda say. She doesn't sound pleased, Harry couldn't help but notice. "Wait, you can't just come in like that," she said. Harry and Tonks both pulled out their wands just before none other than Albus Dumbledore walked into the kitchen. "Hello, Professor," Harry said, trying to sound polite but unable to keep the annoyance out of his voice. Truthfully, he was expecting the old man to show up, but he was more than a bit annoyed that the guy couldn't at least wait a week. "Dumbledore," Andromeda snapped as she followed behind him. "I do not know what you are teaching in your school or what you were taught while in school, but I feel like I should remind you that entering someone's house without permission is not what we call good manners." "Harry," Dumbledore said in a serious voice, ignoring Mrs. Tonks in favor of staring directly at him. "I have some important news that I must inform you of." "I am eating breakfast," Harry pointed out. "I'm sorry, but this is important," Dumbledore insisted. "May we please have the room?" he said to Andromeda and Tonks. Though it was worded as a question, it clearly was not. "Anything you want to say to me you can say in front of them," Harry said before either woman could respond. "Harry, what I am about to reveal to you is very important information that cannot be spread about in." "I trust them," Harry said, cutting Dumbledore off. "Completely," he added when Dumbledore opened his mouth to object. "Very well," Dumbledore said with a deep sigh before he walked over to the table and pulled out a chair at the head of the table where Ted would usually sit. He sat down in it and faced Harry. "Now, I am sorry to inform you of this, but..." "Before we continue," Harry interrupted him. "Don't you think you have something to do first?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "I beg your pardon," Dumbledore asked. "Professor Dumbledore, you very rudely entered this house without Mrs. Tonks' permission and you ignored her when she spoke to you," Harry pointed out. "You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, and quite frankly, you should be setting a better example," he said, before sitting back in his seat and giving Dumbledore a pointed look. "The ball's on this guy," Tonks thought to herself as she looked back and forth between Harry and Dumbledore. She couldn't ever recall any student standing up to Dumbledore. Everyone from the Muggleborn to the purebloods respected him or at the very least pretended to in front of him. Even in the Ministry, not many would openly call out Dumbledore, it just wasn't done. The only people she could think of that would stand up to him that weren't Death Eaters were probably her boss, Amelia Bones, and her mother, plus Mad-Eye Moody, but that was it. She could certainly see why Harry was qualified enough to be a Gryffindor. "You were right," Dumbledore admitted, sounding quite tired. He turned to face Andromeda, who was standing with her arms crossed and giving him an unimpressed look. "You have my utmost apologies, Mrs. Tonks. If anything like this ever happens again, then I will be reporting the matter directly to the ministry, she warned him. Despite her seriousness, both of them knew that would just be a huge waste of time. Once again, I am sorry, Dumbledore said sincerely before turning his attention back to Harry. Firstly, I would like to ask why you did not return to the Dursleys for the summer. Because I don't want to, Harry said bluntly. I am tired of living there and I'm tired of asking you to help me get away when all you seem to do is want to force me back there. Well, you know what? I don't care what you say, I'm not going back there. If I can't stay here or in the leaky cauldron and have to stay homeless for the rest of the summer, then so be it. Harry said emphatically. I am not going back there. Nicely done, Venom complimented him. Mr. Potter, I cannot think of a delicate way to say this. Dumbledore said in a grave voice. You will not and cannot go back to the Dursleys, not now, not ever. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Harry frowned, looking convincingly confused. It was much easier to do so with the help of Venom adjusting his facial muscles for him. Mr. Potter, it has recently come to my notice that the Dursleys have fallen victim to an unfortunate attack, Dumbledore began to explain. What kind of attack? Tonks asked. Did they both get heart attacks or something? Harry asked in a quiet voice. No, they did not, Dumbledore shook his head. It was a very different cause of death, I'm afraid. The Muggle authorities believe it to be some sort of animal, as do the magical ones, truth be told. Though they obviously have different opinions on what sort of animal. Dumbledore answered, looking Harry directly in the eye. It is my unfortunate duty, Mr. Potter, to inform you that your uncle and aunt have perished in the attack. What, you're saying they're dead? Harry said with disbelief in his voice, playing his part well. Ha, Venom laughed in his head. Yes, they are, Dumbledore confirmed. Ha, Venom laughed again. Fortunately, your cousin was not there. Sadly, he was later found and his memory was modified so he has no knowledge of the wizarding world as a standard procedure in cases like this. He said in a disapproving voice before shaking his head and putting his attention back onto Harry. Your cousin is aware that you used to live with him but no longer remembers that you have magic. This was done since it was determined that he was a risk to the Statue of Secrecy, given that he kept blaming the whole thing on the magical world. Dumbledore added, choosing not to point out that Dudley's exact words were, "This is all the freak's fault." So, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon are dead? Harry asked once again in a slow voice. Yes, it is a shame that we don't know what exactly did it, Dumbledore replied, sounding disappointed with himself. I did it, Venom said gleefully. Well, Harry sighed, it's about time. What? Dumbledore blurted out as everyone in the room stared at Harry with wide eyes. I mean, they bloody took their time, didn't they? He asked rhetorically. I thought that Uncle Vernon at least would have bit the bullet years ago. The guy's overweight as F***. Where the hell was his heart attack? Mr. Potter, this is a serious matter. I know, the dickheads should have died years ago, Harry said in a disappointed voice. Harry, they're your family, Dumbledore said, a pleading tone in his voice. They are no family of mine, Harry said firmly. They were horrible people and I'm glad they're gone. He said, meaning every single word. I really don't get you, Dumbledore. Did you think that every time I begged you to let me stay in Hogwarts was because of the fun of it? That I just wanted to be different? You want to ignore what's in front of you because you want to live in your pretty little world where everyone plays happy families. Then that's your problem, not mine. They were a blight on this world and I'm just upset that they didn't die sooner. Heck, if I ever find whatever killed them then I'd reward it with a big fat bar of chocolate. Oh shit, really? Venom asked hopefully. Yeah, later though, Harry confirmed. You truly don't feel anything for them? Dumbledore asked, sounding almost defeated. Unlike your favorite member of Hogwarts, I don't waste time holding grudges against the dead. Harry shrugged. I will hate them forever, but now they're dead and not my problem. So, Harry said calmly. Is that all, Professor? Dumbledore continued staring at him for several moments, apparently at a loss for words. Well, there is the matter of where you will be staying for. Respectfully, sir, that is not your concern, Harry cut him off once again. For this summer, I will be staying here. Maybe even for next summer. If not, then I can stay in Diagon Alley. Either way, it'll just be like this until Sirius is well enough to take me in. Very well, Dumbledore said with a deep sigh, something that surprised Harry as he expected the old man to fight him on the issue and force him to stay somewhere else. If you are sure, he added as he stood up, I shall see myself out. He told them all before he began walking away, deep in thought. It can't be, can it? He thought to himself. Are you okay? Tonks asked once Dumbledore was gone. Never been better, Harry said simply before returning his attention back to his food. Tonks groaned as she entered the house. She closed the door behind her before promptly dropping her red aura robe onto the floor behind her. Damn to the fiery pits of hell, whichever idiot thought of paperwork. Hi Tonks, Harry said in a casual voice as he walked down the stairs. Rough day at the office, huh? He asked as he bent down and picked up her robe before putting it on a hanger for her. Don't ask, I don't want to talk about it. Tonks moaned as she walked past him. Harry had barely started following after her when she started talking about it. I had to run after 5 separate criminals only to find out at the end of my shift that the first guy was let go by one of the senior Aurors. Oh, and did you know that the third guy that I had chased was the head boy in school when I was a 4th year? He tried to talk me out of charging him, claiming we were mates. I sincerely hope that didn't work, Harry said as they entered the kitchen and Tonks slumped down on a chair at the table. It did not, Tonks confirmed, rolling her shoulders. Mostly because I remember him giving me detention a couple of times. What a dick. Yep, Tonks agreed, rolling her shoulders. Then when I got back to the ministry I got into an argument with this absolute bitch called Umbridge. I don't know if you met her, but she's such an absolute bitch. She's just a complete total, unfathomably stupid and grotesque bitch, Harry guessed as he made his way to the fridge. Exactly, Tonks said happily, glad that somebody understood her. A horrible stupid one, yes. What were you arguing about? Harry asked curiously. She tried complaining about my hair being pink, Tonks snorted. Which is completely and utterly ridiculous. Do you know why that's ridiculous? Nope, enlighten me, Harry asked as he reached for something inside the fridge. She's dressed head to toe in pink. Tonks growled. She's even got a *******ing pink bow on her stupid pink hat. I'd argue that I'm doing more for the color than she is. She's ruining it. She ruining pink. Even I'm starting to hate it because of her. Well, we can't have that, Harry frowned as he pulled out a tub of ice cream. Why don't you just discreetly hit her with a color-changing charm or something? He asked. I promise you that if I am ever going to hit her with a spell, then it won't be something as harmless as a color-changing charm. Tonks huffed. After dealing with her crap, I had to do tons of paperwork. Who the hell invented paperwork? You poor soul, Harry said sympathetically as he walked over and placed the tub full of ice cream in front of Tonks before dropping a spoon in it. Enjoy, he told her. Ice cream, for me, she asked, peering up at Harry like he was angel sent down from the heavens. You deserve it for working so hard, Harry said in a warm voice, patting her on the shoulder. You're the best, she grinned before taking her spoon and going to town on ice cream in front of her. You've discovered her weakness, I see, Andromeda said as she walked into the kitchen. Daughter of mine, you do remember that ice cream is not something I want you eating all the time. It's my treat, Tonks said in a smug voice after swallowing a spoonful of ice cream. Because I've been working hard, she grinned. I'm a good girl, she said in a childish voice. Yes, you are, Harry said affectionately, playing along and ruffling her hair. Anyway, Andromeda turned her attention to Harry. You're a Quidditch fan, are you not? I like to play if that's what you mean, Harry replied. Well, Sirius has sent you a little present, Andromeda smiled before pulling out a collection of tickets. He's brought tickets for the Quidditch World Cup, she said, ignoring Tonks spitting out her ice cream in shock. So, you want to go? Yeah, sure, Harry said in an amazed voice. Sirius is now officially my favorite relative, Tonks said in an excited voice. I've got to go, she said, jumping to her feet. Need to book time of work as soon as possible before some other pricks take up the holidays for that day," she said before running out the kitchen, leaving her ice cream on the table. "She likes Quidditch," Andromeda shrugged. "Yes, I can see that," Harry said dryly just before Tonks rushed back into the room to snatch up her ice cream. "Nearly forgot this," she said by way of an explanation before running back out, knocking over a vase on her way out and absently repairing it with a flick of her wand. "She's a wild one," Andromeda shrugged. "Yes, I can see that," Harry said dryly. The day of the Quidditch World Cup, Harry had risen early to get ready. He had dressed in black trainers with white stripes, black jeans, a white shirt and a black jacket, all of which was thanks to Venom who had provided these clothes for him. Andromeda was dressed in casual gray robes while Ted had chosen to wear a matching Muggle suit. Harry wasn't sure why the man wanted to wear a suit to Quidditch, but eventually just figured out that Ted liked suits, or at least liked the way that Andromeda looked at him when he was in a suit. As for Tonks, she wore knee-high black boots with a knee-length skirt that was blood red in color. Along with this she wore a deep blue shirt and a short black jacket. She had put on star-shaped earring, wore her favorite necklace with little bronze balls hanging off of it, and had her hair shoulder length and bright pink. Harry and Tonks had both been very excited to head to the World Cup. Tonks had been a fan of Quidditch her whole life and had even played beater in school, while Harry was simply happy to go see his first ever Quidditch game outside of school. It had been a bit awkward for Harry when Ron had sent him a letter, inviting him to the World Cup. Apparently Mr. Weasley was friends with someone who had been able to get the whole family tickets and they had gotten extra tickets for Harry and Hermione. Harry had felt bad sending a letter saying that he was already going there anyway, though a quick talk with Venom had made him feel better. After all, it was hardly his fault that he had a godfather who had already got him a ticket. Once everyone was ready, they had all decided to apparate there instead of taking a portkey. Ted and Andromeda had apparated themselves there, while Tonks had grabbed Harry's arms and had apparated him to the apparition point, which ended up being an open grass field. Though the landing was hardly perfect, Harry wasn't sure how it happened, but he had somehow ended up on his back with Tonks landing on top of him. "Ow," Harry said, slowly and dryly as he sent an amused look to Tonks. "Comfy landing?" he asked. "Peachy," she said after shaking her head. "You make a nice landing pad. Nymphadora, you had better be taking that boy to dinner and a movie if you plan to stay on him any longer." Andromeda's voice cut in. "I wouldn't object to either option," Harry whispered into Tonks's ear before she could move. "Your flirting skills have improved," Venom said proudly. Tonks blushed a bright red. The roots of her turned red briefly before she was able to get it under control and revert it back to pink. She got up and offered Harry a hand, pulling him to his feet so they could both see Tonks's parents staring at them with amusement, along with one Sirius Black. "I'm so proud of you, Hup," Sirius said, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye. "So young and you've already got ladies falling for you," he said with all the airs of a proud mother. "Shut it," Harry barked out a laugh before rushing forwards and pulling Sirius into a tight hug that the older man was happy to return. "It's good to see you, Padfoot," he whispered into the man's shoulder. "You too, Hup," Sirius sighed before they let go. "You're looking much better than last time I saw you." "You're one to talk," Harry snorted, looking at Sirius who was looking much more fuller than before and less like a skeleton. "They finally feeding you, huh?" "Yeah," Sirius grinned. "Potions and stuffing me with as much food as possible seems to work." "Hi Sirius." Tonks smiled as she walked up to them. "Been a while." "Hi Tonks," Sirius said warmly before pulling her into a hug. "Has my godson been looking after you?" he whispered teasingly into her ear. "Git," she whispered back before pushing him off. "Thanks for the tickets, Sirius." "Oh, it was no problem at all," Sirius said dismissively. "The ministry gave them to me as a gift, along with my other compensations. Your tickets didn't cost me a single coin." "Nah, just 12 years of your life," Tonks pointed out. "I'm glad the three of you are getting along. Shall we be going now?" Andromeda said. "Right, let's," Sirius agreed just as the group started walking. "So, who are you rooting for?" he asked Tonks and Harry. "Ireland and Bulgaria are playing, right?" Harry asked. Yep. Sirius nodded. Ireland. Tonks said quickly. What about you, Harry? I don't know much about either team, but I have to go with Ireland, Harry said, not wanting to point out that he was only choosing that one because Tonks had chosen it. Great. I know that there will be some merchants and stalls selling stuff, so we can probably buy some Ireland gear. Sirius replied. Bulgaria all the way, Ted spoke up. I wouldn't know. Haven't much kept up with modern Quidditch teams, Sirius said, the reason why went unsaid. Are you mad, Dad? Tonks replied. The only thing Bulgaria has is a good seeker. The best seeker in the world actually, Ted pointed out. Victor Krum also happens to be the youngest professional seeker in the world, I might add. Whatever, Tonks said dismissively. Unless he catches the snitch very quickly, then Bulgaria will lose. Ireland's chasers are far better. We'll see, Dora, we'll see, Ted said confidently. The group soon arrived outside of a red, muggle-looking tent. Harry watched as each one of the group walked in one by one, yet the tent showed no outward signs of getting overcrowded. Harry was somewhat confused, but it didn't take him long to work out what was happening. He slowly walked in and found that he had guessed right. The tent was enlarged on the inside. Inside were several sofas, chairs, a small kitchen, a table, and a few beds as well. I love magic, Harry thought with a grin. Same, Venom agreed. How far up are we going? Harry asked as he, Sirius and the Tonks family made their way up the stairs of the Quidditch Stadium. Harry had an Ireland scarf wrapped around his neck, while Sirius and Tonks had chosen to have a large matching hat along with an Irish scarf. Tonks had even split her hair into pigtails, with the left side being green and the right side being white. Meanwhile, Andromeda wore a Bulgarian scarf, mostly out of support for Ted, who was wearing a matching hat and scarf. We're going straight to the minister's box, Sirius half yelled due to the loud noises coming from hundreds of people in the stadium. Old Fudge himself will be there, along with probably a few other very important people. It's why Andy made me promise to be on my best behavior, Sirius said with a pout. Me too, Tonks frowned before giving Harry a questioning look. She didn't say nothing to me, Harry replied to her nonverbal question. How come Sirius and I get told to behave and not Harry? Tonks asked her mother. Because Sirius could barely behave if his life depended on it, Andromeda answered. Fair, Sirius agreed. What about me? Tonks demanded. I trust Harry to behave more than I trust you to behave, Andromeda said simply. But I'm your daughter, Tonks protested. Exactly, I know who you are and how you behave. Andromeda nodded. Harry, in the limited time I've known him, has always been very respectful and polite. I am a very well-behaved boy, Harry said proudly. Ahem, Dursleys, Venom said with a fake cough. That was your idea, Harry reminded him just as they finally reached the door that led to their seats. Once they entered the box, the first thing they saw was Minister Fudge talking with several other important-looking people. Everyone in the room quickly stopped to look at them. Ah, there you are, Fudge immediately disengaged from his conversation in favor of rushing over to them. It is good to see you, Mr. Black, Mr. Potter. He smiled, greeting them like they were his favorite relatives. Ah, and who are these fine people with you? This is my cousin, Andromeda, and her husband, Ted Tonks. Sirius introduced the two, and this is their daughter, he added with a small smile on his face. Nymphadora. He grinned at Tonks, who looked ready to punch him in front of the minister himself. She's an Auror, actually, Harry quickly added. A very good one as well. Oh, well, that's good to hear. Fudge smiled brightly at Tonks. Tonks opened her mouth to speak but didn't get a chance to, as Fudge had quickly turned his attention back to Sirius and Harry. Now, come along, I'd like you to meet my guests. These are ministers from other countries, he told them before walking back to where he was previously standing and immediately started talking with them. Politicians, Harry and Venom thought to themselves, both sounding quite disgusted. What are you doing here? A voice blurted out. Harry and the Tonks family turned around to find Ron, Hermione and the Weasley family standing in the doorway, complete with two new redheads. Hey guys, Harry greeted them, unable to totally hide the surprise in his voice. How'd you get up here? He asked curiously. I'm friends with Ludo Bagman, He'll be commentating on the match, Mr. Weasley explained with a smile. He was able to get us all tickets. We weren't expecting to see you up here, Harry. Ron told me that you'd already had tickets for the World Cup, didn't think you'd be up here as well. Ah, well, the Ministry is hoping to get in Sirius's good books, Harry explained before turning to Sirius. Sirius, you remember Ron and Hermione. The other redheads here are Ron's family. The youngest is Ginny, then we have Ron's older brothers, the twins that go by Fred and George, most of the time. That's Percy Weasley, and I'm presuming that these other two are the brothers that Ron has told me about. That we are, the oldest one grinned, supporting a dragon fang earring and long hair pulled into a ponytail. I'm Bill, and this is my brother, Charlie, he added, placing his hand on the other redhead who was much shorter but also much more muscular. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter, Charlie smiled. We've heard a lot about you. Good things, I hope, Harry chuckled before turning to face Ron and Hermione as Sirius began greeting the rest of the Weasleys. Good to see you both, how've you been? All right, I suppose, Ron replied. What about you? Fantastic, Harry smiled brightly. The Tonks family is brilliant, they've been really nice to me. I guess they're the ones that you've been staying with for the summer, Hermione said in a quiet voice. Is that a problem? Harry asked stiffly. No, she said with a small shake of her head. I wanted to apologize, I didn't mean to go behind your back. I just was doing what I thought was best, what I was best for you. I'm really sorry, Harry. It's fine, Harry sighed. I don't want to spend a lot of time arguing about it anyway. We're here to watch Quidditch. Yes, Ron said with relief. Harry's right, we're here for Quidditch, the best sport in the world. I like cricket, Hermione said with a small smile. Merlin, you're boring, Harry said with mock disgust. Oh great, the riff-raff are here, a voice complained. The trio turned to see the Malfoy family walk into the box, dressed in high-priced clothes. The Weasley family along with Ted, Tonks and Hermione immediately stiffened. Those born outside of Britain didn't show much reaction due to not knowing who they were. Fudge smiled as if his best friend had come in, and Sirius briefly sent a glare at Lucius before his gaze shifted to Narcissa, as did Andromeda's. Harry, on the other hand, had chosen a very different reaction. Mrs. Malfoy, a pleasure to see you again, he said in a happy voice as he walked over. Mr. Potter. Mrs. Malfoy blinked as Harry took her hand and placed a gentle key on her knuckles. How wonderful to see you again. I must say that you've gotten even more radiant than before, Harry said, smiling up at her, earning an amused expression from her while Lucius simply looked annoyed with Harry. Oi, get off, Draco said, slapping Harry's hand out. Draco. Mrs. Malfoy immediately scolded him. That is very rude behavior. But mother, no excuses, apologize at once to Mr. Potter. She ordered him. What? Draco blurted out, looking horrified at the very idea of apologizing to anyone, especially Potter. You heard me, she replied. She saw Draco open his mouth to argue and decided to cut him off. It is not too late for you to miss the cup, young man. She warned him. A horrified Draco stared at her for a very long couple of seconds before looking hopefully at his father. Do as your mother says, Draco, Lucius told him stiffly. An ugly expression appeared on Draco's face before he turned to Harry, who had to wipe a shit-eating grin off of his own face. I am terribly sorry about my behavior, Draco said, sounding as if he was in pain. As well as you should be, Harry said in a solemn voice. Draco, you represent your family. The famed Malfoy family. As its heir, you should be more aware of your actions. Don't worry, you have time to learn, Harry said, comfortingly patting Draco on the arm. Thanks for the advice, Draco said through gritted teeth. Oh, you're welcome, Harry said cheerily, causing Tonks to snort. Sissy, Andromeda spoke up, causing Mrs. Malfoy to look at her. Andromeda, she said in a neutral tone. It's good to see you again. You as well, Andromeda nodded. Right, well, we should probably get back to our seats, Tonks interjected, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders before leading him to their seats while the others quickly followed suit and headed to their own seats, pointedly ignoring each other. Did you really have to try and piss off little Draco? Tonks whispered to Harry as the two sat down together. Of course, Harry said immediately. I've tried to stay away from the smug little bastard for years now, but he keeps chasing after me. So, might as well get my fun in. Fair enough, Tonks sighed. Let's just try to stop hexes from flying. I can always just punch the bastard, Harry whispered, earning a giggle from Tonks that caused Harry to smile. I reckon I could get away with it too, his mother loves me. How'd that even happen? Tonks whispered back in amazement. Hit her with the old Potter charm, didn't I? Harry grinned. The old Potter charm, she repeated mockingly. Has that ever worked on anyone? Worked on your mum well enough for her to let me in her house, didn't it? Harry retorted. Do you reckon your Potter charm would work well on me? She asked flirtatiously, batting her eyes at him in an exaggerated manner. I can always try, Harry whispered, leaning forward so his lips were only a few inches away from Tonks's. His emerald orbs stared into her currently violet ones for several seconds, the noises around them became barely noticeable. It won't work, Tonks said, leaning back, her face slightly red for a brief moment before her skin turned back to her usual complexion. We'll see, Harry laughed before sitting back in his seat. Masterfully done, Venom said in Harry's head. Thanks, Harry mentally replied. With that being said, I would like to divert your attention to something else. Venom told him before he forced Harry's head to look towards his left. Harry looked down and saw that near the Weasleys was a house elf, a female one by the looks of it, sitting and covering her eyes, looking quite frightened of something. See that empty chair next to her? Venom asked. What about it? Harry replied. I sensed someone there. What? Who? I don't know, Venom admitted. Maybe a beep. Let's find out, he said mischievously. A picture of his big toothy grin appeared in Harry's head. Venom, what are you doing? Don't worry about it, talk to Tonks. Venom ordered, forcing Harry's head to look towards Tonks. I hate when you do that, Harry complained before turning to Tonks. You ever been to a World Cup before? Nah, not really, Tonks answered with a small shake of her head. Dad wanted to take me once. That was the Football World Cup, Andromeda pointed out. She and Ted had sat down on the two seats next to Tonks. And I remember that you didn't want to go. Of course I didn't, Tonks snorted. Football is boring. How are you my daughter? An offended Ted blurted out. What? It is. Oh, look, we're going to kick a ball around a field. Let's fill up a stadium full of people so they can watch that. Isn't that what Quidditch is? Ted argued. Quidditch, I'll have you know, is a high-paced, action-filled game that takes place high in the sky and involves a variety of players doing different things and plenty more bloodshed. Tonks responded whilst rolling her eyes. This isn't the first time they've had this argument, Andromeda told Harry with a sigh. Harry nodded but didn't say much as he was more focused on what Venom was doing. While the two Tonks family members had been talking, the symbiote had sent a tentacle out from the back of Harry's foot and sent it crawling under the seats to the seat where the invisible person was. It stopped upon feeling something that felt quite soft. The tentacle grabbed it and pulled. A few seconds later the entire box was filled with chaotic shouting as an invisibility cloak landed on the floor, revealing a skinny brown-haired man that had been hiding amongst them. Harry and Tonks were the first to draw their wands. Harry because of his enhanced body and knowledge that something could have happened while Tonks was simply highly trained. The two of them shot out stunners at the man and had knocked him out immediately. The poor house elf started crying so Harry quickly stunned her as well, knowing that house elves can be fairly dangerous when they wish to be. So, that was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Harry asked out loud before turning to Minister Fudge. I hope that this little incident of me using magic whilst underage will be forgiven given the circumstances. What? Minister Fudge blurted out before catching onto what Harry was saying. Oh, yes, of course, but who is that? It's Galloping Gargoyles. That's Barty Crouch Jr. As in the son of the asshole who sent me to Azkaban without a trial. Sirius demanded. The exact same, Ted said with a frown on his face. But last I heard, his son was supposed to be dead in Azkaban. He looks remarkably well for a dead man, Tonks couldn't help but comment before hitting the fallen man with a couple of binding spells. "My dear minister." Harry leapt over his seat and rushed towards Fudge, wrapping his arm around the man's shoulder. "I must thank you deeply," he told him in a sincere voice, causing everyone to look at him. What, thank me?" Fudge repeated dumbly. "Of course, you see this lovely woman here." Harry gestured to Tonks, who looked surprised at suddenly being the center of attention. "She's one of your Aurors. I've been staying with her and her family for the summer and she's taught me quite a few things." Ministry approved, of course, and in case you didn't notice, she and I were the fastest ones to react to this new threat. He smiled proudly. "I simply must thank you for making sure Magical Britain is armed with such fine and outstanding Aurors. I feel much better knowing that our lives are protected by people like her. I must say, I do hope that Miss Tonks will be rewarded heavily. I mean, here she is, off duty, and still doing her duty. Defending not just myself, but also her family, friends, the Malfoys, the foreign ministers and even you," Harry said as he patted Fudge on the back. "I just think it would send a really bad message if she wasn't rewarded, you know." He whispered into the minister's ear. "Ah, yes, of course," Fudge immediately nodded before turning to Tonks. "Well done, Auror. I shall have a talk with Miss Bones and we'll see to getting you appropriately rewarded." "Oh, thank you," Tonks said in a quiet voice. "Now, what to do with this mess?" Fudge wondered as he walked over and began examining Barty Crouch Jr. "You're welcome," Harry told Tonks as he walked over. "You didn't have to do that for me," Tonks smiled and pulled him into a tight hug. "Potter charm never fails," Harry grinned. Tonks pulled back and playfully punched him in the arm. "Ireland won, Ireland won." Tonks cheered later that night as she danced around their tent. After the chaotic event where Barty Crouch Jr. was found, there had been a delay in the World Cup, but it eventually continued. First, there was the introduction of the teams and their mascots. Bulgaria had Velas for mascots. Tonks had explained to Harry that they were essentially people that weren't really considered humans by most people. They had an avian form apparently and had the ability to produce fire, but they were most famous for having an allure that attracted men, which inspired people to believe that they stole men from wives and made them their s***avs. It was at least somewhat true, as Harry had witnessed nearly all the men there react in some way or another. Some cheered loudly while others started showing off their muscles, including the referee of the match. Ron had nearly jumped out of the box but was held back by his family. Harry had even seen Mrs. Tonks tug on Mr. Tonks's ear to snap him out of it. Sirius didn't react much, thought that could be because of his experiences in Azkaban. Harry himself had felt a sudden urge to start showing off but had been able to quickly squash it down, thankfully before he could embarrass himself as Ron had, and Harry hadn't even needed Venom's help for it. The fact that he had done it had managed to impress Tonks, which Harry considered a bonus. Eventually, after a pretty exciting Quidditch match, Ireland had won. Victor Krum, the star Bulgarian seeker, had caught the snitch, but the Ireland chasers had racked up enough points that they still won. A fact that Tonks was happy to cheer about in the face of her father, who had been positive that Bulgaria would win. Which is why currently she was dancing around a fire in the middle of the tent, waving around an Irish flag to some very loud and cheery Irish music. Ted had his face in his hands as his wife patted him on the back. Meanwhile, Sirius and Harry were clapping to the beat of the music. Though Venom did insist that Harry be a respectable distance away from the fire. "Go Tonksy," laughed Harry as the pink-haired Auror continued dancing, seemingly having the time of her life. Sirius let out a loud whistle before he and Harry looked at each other with massive grins. "Tonks, Tonks, Tonks, Tonks." The two started cheering and clapping in sync as Tonks started dancing even faster. "Tonks, Tonks, 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 too. What the F***?" The two blurted out when they felt the whole tent shake. "What the hell was that?" Tonks frowned, dropping the flag onto a nearby bed as she pulled out her wand. "Let's find out," Sirius said as everyone stood up and pulled out their wands. They all rushed out of the tent and saw absolute chaos. Tents were on fire and people were running in every direction. "Shit," he gasped out upon seeing what looked to be a large group of Death Eaters walking around, shooting spells at everyone and everything. Eventually, the group of wizards started chasing several people into the nearby forest. "Let's fight," Harry growled, his wand glowing. Yeah, Venom cheered. "Are you mad?" "No," Sirius quickly cut him off. "We're getting out of here, now." "Listen to him, Harry," Tonks said when she saw Harry look like he was about to argue. "Fine," Harry said through gritted teeth before they all started turning and rushing away, trying to get to the apparition point. That, Venom said. "Slow down, sneak away, let's hunt," he whispered to Harry. Harry allowed himself to slow down slightly. Once he was sure that none of the Tonks or Sirius was looking, he rushed away and snuck through the chaos and into the nearby forest before hiding behind a tree. "Are you ready?" "Ready," Harry replied before his body ended up being covered in a familiar black goo, leaving him all in black with a white spider logo on his chest and back and 2 white teardrop-shaped eyes. "Let's hunt," Venom said in his deep voice. "Tonight's special. Death Eaters." "This is great," a Death Eater grinned as he hit a woman with a killing curse. "I know," a second Death Eater laughed. "I haven't done this in ages." He grinned before hitting the woman's husband with a blasting curse to the head. "Lucius chickened out," a third said, hitting the downed husband with a killing curse, just to be sure. "Shame about that." The trio of Death Eaters continued walking until they found a young boy, sniveling and sobbing on the floor, having fell and bruised his knee. "Look at this little one, didn't we just take care of his mommy and daddy?" "I reckon so," the second Death Eater smirked under his mask. "Let's make it a full set," the first Death Eater suggested, aiming his wand at the boy. "No," the boy cried, covering his head with his arms. He stayed there, curled in a ball, shaking widely, waiting for the inevitable. He waited and waited, then he waited some more, then he waited again. Wait. Why was he waiting so much? The boy opened his eyes and peeked his head out of his arms, and his eyes widened instantly upon seeing Venom crouching next to the bodies of the 3 Death Eaters that Venom had positioned in such a way that the boy could not see their missing heads. "Hello. Don't worry, you're safe," Venom told him, crawling towards him on all fours. Are you a monster?" the boy whispered nervously, crawling backwards until he ended up backing into a tree. Venom crawled forwards and stopped a couple of inches away from the boy. "Do we look like a monster?" Venom asked the boy in a curious voice. Little bit," the boy gulped. "Are you a good boy?" Venom whispered to him. Yes, the boy quickly nodded. "I'm very good." "Then for you, we're not a monster, we are a hero," Venom said proudly. Who is we?" the boy asked, still shaking. "Don't worry about it, come on, let's get you to safety." Venom slowly reached out and gently picked up the young boy, ignoring the way he flinched and how scared he seemed to be. "We are Venom," Venom told him before a tentacle shot out from Venom's back and grabbed onto a tree, pulling them into the air. "We should probably stop soon," one Death Eater said to his traveling companion. "The Aurors will be here any moment," he added as they walked through the forest. "One more victim, then we'll stop," the other Death Eater insisted. "I just want to have one more dead body," he told his friend. A few seconds later a black knife shot through the air and pierced straight into the neck of the first Death Eater. "What the hell?" "Wish granted," a deep voice boomed. The remaining Death Eater turned around in time to see Venom leap at him with a large mouth filled with very, very sharp teeth. "I cannot believe this. We caught Vila's." Fleur Delacour, a young 17-year-old Vila, glared up at the men around her as she protectively held her sister, Gabrielle. The two had joined their mother and father in attending the World Cup. Fleur truly had no interest in Quidditch but still knew that this was an unmissable event, though she mostly attended in order to please her younger sister who had begged her to come. The family had been enjoying a small walk when suddenly these horrible men started attacking. The next few minutes had been a blur for the young Vila, but somehow she and her sister had gotten separated and ended up running through the forest. They had gotten quite far when suddenly the ground under them exploded, sending them both backwards. The landing had been rough for her, but even worse for young Gabrielle, who had ended up hurting her ankle. In what seemed like no time, they were surrounded by at least 10 men wearing black cloaks, tall hats and skull masks. Fleur pulled out her wand and quickly covered her sister with her own body. She knew there wasn't much hope. There was only so much she could do against 10 fully trained wizards, especially when she was also trying to protect her sister. They'd sell quite nice, one Death Eater said thoughtfully. Let's sample the merchandise first, one of them said, grinning under his mask before he aimed his wand at a tensed Fleur. He opened his mouth to cast a spell when he heard something move from behind him. Before he could look back, he felt something grab him by the collar of his robes. He felt himself be yanked into the air. He felt his whole world spin violently, and the next thing he felt was himself smashing violently against a nearby tree. Venom landed on the side of a separate and took a moment to stare at his work. He hadn't been gentle with that Death Eater. That Death Eater was now currently a mashed-up disaster on the floor, his blood covering the tree and the ground surrounding him. Venom turned his attention back to the 9 Death Eaters that remained. "Boo," Venom said before they all started shooting at him. Venom leapt off his tree. He spun in midair before throwing 3 knives out of his arm. Each knife pierced into a separate neck before he landed on another tree and leapt into the upper halves of the trees, hiding behind leaves and woods before turning himself invisible. "What the hell was that?" one of the remaining Death Eaters blurted out. "I don't know, but kill it," another Death Eater hissed just before 2 pairs of tentacles grabbed them both from behind and pulled them past the girls and into the darkness of the forest. "The hell is that?" a Death Eater demanded before throwing a killing curse in the general direction where he believed Venom to be. Venom's voice boomed, echoing into each and every ear there. Venom." A roar was heard as Venom dropped in from above, grabbing 2 Death Eaters by their heads and slamming them hard enough onto the ground to crack their heads open. The remaining Death Eaters quickly aimed their wands at him when Fleur jumped in and shot a powerful blasting curse at them. One Death Eater barely jumped out of the way, but the other was not as fortunate and found himself flying into a tree before collapsing down onto the ground. "Bitch," the remaining Death Eater cursed before sending a killing curse at Fleur, who froze, not at all used to have an unforgivable being sent at her. "No," Venom yelled before shooting out a tentacle towards Fleur. The tentacle just about managed to reach them before the spell did. The green spell clashed against Venom's black tentacle and did absolutely nothing. "Impossible," the Death Eater gasped as Venom retracted his tentacle. That's interesting," Venom whispered before suddenly leaping towards the remaining Death Eater. Fleur was unable to see what was happening due to Venom's body being in the way, but she was sure that she heard what sounded like a very large bite before she saw some blood spill from the Death Eater. She covered her frightened sister's eyes as Venom stood up and stepped back from the headless corpse to stare at her. "You're welcome," he told her whilst giving her an exaggerated bow before he jumped straight up into the trees and out of sight. "Putain de merde," Fleur cursed in French. "Guys," Tonks called out loudly. "There he is." She pointed to Harry, who was running towards her, Sirius and her parents. "Where the hell did you guys go?" Harry said, panting lightly. "I spent ages trying to find you all." "Are you hurt?" Sirius asked quickly, rushing forward to pull Harry into a hug. I'm fine," Harry said awkwardly, patting the older man on the hand before Tonks ripped Sirius off of him so that she could pull him into a hug of her own. "You scared the crap out of us," Tonks hissed as she hugged him tightly. "Sorry, Tonks," Harry said apologetically, hugging her back. "We need to get out of here," Ted said quickly. "The atmosphere here is horrible at best. We should go." "Ted's right," Andromeda agreed just as Tonks and Harry finally let go of each other. "Let's get out of here." All in all, that was a pretty fun night, Venom said in Harry's head as the emerald-eyed teenager sat alone in the room the Tonks had let him stay in, not in the mood to go to sleep. They had only gotten back 2 hours ago. The events of the World Cup made it hard for Harry to even consider going to sleep. It was a bit shame the Death Eaters had to try and ruin it, Harry said with a mental snort. "I'm glad they did," Venom said before a black tentacle shot out of his right knee and faced him before the tip of the tentacle shifted into Venom's face. "Because now we ruined them," Venom hissed with a sadistic grin. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself," Harry said quietly, a small smile on his own face. "We saved a lot of people. Like world-class heroes," Venom said proudly. "And I got to eat a lot of people," he added cheerfully. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself," Harry said amusedly as he stood up, Venom retracted his tentacle self back into Harry. I'm going to go drink some water, Harry decided, feeling quite thirsty. The young teen walked out of the door and headed downstairs into the kitchen, only to come to a stop as he found Tonks sitting at a table with a tub of ice cream in front of her. "'Lo Tonks, you all right?" Harry asked as he walked over to the kitchen sink and poured himself a glass. "Fine," Tonks said with a small sigh. "Just not in the mood to sleep, to be honest." "Same," Harry said before gulping down a few mouthfuls of water. "Bit irritating, isn't it? The fact that we can't even go to enjoy the World Cup without some idiots trying to ruin things. I suppose that's usual for me, isn't it?" "What's that supposed to mean?" Tonks asked before eating a spoonful of chocolate ice cream. "Well," Harry began after putting the glass down and walking over next to Tonks. "There was my first year of life, which was great apparently, but then promptly ruined by he whose name is too stupid to mention. Then I come into the wizarding world and that's ruined by a bunch of idiotic idiots at school and more of Voldemort's followers," Harry added, ignoring Tonks's slight flinch. "Nearly every year something happens. I'd really like at least just one normal school year." "Normal?" Tonks scoffed amusedly. "In Hogwarts? Fat chance of that." "A guy can hope," Harry shrugged. "Do you know anything about what happened at the World Cup?" he asked in an interested voice. "Not much so far," Tonks admitted in a disappointed voice. "I contacted a friend of mine who was working security. She hasn't been able to learn a lot. But apparently, the official statement from the ministry is that a bunch of drunk idiots went crazy and dressed up as Death Eaters in order to cause chaos." "Instead of it just being the Death Eaters?" Harry asked with disbelief. "That's apparently the official statement," Tonks shrugged in a, "what can you do?" sort of manner. "There's not really much we can do right now other than investigate. Apparently, from what I've heard, a few of those idiots ended up dead." "Really?" Harry asked in an interested voice. He could practically feel Venom puff up with pride. "Yeah, some of them looked like they were mauled by some animal," Tonks confessed. "She told me that quite a few of them were missing their heads entirely, making it a lot harder to identify the bodies." "Whoa," Harry blinked. "Sounds like something dangerous was on the loose that night." "Damn straight," Venom agreed quickly and quite happily. "What was it?" Harry asked. "Any ideas?" "To be honest, I don't know," Tonks said in a frustrated voice. "At first I thought it could be a werewolf, but it's not a full moon. There's only one werewolf who could achieve results like that without a full moon, Fenrir Greyback. He used to work for you-know-who. He's overly fond of turning kids into wolves, and he's wanted in damn near everywhere, dead or alive. But that doesn't make sense either. He shouldn't even be in the country right now. Last I heard, he was on the run somewhere in Canada. So, it's probably not him either. So what then? An acromantula, an escaped dragon, a giant cat, maybe a three-headed dog or a giant basilisk," Harry added. "Still, whatever it is, I don't fancy its chances much." "Why not?" Tonks asked curiously. "Because Grandmaster Orr Tonks is on the case," Harry said dramatically, gesturing to her grandly. "When Tonks is on the job, come hell or high water, the job gets done." "Darn tooting straight." Tonks laughed at his antics for a moment, before sobering up. "It's not possible," she whispered to herself. "Tonks?" Harry asked, sounding concerned. Earth to Tonks. "Are you okay?" "I have an idea about one thing that could have done it," Tonks frowned thoughtfully. "Oh?" Harry asked in an interested voice. "What is it?" "When I was kidnapped, I was rescued by this guy," Tonks said, swallowing another spoonful of ice cream. "He was covered from head to toe in what I reckon was some sort of shape-shifting goo. He had a white spider logo on his front and back and he had these attention-drawing white eyes. My eyes are undoubtedly my best features," Venom said proudly. "When he rescued me, he killed most of the kidnappers," Tonks began. "Wait, really?" Harry frowned. "Pretty sure they hadn't killed anyone." "Oh yeah," Tonks nodded her head. "Most of them died due to what was basically blunt force trauma, getting hit and thrown around by something with above-human strength." "Oh," Harry said quietly as he thought about what he had just been told. On the one hand, it was a bit bothersome that they had unintentionally, was it intentional on Venom's part, killed some people, but on the other hand, it wasn't like these people were that nice. Besides, they had tried to kidnap him and Tonks, so Harry found his pity well to be surprisingly dry. Yeah, Tonks continued, and one of them, a woman, had apparently run into him before. This woman had been missing one of her hands. Then this guy grabs the woman, threatens her and then eats her other hand. Eats it, like it was a chocolate bar. She didn't taste as nice as chocolate, Venom complained. According to what I had heard, the reason she had already lost a hand in the first place was because of the same person, Tonks said, still going on. I don't even know if this person is human. But who or whatever he is, he can clearly eat people. And there were Death Eaters there without heads, so maybe it might be possible that he was there and he had attacked some of them. But then that leaves the question of why he was there and what motive did he have to attack those curse-happy sons of stupid bitches. Proposition, Harry replied in a thoughtful voice. Those Death Eater parasites with minuscule brains were going out to kill, torture and ruin the lives of everyone there. Conclusion. He was definitely going to eat their heads. A hero complex, Tonks said curiously, thinking the idea over. I suppose it could work. He seemed happy to try and help me out after he dealt with those kidnapping dickheads. Then he vanished when I wasn't looking, quite rudely, I might add. It was a bit rude, Harry thought. Yeah, but it was cool though. Venom said instantly. I should go and talk to my boss about it, Tonks hummed. I'm not due for work for another day, so I'll send her an owl. Until then, I'm going to eat my stress away, she declared happily before digging into her ice cream with gusto. There's one more tub in there if you want, she added in between mouthfuls. How gracious of you, Harry laughed before he got up to retrieve the ice cream. A few moments later he sat back down with an ice cream tub in one hand and a spoon in the other. To ice cream, Harry smiled at her. To ice cream, Tonks grinned before they both ate a big spoonful. Tonks quickly dropped her spoon and both hands came up to grab her head. Ow, ow, ow. Brain freeze. F***, she blurted out with her hair turning a deep blue, causing Harry to laugh. This summer went by far too fast for my liking, Harry thought to himself along with Venom as he arrived on platform 9 3/4 along with Sirius and the Tonks family. I know, we were enjoying ourselves, weren't we? Venom agreed. We were, Harry replied. Our next summer should hopefully be just as good. You all right, kiddo? Sirius asked, pulling Harry out of his mental conversation. Oh, fine, I guess. Harry hummed. Just thinking about the school year, hopefully, this year will be a quiet one. No Dementors, no weird monsters that shouldn't be there. No criminals escaping Azkaban as well, Tonks added hopefully, sending a cheeky grin to Sirius who happily laughed at her joke. Hopefully, Harry grinned. Well, I for one am hoping to see your potions work this year, Andromeda said with a smile. I'll meet you in Hogwarts soon, okay Harry. I'm looking forward to your lessons, Harry said, giving her a bright smile. You're a much better teacher than Snape, much better looking as well. He added with a cheeky grin. True, Ted nodded without hesitation, pulling Andromeda into a side hug and keying her forehead, causing the woman to blush slightly while Sirius chuckled at the two. Oi, can both of you stop flirting with my mother? Tonks complained to Ted and Harry. Well, I was going to flirt with you but your father is right there. Have some shame, Tonks, Harry said in a mock disapproving voice. You're a barrel of laughs, you get, Tonks said dryly before she pulled him into a hug. Okay, look after yourself, all right, she whispered into his ear. I will, Harry whispered back as he returned the hug. I'll help, Venom said enthusiastically. Okay, see you soon, pup. Sirius pulled him into a hug once Tonks had let go of him. Feel free to write to me whenever you want, no matter what it's about. Girls, brooms, pranks for Snape, you name it. I'm here for you. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said in an appreciative voice once Sirius had let go of him. He did truly appreciate the man's desire to be in his life, though he couldn't help but feel like it was a bit too late. Harry just didn't feel like he needed Sirius as much as he might have before meeting Venom. Still, he was glad that Sirius was here now. It meant that he had an alternative place to stay, someone who was connected to his parents and a new member of his family. The man was family, even if Harry didn't need him as much anymore. "All right, see you guys," Harry said, before walking onto the train, waving goodbye to the group, the four of them happily waving back at him. Harry walked down the train until he was able to find an empty compartment. He easily lifted his trunk up and placed it on the overhead rack. He was prepared to sit down and relax when he suddenly heard a rather loud voice. "What are you on about, loony?" A female voice scoffed. "Loony," Harry repeated before walking out of the compartment and looking down the train. He saw Luna backed against the train wall, as a lanky girl that looked like she was in her third year towered over her, pointing a wand at Luna's face. Most of the other students seemed content to ignore what was going on, not doing more than looking at the two. "Oi," Harry said as he walked over to the two of them. "What's going on?" "Not much of your business, is it, Potter?" The third year scoffed. "Actually, it is," Harry said in a matter-of-fact voice. "Why?" "Because I said so," Harry answered, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "Now, back off of her." "Or what?" the third year said challengingly, looking like she thought Harry was as intimidating as an injured insect, or at least she did until Harry took a step forward and glared down at her with a look that promised pain. "Or I'm going to knock your teeth out of your skull," Harry said in a low voice, barely above a whisper. You can't do that." The girl stuttered. "I'm a girl." Harry narrowed his eyes at her and leaned forwards, looking down and locking his gaze with her. "I'm an equal opportunity face puncher," he growled. "Now," Harry reached out and gently grabbed Luna by the arm. "Luna," Harry said with a clear emphasis on her name, "will be coming with me now, unless you have any objections to that." He asked Luna. "Not really," Luna said in an airy voice, a small smile on her face. "Good," Harry smiled at her before turning to the other girl. "Now, piss off. I'm going to tell on you." The third year glared at him. "I'll report you for bullying." "Before or after I report you for bullying?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow and an unimpressed look on his face. "Because in case you hadn't noticed, you're hardly innocent here." The girl simply growled before storming away. "Just say the word and I can make her disappear," Venom offered. "I will think about it." "Luna," Harry asked as he sat opposite Luna. "Does that happen often?" he asked. "Does what happen often?" Luna asked back, smiling dreamily as she pulled out what appeared to be a magazine of some sort named The Quibbler. "Do people bother and threaten you? Point their wands at you? Insult you?" Harry asked as calmly as he could. "Only once every few weeks," Luna said with a small shrug of her shoulders, speaking as if it was one of the most common things in the world. "For the most part, they like to leave me alone," she added before turning her magazine upside down and starting to read it. Harry took a second to process what she was doing before deciding that he was not going to comment on it. "Have you ever told anyone? Like Professor Flitwick or somebody?" "Oh, no, I don't want to bother him," Luna explained calmly. "Luna, they're bullying you, you do realize that, right?" "It's kind of his job to stop that," Harry replied. "Oh, no, it's not bullying," Luna told him patiently, looking up from her magazine to smile at him. "One of the older Ravenclaws told me in my first year that it's just the way that the Ravenclaw house works," she explained patiently before going back to her magazine. "Venom," Harry mentally started communicating with his alien bestie. "I am going to inform Professor Flitwick of this, and if nothing happens on his end, then I can eat them." Venom asked hopefully. "No, but you can scare the shit out of them," Harry replied. "We'll keep eating them as a potential backup plan if things get too out of control," Harry added just as the compartment doors opened. Hermione and Ron both walked in. "Harry, there you are," Hermione said, dropping into the seat next to him. "We were looking for you." "Loony, what are you doing here?" Ron blinked, staring at the bee-owned girl. "Wait, you know her?" Harry asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Yeah," Ron nodded. "She lives near our house." "Then you should know her name is Luna, not Loony." Harry glared at him. "Oh, it's okay, Harry Potter," Luna told Harry, still reading her magazine. "Everyone calls me that. I think it's a nickname. It's not a good one or a nice one," Harry told her firmly before shifting his gaze back to Ron. Don't you think you should apologize to Luna? He suggested. Oh, sorry, Luna, the redhead said half-heartedly before plopping down into his seat and pulling out a pair of chocolate frogs. You want one? He offered Harry. Harry glared at him for a few more seconds for his weak excuse for an apology but stopped in favor of taking a chocolate frog. Luna, if anyone calls you Looney again then please let me know, Harry told her before opening his packet. Okay, Harry, Luna chirped. She is adorable, Venom commented just as the doors to the compartment opened to reveal Draco Malfoy along with his ever-present friend's bodyguard. So, Scarhead, enjoy yourself at the World Cup. Draco sneered at Harry before turning to Ron. I bet you must have enjoyed it, Weaselby. Did you have to sell your house for those tickets? Nah, your little hovel probably wouldn't sell for half a ticket. Piss off, Malfoy, Ron growled while Hermione held him down in case he decided to get up and fight. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry asked in a bored voice. We should eat him, Venom suggested. No, the prick's covered in hair gel and who knows how many other products, it would upset your stomach. Harry told him. Just wanted to see if you'd enter, Draco said in a conversational voice. I imagine a show-off like you couldn't resist the opportunity. Enter what? Harry raised an eyebrow. You don't know. Draco laughed. Well, not surprising really. It's just a benefit of being a Malfoy. My father has access to all the knowledge that the Ministry does, of course. Still, I'm surprised that you don't know. Okay, you're boring me now, are you going to tell us or what? Harry rolled his eyes. I'm thinking about it, Draco said in a smug voice before pretending to hum. Should I or should I not? That's a difficult question. All right, you know what? Bollocks to this, Harry declared. Language, Harry, Hermione said automatically, as she was prone to do with any word that she considered bad. You're boring and you're irritating and I don't want to hear from you anymore, Harry said as he pulled out his wand. Oh, and for the record, the only thing I intend to enter this year is your mother, Harry added before flicking his wand, causing the door to slam shut in Draco's face before Harry cast a locking charm on it. His mother, Ron chortled. That was bloody brilliant. Language, Ron, Hermione told him before turning to Harry as Draco struggled to open the door. And that was really crass, Harry, she said disapprovingly. What? His mother is hot as hell, Harry said defensively. I heard that, Draco shouted from outside the compartment. Like I give AF asterisk. Harry shouted back. Harry, language, Hermione hissed. Besides, if that prick won't shut his mouth then I shouldn't have to. Harry continued, ignoring Hermione. I'll get you for this, Scarface. Draco yelled, slamming on the door. You couldn't get a golden snitch if its wings were ripped off, you sorry excuse for a wizard. Harry yelled back. Now, tell your mum I said, hi, and get lost. Watch your back, Potter. Malfoy yelled before storming away with his two minions following after him. I'm already doing that, asshole. Venom growled. He's quite an irritated person, isn't he? Luna asked, not removing her gaze from her magazine. Must be all the chicky boom boom leapers in his nose. Eventually, Harry found himself sitting in the Great Hall, sitting at the Gryffindor table along with Hermione and Ron. He looked around, seeing that the students were mostly focused on discussing the attack at the World Cup. The situation was no different at the Gryffindor table. Ma and I were there, you know, Seamus Finnegan was telling everyone. We had gone home straight after the cup. Luckily enough, we could have been in the attack if we hadn't. I never went, Neville said, sounding somewhat glum yet also relieved about it. Gran didn't let me. We were there, Ron said, seeming almost proud about the fact, likely just liking the fact that he had a story to tell. Dad woke us up midway through the night and all we could hear was all the explosions going off. It was terrifying, Hermione confirmed, a shiver going through her body. Once we got out of the tent, we could hear screams and all we saw was just a lot of people running around in a panic, but then we spotted the Death Eaters and we quickly ran. What about you, Harry? Parvati Patil asked, sitting alongside her best friend Lavender Brown. The two gossip queens looked more than happy to listen to as many stories as possible. I was in a separate tent, Harry shrugged. I was staying with my godfather and some of his family. We were awake when it happened, after that it was pretty much the same. Went out, saw chaos and then we booked it to safety. It's mad, ain't it? Dean Thomas spoke up. Wonder why the hell they'd do that. Scare people, I guess, Harry replied in a thoughtful voice. Maybe it was just a bunch of drunk idiots having what they thought counted as a laugh. Well, either way, we should be safe at Hogwarts, Hermione replied, hoping to liven up the atmosphere. Yeah, because nothing dangerous ever happens at Hogwarts. Harry snorted just as Professor McGonagall walked in with the new first years. Harry half paid attention to the sorting, clapping lightly whenever a Gryffindor was sorted. After a while, it had eventually finished and Professor Dumbledore stood up from his seat at the teacher's table. Good evening, welcome one and all to Hogwarts. It's a pleasure to see our old students and to greet our new students. Now, I always have believed that there is a time and place for speeches, and fortunately, this is not one of them. Let the feast begin. He smiled before clapping his hands. Large quantities of food and drinks appeared on all 4 house tables and the students promptly began digging in. I've always wondered how he does that, Lavender said to her other Gryffindor classmates. Does he conjure the food or something? Without a wand, Parvati gaped at her. I know he's quite powerful, but even Professor Dumbledore couldn't possibly conjure such various and large amounts of food with a simple clap of his hands, Hermione cut in. Besides, nobody can produce food out of thin air, said Hermione. No one can, not even Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall. Food is actually the first of the 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration and he didn't conjure it, basically, Harry cut in for the benefit of the 2 girls that were starting to look a bit glassy-eyed. It's probably just the house elves, Neville spoke up. House elves, Hermione gasped, her gaze quickly shifting to Neville, who shrunk slightly under the intensity that she was staring at him with. Yeah, the whole castle is cleaned and looked after by house elves, they make all of the food as well, Neville explained quietly. Hermione let out a disgusted noise before pushing her plate away from her. What's up with you? Ron blinked before biting down on a chicken leg. It's South Avenue labor, Hermione said, revolted by the high-quality food in front of her. I refuse to eat another crumb of it. Yeah, because that will all of a sudden make things perfectly fine for the house elves, won't it? Harry asked with a roll of his eyes. Hermione, are you really going to starve yourself? What is that going to accomplish? Besides, you're the one who trusts Dumbledore so much. I highly doubt the old geezer would be happy to let the house elves be treated like s***avs. Well, Hermione paused for a second. A mental war briefly happened inside of her head. No, I'm not going to take another bite until I'm sure that all of the house elves are treated with human decency. They aren't human though, Seamus pointed out, only to earn himself an intense glare from one Hermione Jean Granger. The rest of the Gryffindors wisely chose to move on from that particular topic and continued eating. Attention please, Professor McGonagall called after everyone had finished eating. Everyone looked to the front of the hall and saw Professor Dumbledore standing in front of the owl podium. Now, that I trust that everyone has filled their stomachs up, Professor Dumbledore began. Welcome back everyone to another year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Now, I know that you all most likely want nothing more than to return to your nice and warm beds, however, I would like to remind you of my earlier greeting. There is a time and place for speeches, and this is it. I will do my best to be brief. Now, I have several announcements for you all. All students should be aware that the Forbidden Forest is exactly as the name suggests, forbidden. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the room, resting on the Gryffindor table a tad longer than the others. Any student from 3rd year and above may attend Hogwarts's trips to Hogsmeade, providing they have parental permission, of course. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that the list of banned items is posted on the door to his office and has now reached 59. He has also asked that all students please clean their shoes before walking back into the castle. Now, I have some sad news for you all. This year, Quidditch has been cancelled. What? The Weasley twins yelled loudly along with Gryffindor's new captain, Angelina Johnson, and they weren't the only ones as many students began protesting loudly about it. "Silence," Dumbledore said loudly and firmly, causing the students to quieten down. "There is a reason for this, believe it or not. This year, Hogwarts has been selected to host the legendary Triwizard Tournament." Dumbledore's announcement caused a whole new set of noise to erupt from the students. "Yes, yes," Dumbledore spoke again. The students quickly quietened down so they could hear his every word. A loud thunder crack interrupted him as the night sky above them suddenly started pouring down bits of rain while loud lightning filled the air. At least it did until a spell shot into it, fixing it. Everyone looked towards the person who had shot the spell. The man's face looked like it was roughly carved from wood, it was covered with scars, and a chunk of his nose was missing. He also had dark gray, grizzled hair and was missing a tiny bit of his left ear. One of his legs was missing and in its place was a wooden leg with a clawed foot. His eyes, however, were his most shocking feature. One was small and dark while the other was a vivid, electric blue magical eye that moved around independently from his normal eye. The man limped to the teacher's table, a walking cane in one hand. "Allow me to introduce to you all, our newest defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alistair Moody," Dumbledore said brightly. Nobody clapped as a stony silence filled the hall while Professor Moody sat down. "That's Mad-Eye Moody," Ron whispered excitedly as the new arrival cast several detection charms on his food. "He's an Auror, a legendary one. Dad told me half the cells in Azkaban are filled because of him." "Show off," Harry whispered back jokingly. "Now, as I was saying, this year Hogwarts will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament." Dumbledore continued. "You're joking," the Weasley twins shouted. "I assure you that I am not, Mr. and Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore replied with a wide smile. "Though over the summer I did hear a rather interesting joke from an old friend of mine. An Irish leprechaun, a Mexican troll and an Ethiopian hag walk into a Scottish bar and—" "Albus," Professor McGonagall interrupted loudly, shooting him a disapproving look. "Oh, sorry," Dumbledore said sheepishly before turning his attention back to his students. "Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, the Triwizard Tournament is an ancient tournament that has gone back hundreds of years. It involved 3 competing schools selecting a champion each, and then the 3 champions would undergo a series of tasks until one had won and was declared a Triwizard winner. The original tournament was cancelled due to the unfortunate death toll." "Day toll," Hermione gasped. "But luckily, this tournament should be much safer," Dumbledore said. "The purpose of this tournament is to improve international relationships between our magical communities whilst also giving each school a fresh and healthy dose of competition. We will be competing against the schools Beauxbaton and Durmstrang. They will be arriving a few days before Halloween. The champion selection will take place preciously on Halloween night. An impartial judge will be brought in to decide on a worthy champion from each school to compete in the tournament. The winner of this tournament will earn not just the Triwizard Cup, but also have their name in the history books and a whopping 1,000 galleons added to their bank accounts. Now, I know that many of you are eager to participate, but I have some unfortunate news for some of you. Due to safety concerns, those in charge of the tournament, including myself, have decided that the competition will only be available to those that are 17 or over." A large number of boos and protests rose up from various students that were not old enough to compete. "That's rubbish," the Weasley twins yelled. "This rule was made for your safety, which I'm sure you will agree is worth more than 1,000 galleons, Dumbledore spoke over the crowd. "Now, I will personally make sure that no student under 17 will be able to compete, so please do not waste your time trying to enter. Now, off to bed with you all. A good night's sleep is just as important as any magic you may learn here. Cheerio everyone," he said, waving at everybody. "Could you imagine competing for that?" Ron said with a dreamy look in his eyes as all of the Gryffindors stood up to leave. "Knowing my luck, I probably will." Harry moaned. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.